Good morning, everybody. Welcome to our commission meeting. It is Tuesday, July 28th, and it is now 10 o'clock, and I do call this commission meeting to order. Those that are present are Commissioner Emmerich, myself, Mayor McDowell, Vice Mayor Luke, Commissioner Hanks, and Commissioner Carrison. Are you joining us by phone?
I am.
Thank you very much. We also have our city clerk, our recording secretary, Ms. Susan, our city attorney, our acting city manager, Chief Garrison, hello. Hello, sir. And staff and citizens, welcome. At this time, if I could please ask Commissioner Hanks, if you could please lead us in a moment of prayer.
Father, we thank you today for this time that we get to come together. Lord, we ask your blessing upon us. We ask your wisdom, Father, in the name of Jesus. We also ask, God, your protection upon our community and our community members. We love you and we thank you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you. And Ms. Susan, could you lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanks and Ms. Susan. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Motion on the floor to approve the agenda as presented, seconded by Commissioner Emmerich. Anything?
No, ma'am.
Seeing nothing, we'll go ahead and do voice vote. We'll start with you, Vice Mayor.
Yes.
Commissioner Emmerich.
Yes.
Commissioner Carrison.
Yes.
One more time, Commissioner Carrison, you kind of disappeared.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Hanks.
Yes.
And myself, yes. So the agenda passed. At this time, we have public comment. Anybody else that would like to put public comment in, please make sure you fill out this little card, hand it to the officer over there, so that way we can call you. In the meantime, I do have three. We'll start with Miss Opal Cooley, followed by Greg Cooley, and then Mr. Richardson. Please state your name for the record, and we allow 3 minutes. City Clerk, are we going to be putting the, okay. I have no idea. Go ahead, please.
My name is Opal Cooley, 1274 Overhead Street. I just want to inform you of my opinion about the Northport property taxes. My husband and I encouraged and convinced my 82-year-old mother-in-law to relocate from Yuma, Arizona to Northport a few years ago after her husband passed away following a long 5-year illness. We wanted to bring Mama J closer to us so we could help her out and keep an eye open for her in her late senior years. We told her Northport was a nice community and the housing costs and taxes were reasonable. So she gave in, moved, and bought a nice little house off Chamberlain Boulevard. Yet, had we known what this commission was going to do to her in property tax increases, we probably would not have urged her to leave Yuma. What you are doing to her and other seniors with property taxes is terrible. She lives on a fixed income, as do most seniors, and like so many others, she cannot afford a 10% or more property tax increase. She only got a 1.6 COLA increase this year, and that amount was mostly offset by her increased Medicare fees. And you can, if you approve your 10% property tax increase, that will probably wipe out 80 to 90% of her entire year's COLA increase. And I think it is selfish and shameful for the city to do that to a widowed 82-year-old woman. And what would Mama J get for her 10% tax increase? You have not mentioned any increases in city-provided service. All I have heard about are 5% raises for all the city employees and adding 28 more people to the city payroll. Again, what does that 10% increase buy in added city services for Mama J and the rest of us? Does Mama have to get a job at 82 years old so she can afford to pay her property taxes? How do you all look at yourselves in the mirror in the morning? I would be so ashamed.
Ms. Cooley, normally we don't address public comment, but I want to make sure that you are aware that the City Commission has approved a $25,000 exemption to your property tax. if you are a senior with qualifying conditions, qualifying requirements on your finances. That's done through the property appraiser's office, and that form has to be filled out by March 1st. So there would be an additional homestead exemption for seniors over 65 with qualifying finances. Okay, I just wanted to make sure you were aware of that because it is relatively new. We just did it probably 2 weeks ago or so. So it's relatively new, and a lot of people are still not aware of it.
Okay, I was
And I
not
would
aware of that.
love to talk to you about your other concerns that you mentioned in your public comments. So if you could please reach out to staff and get me your contact information, I'll give you a call either today or tomorrow.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Mr. Cooley?
Greg Cooley, 1274 Overhead Street. I've been following your June and July budget meetings closely. I want to comment on the upcoming 10% or 11% tax increase. Excluding Mayor McDowell, you other four commissioners and the acting city manager sit up there on your thrones and act like kings and queens, and Northport's your kingdom. And while us taxpayers are just being treated like peasant tax slaves. Commissioner Hanks, Carson, and Luke all took a turn patting themselves on the back for what a great job this commission has done and that all of you should be praised. But this greatness comes at what cost to us taxpayers? Under your rule, my taxes have gone up every year without receiving any added services. And last year alone, this commission hit me with a 17% tax hike, nearly $200 in extra taxes, but that's still not enough for you. You want more. The acting city manager gladly announced without shame or reservation 5% raises for all the city employees. The police chief says his officers needs incentives for education and job skill enhancements of what should be part of the officers' basic job requirements. So why do us taxpayers have to incentivize the officers just to do their basic jobs? Us peasants don't get added incentives to do our jobs. Right now, we're just hoping to hang on to our jobs. The fire chief needs more money now. Otherwise, us peasants will have to pay the fire rescue kingdom an even larger tax increase down the road. Yet in 2018, I paid a 19% increase and another 13% last year for a total of 32% over the last 2 years. But Chief Titus says that's still not enough. He needs more. The finance director stood there to justify why raises and promotions were budgeted and necessary for the city employees. The word necessary should have been replaced with the word obligated, like us citizens have an obligation to reward the city employees during these COVID-19 times. And the city exploits the use of our tax dollars to pay for workplace misconduct investigations. Just another example of tax and spend and your self-serving waste of our tax dollars. Hey, city manager, fire chief, police chief, finance director, why don't you lay off a few people and you can use those freed up dollars to pay for your merits, your promotions, incentives, and self-indulgence. That's how we do it in the private sector, where we only spend no more than we bring in. What a balanced budget. But you all think, what the heck? We'll just go back to the tax well and steal more money from the daggone citizens, your tax slaves. In summary, you four say you represent us citizens, and then you turn about face and tax us to the hilt, only to reward yourselves and the city employees. Quite simply, you have sold us out. And frankly, your actions make you nothing more than self-serving, two-faced hypocrites. I'm sorry, but it's the truth.
Thank you, Mr. Cooley. Just to let you know, the millage rate is going to be the same as it was last year. It is not going up 10%, and we are also looking at ways to do a rollback rate. So I just wanted to put that out there. All righty, Mr. Richardson.
Donald Richardson, and I appreciate you giving me a chance to forum here. The reason I'm here is because I'm hoping to get, I'm hoping people watching out there that will get the word out, get a hold of it. I'd like to talk directly to President Trump, but I don't have his phone number. So if people get on that are on Facebook, I'm not on Facebook yet, but people are on Facebook, you get on there and spread the word. And my master plan for the end of this pandemic is hydroxychloroquine in everyone's medicine cabinet. If you've got it in your medicine cabinet, you got it ready to go. It needs to be used early, within the first 5 days. And This comes from Dr. Vladimir Zelenko. He's a Jewish Ukrainian-American doctor. He's been very successful. I think he didn't lose anyone. I think maybe he lost one death, one person. He's treated hundreds of people. And this is not the flu. I mean, we all know it's a serious illness. And also, you know, if you have that, if you use it in the first 5 days, for instance, you know you got it because it's different. It's not the flu. You know you got it, and so you try. Well, let's wait till the second day. Second day, if you got it in your medicine cabinet, you reach in there and grab it, and hydroxychloroquine, azithromycin, and zinc. And you'd already have this by the you know, if I don't care how you get it there, if you want to sign a waiver or whatever. But all the studies that show that it's not effective have been turned out to be bogus. And then the latest one is New England Journal of Medicine. And they don't offer any particulars. Oh, they just, you know, and, oh, it doesn't work or this or that. But they're not giving us the details. And the settled science, according to there's a Newsweek magazine article just recently, and a Yale epidemiologist, he says that the key to defeating COVID-19 is hydroxychloroquine. And he just says it's been politicized unnecessarily, and this is the key. And anyone out there that's watching, you know, if you depend on Social Security or if you like dividends, stocks, we need people working. And this could happen as soon as everyone gets it in their, as soon as they get it in their medicine cabinet, we're ready to go. So that's my master plan. Just get it in everyone's medicine cabinet. And you sign a waiver or whatever, and that's my plan. Thanks for letting me talk.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Richardson. Do we have any online public comments, City Clerk?
We do not.
We do not. Thank you very much. All righty, so at this point, seeing no other public comment, we'll move on to announcements. City Clerk, please.
The current vacancies for the following boards and committees include the Art Advisory Board, Audit Committee, Beautification and Tree Scenic Highway Committee, Charter Review Advisory Board, Citizens Tax Oversight Committee, Community Economic Development Advisory Board, Environmental Advisory Board, Historic and Cultural Advisory Board, Joint Management Advisory Board, Police Officers Pension Board of Trustees, Northport Youth Council, Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, Planning and Zoning Advisory Board, Public Utility Advisory Board, Zoning Board of Appeals. The upcoming expirations for the following advisory boards and committees: Art Advisory Board, Charter Review Advisory Board, Environmental Advisory Board, Historic and Cultural Advisory Board, Firefighters Pension Board of Trustees, Police Officer Pension Board of Trustees, one Northport resident to serve on the Sarasota Manatee Metropolitan Planet Organization's Citizen Advisory Network. If anyone would like more information, please see the City Clerk's office. Thank you.
May I ask a question in regards to that?
Sure.
Are we still putting announcements out on Facebook and that, you know, the availability or the openings for these boards? Because that was quite a few openings. So are we still publicizing, trying to let the public know that there are openings?
I don't know about Facebook. I can check in on that. We do put it at the bottom of every advisory board agenda as well. I can look in to see other ways.
The agendas only go to the board members that are current, so we need to get
Yes.
this out into the public.
And I will say we were actually just talking about it. We have the boards and commissions, which is going to be the online application, and it will have all of the openings on there. We're going to try and go live with that on August 1st.
I'd like to see more of those filled, so getting back into that habit of putting it out to the public, I think might aid us. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the vacancies happened because of terms during COVID, and the meetings didn't happen during COVID. So, you know, now that meetings are starting to come back.
We did have quite a few who opted to resign due to COVID. And
Yeah. So that we need to, I agree, Vice Mayor, we need to kind of ramp up getting our advisory boards back in shape.
City Manager, are you, remember that occurring?
Yeah, we'll have a conversation with the clerk's office and I'll work on that.
I believe Josh pushed it out on Facebook. Thank you, sir.
All right, at this time, we'll move on to consent agenda. City Manager, has any items been pulled from consent?
Yes, ma'am. 4B, contract for school crossing guards, and 4C, Hopwa funding redesignation.
Thank you. Before we entertain a motion, seeing that the advisory board member for planning and zoning, Ms. Tracy, is in the house, I don't know if she would like to speak before we go ahead and just, it's on consent, so we're going to be just approving it, but I did want to acknowledge that you were here and give you an opportunity if you wanted to speak.
I didn't recognize her with the mask on. Sorry.
There you
Yes,
go.
you are.
You need to come up then if you're going to say more than no. Okay. Thank you very much. All right, at this time, I'll entertain a motion, please, pulling items B
Move
and
to
C.
approve items in the consent agenda with the exception of B and C.
Motion on the floor to approve consent agenda items as presented, pulling items B and C. Anything to that, Vice Mayor? Commissioner Emmerich?
No.
Nothing else either. We'll go ahead and take voice vote. Vice Mayor? Commissioner Emmerich?
Yes.
Commissioner Hanks?
Yes.
Commissioner Carousel?
Yes.
And I too am a yes, and that consent agenda items passed 5-0. Welcome aboard, Miss Tracy. All right, we'll move on to item B, which is the crossing guard, city manager.
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to have Chief Garrison come down and speak on this agenda item. Well as maybe a la Skipper with purchasing as well, his wing person today.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are y'all? Good. Since I'm the one that pulled this, I'll just start with my question. The contract is for $182,000, but in the budget, the line item in the budget, it's budgeted for $202,000. And I'm wondering, why is it so much? And I know that there's a couple of months that we would have for like next year in August and September to cover for the crossing guards, because that's like a second year. I'm just wondering, it's not $20,000 worth?
All right, Todd Garrison, Chief of Police. When we were doing our budget, the contract had not come back yet. We had worked through procurement on sending it out because we thought we could do a better deal. And when the contract came back much less than anticipated. So that's why there's a deviance in what was originally projected in the budget as opposed to what's going to be in the budget.
Is it possible to work with finance to see what that 2-month overlap is for fiscal year to cover the school contract for this fiscal year? Because that's obviously not the whole, what is 182,000. It has to be a little bit more for those 2 months. Is there a way for the second year of the school crossing guard contract? Is there a way to come up with a more accurate number instead of overestimating so much?
It's not that we're overestimating. We didn't have the budget.
Correct.
We didn't have it back. So this is what it's going to be, is 182,000.
But the budget says 202, and I'm looking to reduce that a little bit. Remember, our
Right.
goal is still to get under, to get to the rollback rate or lower. And that's what we had talked about during budget. And we had come up with ways, here it seems like we have a little bit of money that we can reduce that even a little bit more, even if it's 10,000 or 15,000.
We can just prorate it.
Yeah.
Is that what you mean by prorating, Commissioner?
That's it, that's the word, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
We can prorate it for the 2 months and get you a more accurate.
That'd be fantastic.
What is the year? I mean, start and end.
I'm sorry?
I mean, why do you have to do a prorate? Isn't it school year that
It's
the
a school
contract
year.
is?
Yep.
Yes, it is a school
It
year.
is a
You're
school year.
absolutely right. So we
Okay.
don't have to do a prorate.
So
The
I
contract will
wouldn't
give-
think so. So can't we just reduce the budget from 202 to 183?
Yes.
Okay, then
No,
Yes.
I'm not the expert, but the reason we have to prorate it is because our school year is August to June,
Right.
but our fiscal year is October 1st to September 30th. So this is the first year contract, which starts August to June. The second year contract is August and September. And that's a higher amount.
Madam Mayor, we'll make it match up with what it ought to be. We'll take care of it.
Thank you. Appreciate
I'm gonna
it.
simplify it. We're gonna take care of it.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you. Anybody else have any other questions?
If you would send a memo to us in regards to how you found that, because to me, a yearly contract is that, and it rolls.
Now,
for
the other
those-
thing is the
for
school
those
year
other
got
2
pushed. I
months.
don't think this contract anticipates that push date got pushed by 2 or 3 weeks to the end of August. I don't think that contract anticipates that.
But I think it's extended
Okay.
also for that same amount of time in the end.
Okay, well then, I misspoke.
All right,
But we will get you a memo
you.
summarizing how we remedied that.
thank you.
And City Attorney, it looked like you wanted to speak.
The contract does anticipate that. The contract is sensitive to the school board's adopted calendar as modified by weather events or pandemic events or anything like that.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion to approve the agreement, unless you want me to pass the gavel.
No, I'll move to approve consent agenda B with a memo coming back to show us what the decrease can be in the budget.
Second.
Motion on the floor to approve the agreement as presented with a memo showing how the budget line item was decreased. That was made by Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Emmerich. Anything to that, Vice Mayor?
No, ma'am.
Commissioner Emmerich?
No.
And the only thing I'd like to add is thank you very much for having that conversation. Every little bit helps during these times, and I'm very grateful. So Vice Mayor, we'll go ahead and take your voice.
Yes.
Vote. Commissioner Emmerich?
Yes.
Commissioner Carousel?
Yes.
One more time, ma'am, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Thank you very much. And Commissioner Hanks?
Yes.
And I too am a yes, thank you. And that passed 5-0. All righty, so at this point, we will move on to the consent agenda, approve housing options for Opwa? Okay. Opwa. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to ask Janet Creo, Social Services Division Manager, to address this agenda item.
Good morning.
Mark?
Good morning. And since
Sorry.
this is one of the things that I did also pull, because, and the memo showed that you still were waiting for information from Department of Health.
Yes.
Regarding how much money are we talking about? Why are we redesignating funds from housing to Department of Health? I don't see the correlation, so I need some help understanding it before I can approve this.
Okay, that I can give you some background information on it, on how we've got to here. First off, the 2 awards that we've received, one for just regular HOPWA funds is $622,663. And then they gave us an additional HOPWA CARES funds for another $90,615. So just to give you some background information, how we became the awardee of these funds would be because our eligible metropolitan statistical area, our EMSA, population grew more than 500,000. This includes a broad area. But because we have more than 2,000 living HIV/AIDS cases, that's what made us eligible for the HOPWA funds. Now, in that EMSA, the municipality that has the most population, us, gets awarded the funds. Before it was Sarasota, now it's us. So the reason the Department of Health has been administering the funds is because they do it for most of the state, except for I think Miami and Fort Lauderdale that has a higher population percentage. So they receive it. The Health Planning Council of Southwest Florida actually does the work in the trenches, the groundwork, and then they submit reimbursement to DOH. The reason we've redesignated the funds is because that's what's they're the experts, they're the pros. They've been doing this for several years now. The percentage for us to receive the administrative, like an administrative fee, is 3% of the grant. You have to pay for the person to actually do the case management. We don't even have that type of staff on staff. A case manager is someone that will take the case and do several parts of the case management, meaning housing, their meds. The Department of Health already has the HIV program. They work in conjunction with the Health Planning Council. So it's kind of like a wraparound service to be able to house these people. The housing funds, the 622 and the additional 90, they go for what's called TBRA funds, which is tenant-based rental assistance. So the client would have to obtain housing out in the community, and then they would get a small stipend for an ongoing amount of time. That's the type of housing monies that it is.
Thank you for that very in-depth explanation. It was extremely helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Department of Health, then, do they use this $150,000 that we would be redesignating to them? Would they be using it only for the citizens in Northport, or is it in that statistical area?
It's in that statistical area.
So how do we know that our citizens are being serviced?
I mean, we could obtain statistics. The person has to be living and have be HIV positive in order to be able to even obtain the funds. So if we don't have that clientele, I mean, it's not really needed, obviously, if they're not living in Northport, if that makes sense.
But you said that we had a larger increase of that.
Oh, that's for the whole area,
Oh,
not just specific
okay,
to Northport.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood
The only
that.
reason we were the lucky ones is our population
Gotcha.
growth. So that automatically, qualifies us to receive the funds. But the services and the money go for that area.
Sure would be nice to make sure that our citizens, because it's coming to us, we're giving it to Department of Health to maintain and manage, and I understand that.
We could
But
potentially
it would be nice
get
to make sure that our citizens are reaping some of this benefit.
Yeah, and we could work with Department of Health now that we've opened a dialogue, and they did have a different person take on our CPD representative, HUD. He's become my BFF in the last I guess 3 months or so. But I could continue that dialogue and maybe get the statistics or the information are specific to Northport if you'd like.
Fantastic. Thank you very much.
You're
Does
welcome.
anybody have any follow-up questions?
I call me ignorant or naive or whatever. I trust the Department of Health to be able to facilitate this and take care of everybody within our MSA that is in this position. I don't know how far HIPAA would allow you to gather certain information.
Right.
So us being the gateway or the pass-through of those monies, it's honorable. Thank
Right.
you.
Yeah, and also just as an added fact, we have worked with the Department of Health on referring clients that have come in. Now, remember, just like you said, Commissioner Luke, some people do not disclose that they're HIV positive, so that's not something that we ask. But if that person discloses it and we know they need the connection to Department of Health, we've done that before.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
You ready for a
Thank you.
motion?
Thank you for the
Sure.
Additional information. It was extremely helpful.
You're very
Thank you,
welcome.
and I am confident now to cast the yes vote, so thank you.
Okay, very welcome. Thank you.
Go ahead and entertain a motion, please.
Move to approve consent agenda C.
Second.
Motion on the floor to approve consent agenda item C by Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Emmerich. Anything, Vice Mayor?
No, ma'am.
Commissioner Emmerich? Any other comments before we take voice vote? Thank you, staff. All righty, voice vote. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Yes.
Commissioner Emmerich?
Yes.
Commissioner Hanks?
Yes.
Commissioner Carousel?
Yes.
Thank you, and I too am a yes, and that passed 5-0. Thank you very much. And we will move on now to resolution adopting the city commission's policy for ceremonial items. And I think this goes to city clerk, or is this, okay, city clerk, go ahead, please.
Resolution Number 2020-R-03, a resolution of the City of Northport, Florida, adopting City Commission Policy Number 2020-02 related to the issuance of ceremonial items, including certificates, keys to the city, proclamations, and challenge coins, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Thank you, City Clerk.
And this item, it came from commission direction to create a policy for proclamations and key to the city. I also added all other ceremonial items in there. The difference from the last time that we had it was that we added the challenge coins to this one, and I did highlight that in the policy. So I did make that change, and I also made a change to the key to the city, which is highlighted to add a key to the city may only be issued upon a majority vote of the city commission based off of prior direction.
Thank you very much, City Clerk. Does anybody have any questions on this item?
No questions,
Mayor?
but I really like the way it was assembled, so thank you very much.
Anybody have any questions? I do under the definitions, and it's more for cleanup purposes. If you look at proclamation, it says it's an official announcement or declaration to formally recognize and or draw attention to an issue that impacts the city of Northport. We give a lot of proclamations to people. We give a lot of proclamations to staff, departments, organizations. And the way that I'm reading this, they're left out because sometimes it's just a person, not a specific issue. And I think that we need to make sure we're covering all our bases on this policy. So I don't know if the board feels the same way. And it goes down to the criteria also under proclamations, the same thing. This one says it's not limited to the achievements of citizens of Northport, organizations, occasions, but we're leaving out staff and departments. So I think we just need to keep those things in there for consistency as opposed to just sticking with the issue. So.
And see, I didn't see a separation of the city and the community. I saw issues being overall and the people being recognized as overall because the city staff is part of the city. So I didn't have a problem with the way that it was worded as is.
Yeah, but if you look at the definitions, it says to draw awareness to an issue that impacts the city. Yes. And that is true, and there's sometimes
How about
issues.
issue or event?
Issue, event, or person. Because we gave a proclamation to a citizen numerous times to a specific citizen based on their contribution to our city. It wasn't for a specific issue. It was given to recognize that citizen. So
Okay.
I
have no problem if you extend it to issue, event, or individual. I have no problem.
Can I ask a question, Mayor?
Commissioner Carrison?
Doesn't it say an official public announcement or declaration?
It does, but then if you read the rest of it, it says to formally recognize and or draw awareness to the issue that impacts the city of Northport during a specific time frame.
Okay, see, I was similar to Commissioner Luke, just reading it that it was either an announcement or it was declaring or recognizing
An issue.
an issue. Yeah, see, I was kind of separating it out, so I don't know, if you want to reword it, go ahead.
I just think it would cover all bases and leaves nothing to question. And I know that it's wordsmithing, but issues to me is like Save the Whales, or it's National Water Safety Month, as opposed to an individual that we want to give recognition to through a proclamation or a department. So that's all I was leaning towards.
And you only want it changed within the definition, correct?
Mayor?
Commissioner Armich.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to it as well. I didn't see any problem with it, like the issue would have been the individual being recognized. That's how I saw it. If you want it a little bit more cleaner, I have no problem with that, but that's how I took it, it was all encompassed. So that's how I read it.
I don't know if it needs to be down below, and where it says citizens of Northport, staff department organizations. See, down below, it goes a little bit more into
Right.
detail than it did up in definitions, and that's where I kind of caught the differences. So down below, the number 3 under the policy criteria, I'm fine with it. I just think the definition needs to be cleaned up to be more encompassing.
And because of the criteria section is why I saw issue the same way Commissioner Emmerich did, as being overall. But I have no problem with adding in the definition portion, after it states issue, comma, event, or individual being added.
Thank you very much. Does anybody else want to weigh in on any of this? The only other one is we have to add the dates for repealing the ordinance number 2020-09. We have to add that 09 in the 4th whereas clause. And I thought, and then we just have to add the dates at the end when it was duly passed and adopted, but I think that just happens automatically. But they were in here blank, and I just wanted to bring it to the attention. Seeing no other questions or comments, we'll go ahead and entertain a motion, please.
Move to approve Resolution 2020-R-3 as presented, but adding to the definition of proclamation after the word issue, comma, event, or individual be added to that definition.
Second.
Motion on the floor is stated by Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Emmerich. Anything to that?
No, ma'am.
Commissioner Emmerich?
No, ma'am.
Any other comments or questions? Thank you for working with me, folks. I appreciate that. That's just grateful. Thank you. We'll go ahead and take voice vote. Vice Mayor?
Yes.
Commissioner Emmerich?
Yes.
Commissioner Hanks?
Yes.
Commissioner Carrison?
Yes.
And I too am a yes. Thank you. And that passed 5-0. And we will move on to, hang on 1 second. The second reading of ordinance number 2020-09, repealing the proclamations portion of the code. City Clerk, could you please read by title only?
Ordinance number 2020-09, an ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, amending Section 2-54 of the Code of the City of Northport, Florida, related to proclamations at city commission meetings, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing an effective date.
Thank you. City Attorney on this one? City Clerk?
And
Okay.
just as the title states, this is just pulling out the proclamations from the code and replacing it in the resolution that we just passed.
Fantastic. Anybody have any questions or comments on this? I do
Move
have
to-
one.
Okay.
We have to correct the date, read by title only on the first reading, and that was on that was on February 4th. So I think we need to make sure that that gets captured in the motion so that it can be changed to the correct dates.
Can I ask a question in regards to that?
Sure.
Because not too long ago, we discussed processes so that these dates could be correct before they come to the commission. Was this one done before we had that discussion or after it? I'm wondering how a bad date got put in place.
This one was done all the way back in that time frame. It's been continued
Before
for
that
many months,
process was
yes.
put into place. It might behoove us to look at some of those documents that were done prior to that process before they come to the commission. Just my personal opinion, it looks bad when you can't even get a proper date correct in the documents. So just my thinking. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve ordinance number 2020-9 as presented, except for changing the date, correcting it to February 4th.
I'll second. Motion on the floor by Vice Mayor, seconded by myself to approve the ordinance changing the date. Vice Mayor, anything to that?
No, ma'am.
I have nothing except thank you. And any other comments on this? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and take voice vote. Vice Mayor?
Yes?
Aye. Commissioner Armich?
Yes.
Commissioner Hanks?
Yes.
Commissioner Carrison?
Yes.
And I also am a yes. Thank you. All righty, moving right along, we've got our third reading for the Beautification and Tree and Scenic Highway Committee. Okay, so since this is technically a second or third reading, do we have to read by title only, City Attorney?
Should be handled the same way the second reading is
Thank you very
handled.
much. City Clerk, could you please read by title only?
Ordinance number 2019-53, an ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, amending the code of the City of Northport, Florida related to advisory boards by repealing in its entirety Chapter 4, Article 5, entitled the Beautification and Tree Scenic Highway Committee by amending Section 4-182 regarding the powers and duties of the Environmental Advisory Board, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing an effective date.
Thank you, City Clerk. Vice Mayor?
I was the one who originally brought this, this thought process forward because this advisory board was really failing, had been failing for over a year. It has filled, every spot on it has been filled, and it's not their problem that COVID came and they haven't been able to have the meetings. So, but I believe in the energy and the desire that the people who are on this board have currently. And so personally myself, I would just like to withdraw this ordinance and allow the Beautification and Tree Committee to function as is within our ordinances and code.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Anybody else have any Commissioner Armich?
Yeah, I'm in full agreement with Commissioner Luke. This is a question that I asked at the agenda briefing. They're up and running, and they're showing the will. They want to do the work. I just as soon keep these boards separate and let them do the jobs that they're entitled to do. So I'm in support of just killing this whole thing. Thank you.
Commissioner Carrison, did you want to weigh in?
No, I think that we gave Alice and all of the gang a charge, and they listened to our calling, and I think she's done a great job. And I look forward to seeing some great stuff come out of that committee now that it's re-energized.
Thank you, Commissioner Carrison. I agree 100%. I cannot believe we went from a board that we were looking to disband, and within, I think it was like 6 weeks, it was fully staffed with citizens, and that is to be commended. They did a great job, and then COVID hit. Part of our direction that we gave back in December was to also have them give us a list of goals and objectives, and possibly even renaming the board. But they haven't been able to meet because of COVID. I think they're having their first meeting in the next week or two. I would like to absolutely remove this ordinance, repealing this board, but at the same time, maybe we could get a memo from the board with their outline of their goals and objectives and see if they did want to change the name, because that was something we had discussed back in February. I'm sorry, 1 second. City Clerk?
That is on their radar for their next meeting to
Fantastic.
discuss.
So maybe we could ask for like a memo to be sent to us, because I'm sure they're not going to be able to come up with everything that first meeting. There's a lot going on that first meeting. So maybe within 3 months, see if they can send us a memo with their goals and objectives and go from there. Vice Mayor.
It was a charge that we put to them. It didn't really have anything to do with the ordinance, so I would like to see the ordinance struck. But the charge was put to them, and I know they're going to want to show their goals and everything to us. Their agenda is out. We receive the minutes from their agendas after they have their meetings, and we are also going to have the yearly reports coming out also.
Good point.
So I would like to see them just move ahead, get in their own groove, and we'll be able to watch via the minutes rather than tackle them with an extra charge over what they've already been charged. So I would just make a motion to strike ordinance number 2019-53.
Hang on 1 second. City Attorney, is that a sufficient way to, would,
If there's no motion to adopt the ordinance, you can just take no action and move on. The ordinance will die that way.
Okay, well
will
then
it,
I withdraw that motion.
will this sit out in limbo?
No,
It just,
that's how you kill it.
okay. How we kill it is no action. Go ahead, Commissioner Emmerich, I'm sorry.
Yeah, when we're talking about the memo and stuff like that, I would much rather go like 3 or 4 months down the road and have a joint meeting with them and go ahead and, when possible, when our meetings come up, we'll have a meeting with them and discuss where do they want to go and stuff. So I thought that would have been a little bit more personable once they got up and running, just to have a little chat and see where we can help and where they want to go. That's the way I was looking at it.
Sounds like a good idea, but I think our requests for joint meetings, I think we're like 1 for 20. So I don't know if it's going to be possible with their schedule, our schedule and stuff, but I do like that idea. It is a little bit more personable. So,
It could also be in a workshop atmosphere too, just getting together,
or even a presentation.
something.
That's what I was thinking. Their annual report usually comes out about January, so that's about that 3 month or so down the road. And we could either do a presentation and be able to speak to them in a presentation or a workshop.
Right.
But have their annual report done in person instead of just a memo.
Right, and the timeline doesn't have to be specific. They may have even gotten a couple projects done that they'd like to come up and share with us on what their accomplishments are too. So just a conversation face-to-face is sometimes better, that's all.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I agree.
Is there any consensuses or motions to the discussion that we had after no action was taken for this advisory board? Hearing none, we'll just see how things play out, and I'm sure we'll all be closely monitoring this. Alrighty, so now we have our first reading regarding the solid waste commercial properties, processes, and late fees. I need a motion to read by title only, please.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Motion on the floor to read by title only by Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Emmerich. Hearing no discussion, we will go ahead and take voice vote. Vice Mayor?
Yes.
Commissioner Emmerich?
Yes.
Commissioner Carrison?
Yes.
Commissioner Hanks? And myself, yes. City Clerk, could you please read that by title only?
Ordinance number 2020-26, an ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, amending the code of the City of Northport, Florida related to the collection of solid waste from commercial properties and establishing a late payment fee by amending Chapter 62, Solid Waste, and Appendix A, City Fee Structure, repealing Section 62-57, Delinquent Commercial Accounts, and Section 62-66, Appeals, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing an effective date.
Thank you, City Clerk. City Manager?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to ask Julie Belia, Public Works Director, to come up and address this issue along with her staff.
For the record, Juliana Belia, Public Works Director. For many, many years, the Solid Waste District has had administrative type contracts between commercial establishments and the Solid Waste District to provide their services. What happens is when we do not receive payment, it's a real struggle to try to obtain it. And we'll start with phone calls, we'll send letters, so on and so forth. And a lot of times it'll get to the point where we just have to end up pulling their trash receptacle, whether it be a dumpster or some other type of a roll-off or something like that. So what we did, we met with the city attorney's office and we tried to, we didn't try to, we discussed with them some of our available options to rectify the situation. And of course, the first thing was the contracts. They're not approved by the commission. That's problematic. Second, if we did get into a contractual situation and they do not pay. Now we're getting into a breach of contract. And of course, I'll have to refer to Amber to get more into that detail. But what we ended up was it would be much better, much simpler, and much easier just to send an invoice through the city's utility billing system that they pay every month. Then if they don't pay, we can assess the late fees. And if that, that still doesn't work, we will just pull their receptacles and so forth. So with this ordinance, the language in the current ordinance is amended to reflect that new procedure. In addition, we did add a new solid waste fee on page 6 of 9, $30 for tote swap out after the initial selection, one per residence. So a lot of times we'll have residents that will want, say, a 65-gallon tote, and they've got a family of 4. They realize that, of course, they need a larger tote, 95-gallon. So when after we're going to have to go back there, is it a second time, Frank? The second time?
Yeah.
Yeah, then it's going to be, we're requesting to add a $30 charge for that, because we have a lot of these. People, when they first get the totes, they think they're going to be large enough, and they realize that they're not. So now we've got staff going up per year, excuse me. And then the solid waste initiation fee right now is $100. In order to cover our costs, we're requesting to double that to $200. And on page 7 of 9, the size of the containers, we've just amended those to reflect what the actual sizes are. It's just some older language, and the gallons, of course, they vary. They're a little bit different. And on page 8 of 9, we are requesting, and it's similar to how the utilities department does, a delinquency processing fee charged when a customer fails to make a payment in full 14 days after the bill is due, and that would be $20 after the bill due date per month. And finally, a late payment fee, 1% of an account's unpaid balance plus $5. Are there any questions?
Commissioner Carrison, did you have questions? Vice Mayor, go ahead, please.
I have a few questions. The first one that came to mind is you had a contract previously. You're looking at an agreement at this point, correct?
No, ma'am. Currently, we have a contract with the customer, the district and the customers. We're not going to have the contracts any longer. They will just pay a monthly bill on their utility bill.
Vice Mayor, if I may, legally, the terms contract, an agreement is a contract.
Okay.
And these were entitled as contracts, but they weren't really contracts. They were more or less the client or the customer signing off on the city's policies and procedures and rates. So when we examined that and looked at, well, do we need real contracts that under the charter, everyone would have to come before the commission, be signed by all the charter officers? Or is there another way that we can do this that still kind of, continues something similar to what the department has been doing, but, it kind of clarifies the situation so that there's no confusion legally as to what the relationship is? Maybe that's a better idea.
I think it's brilliant. I mean, I absolutely love this. It's great. Do you have the personnel in place to handle all of the fiscal part, the billing part?
Yes, ma'am.
Got it.
We have an arrangement with utilities, and correct me if I'm wrong, we pay for that service to utilities. And actually, it's going to be easier. I discussed it with our staff, and we're spending way too much time chasing after those that are not paying, so this will be much more efficient. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Your $30 fee on page 6 of 9, is there some way that we can actually state per year also?
Yes, Frank Lamas, solid waste manager, and we did discuss this already one time before. He asked us to put it in there, we will put that in there.
Okay, so if I'm understanding this properly, they get to exchange once for free.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
After that, they pay the $30.
Correct.
Yeah, I think that somehow needs to be worded a
Okay.
little
Explain
bit,
it
so
again.
you
Do
have
that.
an understanding,
Yep.
you have one-time swap for free, and then you're hit with the fee.
May I piggyback off that?
Sure.
So since the residents have a garbage tote and 2 recycling totes, let's say they come in January and say, I need a larger garbage tote. And then in August, they come back and they say, oh, I need a larger recycling tote.
Right?
So does that count as one change out?
No.
Or is that 2? Because
That's 2.
it doesn't, do you see where I'm going with
Do-
this?
Yes. Do you understand what we were doing here? What happens is, if I have a blue recycling container, okay, I switch it out 6 times during the year. It's not about garbage or tan lid or blue lid. It's just about one lid.
Okay.
See what I mean? Yeah.
That probably needs to be
Sure.
clarified a little bit
Sure,
more
we can do
because
that.
I
We can do
see
that.
a little loophole that people may, well, you changed out my trash, but you didn't change out my recycling.
Right.
So just a small loophole, and
Okay.
I'd like to
Yep.
close all those to save you guys. Thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor,
Okay.
for letting me weigh in on that.
Sure.
Can
And
I
that,
ask a question? Oh, sorry.
Is it on this, Commissioner Carasone?
Yes, yes.
Go ahead. If that's okay, Vice
yeah,
Mayor.
go ahead.
Go ahead, Commissioner Carasone.
So this is under commercial services. Is this all in one? Because it sounds to me we're talking about now neighborhood services versus commercial.
No, it's just residential. Yep. Yep.
Commissioner Carazone, this special waste fees is just for residential.
Under 2.03, where it says city fee structure,
Yes, ma'am.
is just for residential.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we're almost talking about 2 separate things then.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify. Thank you, guys.
Yes, ma'am.
And staying on that same page, the solid waste initiation fee?
Yeah. If you can remember,
I don't want to get initiated.
if you can remember, we discussed that. If you're moving into a new home, we used to just give out 1 garbage can, 2 little recycling bins. Now things have changed. We're giving out 3 totes. So we were losing money at $100. To break even, 200 would be the number. So it's
All
an
right.
initiation fee when you first move in.
Initiation, to
She's
me,
talking
isn't
about
really the
word.
term.
Maybe initial, maybe the word
Or maybe a
initial.
startup cost for new.
Thank you.
new-
I thought
Okay.
startup
Call
also.
it, whoops, startup costs.
Yes. Because then it doesn't matter how many times they move. They've already paid that 200 and they get their totes, correct?
Well, if you moved into a new home and 6 months later you move into another new home, you still pay the 200.
Again?
So within
Again.
6 months,
Yep.
I've paid $400?
Well, remember, you're still paying for the material that we're dropping off, the totes, the delivery fee, the admin fee. Yeah. So every new home, so if you move into an existing home that has totes there already, you wouldn't be charged that. Okay?
Oh, okay, there definitely needs to be a definition with that one then.
Yeah, that's
So,
not clear in here.
Yeah, so
Okay.
it is a new residence,
Yep.
not a new home.
New residential structure.
Yes, I like that, Mr. Yarborough.
Startup fee for new residential structure.
Yes. All right, let's say somebody moves into town from Georgia,
Okay?
and that house has totes assigned to it. Do they give you $200?
No.
Because it's an existing structure with
Correct.
totes. Yeah, that definitely needs to be defined then, that is the new structures. And if they move to 2 new structures, I understand that then. All right, thank you. Over on page 8 of 9, this is talking about the commercial, correct?
Correct.
All right, what is a pullout?
When we show up to the account open the gates, and then pull the dumpster out, that's a pull out. So you're pulling out the dumpster.
Pulling out the dumpster.
Yep.
To empty it?
Are there, and I'm going back to my Patriot days.
Sure.
I had a locked, what do you call it? Place. Corral, yeah, thank you.
Correct. Yep.
A locked corral. So, and I had to lock it because everybody used it. So, looks like $10 was added to my bill in the next line
Right.
because you unlocked it.
Yep.
They always pulled it out, I guess, because it was easier to get to.
Right.
Is there anybody who they don't have to pull out of a corral to save that $25 or no?
Yes. So not everybody is a pull out and open the gate. Correct. So you could save that way.
Okay, because riding around on my bicycle this past weekend,
Yep.
I saw there was no doors at our family service center. It was just a dumpster
that's-
inside a corral with no gate.
Sorry, they're working on that.
Working on
They're
what?
working on that.
Okay.
They're being repaired.
But that particular scenario, you wouldn't have to pull it out, correct?
Correct.
Because
As
the
long as
truck
the-
could go in and,
Right, as long as the corral's a certain, well, remember, those doors are gonna be on there. They're just a little behind. But, because it's a new corral, and I already spoke to somebody about that. But, if the gates are, we would have to get out, open the gates, and as long as we can pull in and there's enough clearance, we'll be able to pick it up and place it back in the same spot.
okay. All right, thank you. That answers all of mine.
Does anybody else have any questions on this? I do have a couple. In other ordinances about policies and stuff, and it associated with the fee schedule, there was something in the ordinance that says, as dictated by fee schedule, that can change from time to time. I don't see that kind of wording in here. I know we have service fees or other fees in here, but it doesn't show you where to go get those fees, where to see what those fees are. And usually that's where it says, as outlined in our fee schedule Exhibit A, or whatever that wording is. I don't see that here, and I'm wondering, should it
We
be?
did have that.
No, ma'am, that actually does not appear in most of our other ordinances or code sections. All of the fees for the city are adopted in Exhibit A, the city fee structure.
I'm not asking.
It's not necessary to refer every time throughout the code
Okay.
where the fee is captured, because they're all captured in one place.
Okay, just wanted to double check. If you go to page, lines 186 and 201, this is the editor in me. Public Works Department should be capitalized. Just a small little thing.
Actually, in the code, based on the provisions at the beginning of the code, the terms city, commission, city manager, the departments are not capitalized. So that is
Really?
consistent with the remainder of the code.
Wow,
Yes.
that goes against everything I was taught in school. Thank you.
Also not my preference, but it is the code's preference.
Okay, all right. So now the next one I have is the actual fee structure in this ordinance. Do we really need it in this ordinance? Because the very next one is where we're adopting this year's fee schedule.
I think we should. You are right. In the next ordinance, we do have the fee schedule, and there's some duplication that will be cleaned up before second reading. But because these fees are specific to the changes, the code changes reflected in this ordinance, I think it makes more sense to keep them here. Also, just checking one thing very quickly on the next ordinance. Apparently very long.
The next one is?
Yes, the next ordinance, 2020-27, has an effective date of October 1, 2020, whereas the ordinance that we're currently discussing has an effective date immediately. So if this is adopted at second reading prior to October 1, the fees will go into effect at that time.
Fantastic. All right. So when we go to the next item, which is the fee schedule, there is one item missing, and I'm just bringing it to your attention now because this is your department. We got to make sure it gets added in. If you look on this ordinance, it says 95-gallon container collected once per week, and then it says $48. I did not see that in the upcoming next ordinance, that change. I may have missed it, so while we're going through the steps, you guys can just double check it to make sure it's in there.
Yeah,
Because
actually,
you-
if we have it in this one, we won't need it in the other ones. That's just one fewer thing that we have to take out of the other one. Because the other one will only capture the changes. This one will already be adopted.
But if it's here and it's not put into the new fee schedule, but everything else that's here is being put into the fee schedule.
It's not. Everything that's duplicative that's in ordinance 26 will be struck from 27. In ordinance 27, and we did it this way last year as well, we're not restating the entire fee schedule. It's just showing you what is being changed in the fee schedule.
Okay.
So if this ordinance 26 goes into effect in September, then that will be in the fee schedule and it doesn't need to be changed in October.
I just want to make sure that that got changed in all the appropriate spots. So thank you.
But we'll compare those ordinances and make sure that everything is cleaned up appropriately.
That's all I have then. Thank you very much, guys. Anybody else? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and entertain a motion, please.
I'll move to continue ordinance number 2020-26 for second reading on September 22nd with clarifying the language on page 6 of 9.
Second.
Second.
Motion on the floor is stated by Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Emmerich. Anything to that, Vice Mayor?
No, ma'am.
Commissioner Emmerich, anything?
No, ma'am.
Any other comments? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and do voice vote. Vice Mayor?
Yes.
Commissioner Emmerich?
Yes.
Commissioner Carrison?
Yes.
Commissioner Hanks?
Yes.
And myself, yes. And that passed 5-0. Alrighty. So now we have a first reading of the fee schedule. I need a motion to read by title only, please.
Move.
Second.
Motion on the floor to read by title only by Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Emmerich. Hearing no comments, we'll go ahead and do voice vote. Vice Mayor?
Yes.
Commissioner Emmerich?
Yes.
Commissioner Hanks?
Yes.
Commissioner Carrison?
Yes.
And myself, yes. That passed 5-0. City Clerk, could you please read that ordinance by title only?
Ordinance number 2020-27, an ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, amending the code of the City of Northport, Florida, Appendix A, City Fee Structure, to change certain building, fire, police, parks and recreation, facility rental, solid waste, and road and drainage fees, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, providing for codification, and providing an effective date.
Thank you. City Manager.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Mayor. I will ask Kimberly Farrell, our Finance Director, to come up and address this agenda item. Thank you.
Good morning. As he said, Kim Farrell, Finance Director, and we've heard a little bit of a lead-in here. This is an ordinance that amends the citywide fee schedule. You have 4 attachments. The second summarizes the fees that are proposed to be changed. The third has all of the fees, including those proposed changes, and this is built into the current budget that we've developed. The fourth attachment is for your discussion only. That has not been built into anything. That is for a discussion of, as over time we have began accepting these different fees as credit cards, we've always absorbed that credit card processing fee. So this was for discussion only of whether you wanted to look into potentially recovering that credit card processing fee. So what that final schedule does is take the proposed fees that were in the third attachment and increase them by 1.85, which is the average citywide credit card processing fee that the city pays. Are there any questions on any of the attachments or the fees?
Anybody have any questions? Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Let's stay on that topic.
Okay.
So is staff recommending that we do that 1.85 or whatever?
we were not recommending that. We were bringing that back up for discussion, in the realization that as, again, over time, as we started we had a fee set, and then at some point we began collecting that fee by credit card. At that time, we chose to absorb that fee and reduce the net to the city. My understanding is that has never been the intent of the city to recover that, or it wasn't at that time. It comes up from different departments and, hey, let's propose adding this on. The intent of this was to do it, hey, let's approach it citywide, and let's either say, yes, we're going to do that, or no, we're just going to continue to absorb it.
Thank you. Because in the real world, business world, that's part of doing business. If they didn't utilize a credit card, they'd be having to write a check, right?
Right.
Can they pay cash? Which would mean that they would have to come in, make that payment in cash or a check. They could mail a check in, but the credit card is it's modern convenience that's been happening for, what, 20 years? Personally, myself, I'm just going to state that I think it needs to be absorbed within us. I don't think it needs to be tacked on when it's a credit card fee. Now, if there's a third party that's doing the billing or something for you, such as what the police department has, that's a little different. But when it's just strictly us collecting a payment through credit card, I don't want to see it tacked on to all of them. May I continue with?
Unless somebody wants to weigh in on that. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
On pages 7, 8, 13, and 16, in each of those, there is a portion which talks about waiving cancellation fees, and that is determined by the city manager. That hits me wrong. It really, truly does. When you have cancellation fees or you have policies and procedures, you abide by them. And to put the pressure on one individual to pick and choose who we might give the fee back to when there is something that's written that is supposed to be abode by, I think puts them in a precarious position. And they then, if they do it for one, are going to feel obligated, I would think, to do it for the next one. And then what good is your policy if you're violating it all the time? So I think it puts the city manager in a really bad position to even have to say, no, that's not what's written. And somebody comes back and says, but it says right here you can, so why won't you? It creates conflict, I think, when it's undue. So for me, I don't like having a waiver for cancellation. On to page 16. It talks about 5601 Sumter. Is that the corner of Sumter and 41?
I'm sorry, what page are you on, ma'am? Oh, I see it now. Sorry.
16.
I see it now. Yeah, that's by the youth at McDonald's at Sumter and 41.
That is the one that I brought up wanting to know why we didn't have food trucks, at that location. So that particular location is renting for $30 an hour.
Prime time.
And the Achieve Anything membership doesn't apply to it at all either. I know that might be prime real estate, but I don't see very much happening out there very often. It's kind of like having an activity center where it's designed so that commercial can't go into it anymore. I see you laughing, I see you laughing. So I'm wondering, what are the ins and outs to this property?
Monica Bramble, Assistant Public Works Director. So yes, it is the property on the corner of 41 and Sumter. It's a road and drainage property. For a number of years, it has been utilized by one vendor for a fall and a spring craft show. We had been approached by an individual who has the Northport Farmers Market that wanted to also utilize it. So at that point, we needed to get a fee in there.
Needed to get a what?
A fee in
Oh,
the schedule
okay.
because we did not have a fee for rental of that property. Working through the city manager's office, we utilized the fee schedule for parks this year until we could get before you with this fee schedule. Parks has the achieve anything. That's a very strictly parks procedure. So when this came before you at a workshop, you asked if that achieve anything was going to apply because it's road and drainage. We said no, but you wanted it reflected in the fee schedule. So that's why it's specifically stated there that the achieve anything does not apply. It's because of the COVID that the Saturday market has not occurred since March. The vendor is still very much interested in for the Saturday market, but until things settle down, the vendors aren't going to be participating. So for Saturdays, that property has the potential of being booked all year long.
But a food truck can book it Monday through Friday, right? Suppose 6 food trucks want to pull in there and split the cost. What, Monday through Friday? Can they? I know we're going to be
I don't see
talking
why they
about
wouldn't.
food trucks later, in a different agenda, but
Whoever pulls the application or, and pays the fee, if they want to have multiple trucks, that's their business. I don't think we really have a dog in that fight, so to speak.
okay. $8 is what, $240 for the day?
For prime commercial on 41 and.
That's not being used.
But it's prime, but it's gorgeous. Big money.
And I would like to see some of those food trucks out there being able to utilize that. So I'm just bringing this to the attention of the commission so that there possibly can be a further discussion on that. Page 8, and you're going to have to forgive me. I made these notes a few days back. There's some kind of talk about 2 membership pass promotions. This is the Aquatic Center. I was just wanting to understand it's under installment billing termination. 2 membership pass promotions may be scheduled annually at the city manager's discretion. What is that?
Tricia Wisner, Assistant Director of Parks and Recreation. This is similar to what we have been doing in the past for Achieve Anything memberships. Maybe we'll have a drive where if you sign up, you get a set of headphones or something like that to make a promotion for this. So a marketing to try to get more members.
Oh, where did I miss that? Good catch.
This is a membership promotion,
Yes.
and you would be giving away 2 membership passes?
No, I'm sorry. There'll be 2 times throughout the year where we'll do some kind of a promotion for members. For new membership signups, maybe if you're a new member and you sign up during this time, you get a set of earbuds, or you're put in a raffle for something, or you get an extra month of your membership rather than it being a 12-month membership, it's a 13-month membership.
Okay.
There would not be a free membership given away or 2 free memberships. It's 2 promotional opportunities throughout the year for those members.
Okay, that I'm understanding now what it is.
Can I weigh in?
Yeah, I'm
Thank you.
done, I'm done with that,
Okay,
so go ahead.
thank you for catching that. Why is it under installment billing termination? Why is it just not, why throw it in there?
I think it was just under billing, and it had been in its own spot. If you'd like us to move it to a different section or a headline section, we can definitely do that.
I think the one at the top where it talks about admission policies, it could fit under that one too.
It just seems like it's a quirky little spot for that tidbit. And is it really necessary? Because if this is between Parks and Rec and the city manager that, hey, we're gonna have a promotion because it's the beginning of the summer and we're gonna do this promotion and we're gonna give away blah, well, why is that in here?
I think we had received direction many years ago to put this in there for the memberships for Achieve Anything, and we were following suit, but it is more of an operational item, and we can remove it completely.
I don't ever remember having that conversation. And if it's direct, is it directly related to the Achieve Anything? Or is it related to the pool membership?
It had been Achieve Anything, and so we're now duplicating that wording for the pool, since we did not have that opportunity. So it has been in there for years for the Achieve Anything. and now
That's
we're
why
following
this is
suit.
new.
Yes.
Okay. It just sounds quirky. but-
Mayor?
Go ahead, Commissioner Carrison.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. This sounds like just a budget line item that should be under promotional events or whatever. Definitely doesn't need to be included in here.
Can we get consensus to take out the 2 membership pass promotions may be scheduled annually at the city manager's discretion?
I'm a yes.
Commissioner Hanks?
Yes.
Commissioner Emmerich?
Yes.
Commissioner Carrison?
Yes.
And I too am a yes. So we're going to remove that, and where else it might be mentioned in this, so I think you said
There are
there's
2
places.
locations, so we will remove that and just work directly with city manager for promotions.
Yeah. Does anybody else have any questions on fee schedule? I have a couple.
I only had one.
Go ahead, Commissioner Carrison, I didn't hear you, so go ahead, please.
Sorry, there's a big delay. It's about the interest rate on the credit card fee. A 1.8, is that the percentage rate? It just seems very large amount, especially for the volume we do.
Do you have a page number on that, Commissioner Carrison?
No, it was the additional possible charge of the credit card fee, processing fee that was mentioned in the beginning.
Kim Farrell, Finance Director, that is also stated in the staff summary. What that is the average of the city. Every transaction has a different charge, but the 1.85 is the average that we pay for processing through a credit card.
Do we use the same company for all of our processing, or are they all different?
I believe we have different systems in different departments.
Well, maybe that's something we need to look into because 1.85 seems extremely high as far as the processing fee when you're doing the scope of processing we're doing.
I would say
It's
that's
not unheard
low.
of,
That's
2.5.
really low.
I've heard a lot of commercial merchants as high as 2.5.
I think it's, affordable, I really do, but do you need a consensus from the commission of whether to
Keep it in or?
Put it in or take it out? I mean, do you need direction for that?
Right, that was what we wanted a direction on. Do we want to keep looking into that and developing that plan? It wouldn't have to be rolled out exactly how we have it here, or is there even any interest in doing that, or do we want to continue to absorb that as a city?
So just for understanding, we'll get to you, Commissioner Carrison.
No, that was just me moaning.
Okay.
She wiggled.
Yay. So it's my understanding this 1.8% is if we were to, if a citizen was to pay for something with a credit card, they would automatically be charged this 1.8 processing fee. and you're looking for direction to either absorb it in that department and not charge the citizen, or to charge the citizen.
Yes.
Okay. So we have to give you direction. I am in favor of having it absorbed. I think it would make everybody's life easier. I know that it probably would, and I don't know what we're talking about dollar-wise for each department. It seems like it would be minimal. I don't know. Maybe utilities department is different because they have a lot of people that pay for their water and sewer. Do they pay with their credit card, or do they just do online debit?
Well,
And
if you figure utilities generates, what, about 20 million in sales? Something like that?
Yeah, I
Something like
do
that.
believe they already charge for credit card processing.
But is this the same as, are they charged this if they're using a debit card?
Yes, and the city is also charged the fee if they're using a debit card.
That's crazy.
Now, the city has always absorbed them. To my knowledge, I believe utilities does charge for credit card processing fees.
Okay, so can we keep it that the utilities continues with what the utilities does, and then we give direction for the remainder of the city?
That's what we were asking for,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that
Yeah.
we're clear on what's going on here. Let's get a consensus to absorb the 1.8, whatever credit card processing fee citywide, excluding the utilities department.
I'm a yes.
Commissioner Hanks?
Yes.
Commissioner Emmerich?
Yes.
Commissioner Carrison?
Oh, yes.
All right. All right, so that took care of one of them. All right, Commissioner Carrison, the floor was still yours. You had that question. I think we cleared that for you. Do you have any follow-up questions or any additional?
I just wanted to know, outlined where was there a change to the parks fees, or, because I know that she mentioned that they were in the second attachment, but for some reason I can't find it. Like, is it in the strike-through underline version? Is it an accumulation of everything we spoke about during budget? Is it?
It starts on page 2 at the bottom.
Which attachment? I got page 2 of Appendix A, or the updated fee schedule? Or
This is the summary of proposed fees. On page 2, you'll see police up top, and down bottom, Parks and Rec fees starts.
It's section G, like George, Commissioner Carrison, if that helps you find it easier.
No, it's only laid out on mine where it says Appendix A, or that it says list of changes to citywide fee ordinance. Could it be under there? It's got to be it. Oh, all right. FG, Parks. So the reason why I'm asking this is that I guess at one point we said that the anytime membership would not apply to the aquatic center. Is that correct? There's no discount?
Tricia Wisner, that is correct. We have not applied the Achieve Anything membership to the Aquatic Center.
Okay. So I guess that I would, at this time, see if we were willing to kind of look at that, because the Achieve Anything membership does receive a discount to everything other than this particular park. And, I mean, if we reduce the entrance fee to what the military veterans fee is for someone with an anytime membership fee, I think it would be equivalent. I just don't think it's fair that this one park is the only one that's not being given a discount while you're paying for that annual fee.
Commissioners, if you recall, when we had the operating discussion for this facility, looking at balancing revenues based upon the cost of the facility, during that discussion with Councilman Hunsaker and at looking at what our expected revenue was, the decision was not to apply the 50% discount at this point. One, making sure that we were bringing as much revenue as possible.
Mhm.
2, our fees were very competitive for the market. And 3, that we were going to analyze data from a year of operations. And again, we really haven't had the opportunity to have much data collection at this point.
I was going to
However-
say, I don't think we're going to be able to do that.
However, out of the input that we are receiving, the concerns regarding the cost have been very minimal. It's been more about just access.
Right.
I agree with that wholeheartedly. I'm just trying to, this anytime membership fee is quite a large amount of money, and you're talking about maybe $1 difference. I don't see why we can't offer something similar. I don't think, if I remember our conversations with the Hunsaker, it wasn't going to be that astronomical of a difference, really, when it came to the revenue side of things.
Commissioner Carrison, could I ask a question on that?
Mm-hmm.
If you haven't achieved anything membership, and let's say you want to rent a hall at Morgan Center, if I have achieved anything, it cuts it in half. It gives me a 50% discount. Are you looking, Commissioner Carrison, for a 50% discount for admission into the Aquatic Center for Achieve Anything?
No, let me restate what I said. What I'm saying is that if you have an Achieve Anything membership, and of course I'm trying to find the darn page that shows all the Aquatic Center charges, and I can't find it. But I think there's a discount for either senior citizens or veterans that brings it from $8 to $6, and I wish I could find it, but I can't find it in here.
I believe it starts on page 14 of Appendix A.
And that is correct. Children are $6, resident children are $6, and adults are $8 for daily admission.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying, is just bring it down to the same discount we already have for veterans, and you said it was on page 14?
That's where Parks and Recreation starts.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm just talking about the admission price. And as far as the renting of the spaces, I think you need to leave that alone because there's so few spaces to rent. I'm only talking about the $1 to $2 difference for admission.
Personally,
Vice Mayor, go ahead.
I think this is a topic that we need to look at after we get through a year of operation, where we can actually see the numbers, get the feedback from the public, look at the scheduling versus the admission charge, how many people actually pay a one-time charge for admission versus how many purchase the yearly pass, and those types of things. But we need a full year to really see where we're going to. Otherwise, the structure that we put in place was to recoup as much fiscal as we could. So I would rather wait until we get a year under our belt.
Can we make sure it's a real year, though, not this year?
Of
Exactly.
Of course.
We
Commissioner
prefer that.
Hanks, I'm sorry, did you want to weigh in on this? Oh, I thought I saw you, okay. Commissioner Emmerich.
Yeah. Do you have a plan right now to where you're giving senior citizens and veterans discounts, or is it just straight admission of $8 for a Northport adult?
The senior admission rate is $6, so that is lower than the standard adult rate.
Okay.
And then the veterans is also $6.
Okay, because I didn't see it, so I just wanted to make that clarified. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and as far as me weighing in on this, I could not in good conscience do anything with the Achieve Anything for the admission of the Aquatic Center at this point. We just don't have the data yet. And I agree with Commissioner Carrison. We need a full year data, not a COVID year data, not a partial year open data. We need a full year, and God, I hope next year is going to be that year. But as of right now, I could not be in favor of doing an Achieve Anything discount. Commissioner Carrison, do you want a consensus to get it on the record, or what would you like to do?
No, I just wanted to I just wanted to bring it up for conversation because I've had a lot of people complain about having the Achieve Anything membership and not receiving a discount. But, you know, then you explain it's only $8, and most of the time they're okay with it, really.
Yeah, but they,
Go ahead.
I was going to say, if they get the yearly pass for the aquatic center, that's already discounted considerably versus paying it each time they go in for admission. So maybe that might be a good thing to kind of put out there for.
Right. I think that's where that data collection comes in, as Vice Mayor was discussing, is that's the kind of numbers that we need to find out, because a lot of people are hesitant on buying that year pass, especially because of the weather, really. There's been a lot of complaints about, you know, getting kicked out after only being there for 15 minutes and losing all the money they just paid. So, you know, I agree that we need to get more information first, and this is a horrible year to gather information. So, you know, I just thought it was worth at least having the conversation about it.
Appreciate that. Do you have any other questions or anything else that you would like to have discussed?
I'm just trying to review what the actual changes were, if there were any increases to the parks fees. Because it looks like there's just a lot of adjusting and manners and, you know, and trying to explain things more thoroughly. But is there any specific increases that we're aware of?
There were no increases. There were a couple new fee categories proposed, but no increases.
Okay, so are the new fees like the sports field rentals, things that would be transferred to us because of the change in management?
Outside of the interlocal fees that we received direction to follow through with what the county fees currently are, within the first section of the fee schedule, we have two proposed new fees. One is $25 per space for signature events for nonprofits to be able to have merchandise booths, and then $12.50 for space at community events for those nonprofits to have merchandise booths. So again, this would be to allow them to sell for profit items. We don't currently have that category.
Where was that? And is that per hour or per event?
Per event.
Okay, good, perfect.
And that falls right in line with the 50% reduction compared to the for-profit organizations.
Awesome. All right, because I remember I haven't had but like a day to actually look this over. Okay, so that's the only true changes. I thought that we were adding in there like the sports field rentals and practice standard use for youth leagues.
We did add in the interlocal information.
Yeah.
It was added in, Commissioner Carasone, using the county's rates.
Okay, and
For our
those are
direction.
reflected in H?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm looking at the right thing. All right. All right, that's it. I think I'm good for now.
Fantastic. I just have a couple. First one's a little one in the title. It says city fee structure to change building, fire, police, parks, recreation. I didn't see anything change listing EMS, but some of the changes in the fee schedule are done by EMS, and I'm wondering, do we need to include EMS in here?
Those fall under the fire.
Fire is, okay.
It's the way they're sectioned off. The fee schedule has specific sections.
Okay.
And it falls under the fire section.
Okay, fantastic. The only other one I have is regarding the pool. When I look at the facility rentals of the pool, sorry, Miss Trish, I didn't realize you just scurried back there really fast.
Was hoping.
I see the rentals for specific areas of the aquatic center. I do not see a rental for the actual stretch pool only. And I think that that would be very important to have in there.
We have been utilizing the dive well as one section, and then the number of lanes is a combination for the other sections. So it kind of has given us more of an a la carte way to handle the comp pool.
So if somebody wanted to come in and rent the full pool itself, before hours, after hours, whatever, for whatever reason, how would you then charge for that, using the dive well and then each lane?
That if they wanted all the lanes, and that gives them an opportunity to determine their space.
Okay. So then,
Mayor?
go ahead.
But that's not spelled out here. Where is that spelled out? Because I see, I mean, if I read it, I would think that it's $325 an hour.
Where do you see three? No, that,
Under H, because it has listed dive well, $80 an hour.
Mhm.
And then if you look underneath that, it still says slides or stretch pool for a max of 300 people. And it just mentions stretch pool in the next 4 lines. So, you know, there really isn't any clarification as to, okay, we're going to do it this way. This is the calculation. I think you bring up a great point, Mayor, that it needs to be clarified.
We
How
can.
many lanes are in the pool?
It depends which way the pool is set up, but there's. Maximum.
You need to come down,
There'd be a
please, I'm
maximum of
sorry.
16 if there was if the dive well was removed. With the dive well in, it's 10 lanes.
I'd like to get a consensus to have a actual pool, full pool, regardless of how it's set up, to be listed as one of the things that you can rent for second reading and come up with that figure. I think that would be beneficial, because if they want to rent the whole thing, I don't think it matters how it's set up. They want to rent the whole thing, including the diving
Mayor,
board. Go ahead, Commissioner Carrison.
I think they should come back with what calculations and the manner in which they're doing it now, and just find a way to verbally reflect that in this fee schedule.
Exactly, that's
Because it
what,
sounds like they've got a system. It's just not clear by reading this fee schedule.
Well, if you've got 16 lanes and it's $10 an hour, you have $160 an hour for these, the long section. The other is $80 an hour, so you're looking at $240 an hour for the complete stretch pool area.
Well, it doesn't say that here.
yeah.
Correct.
Actually,
It says for a maximum
Yeah.
of 350 or something like that, but this is actually $110 less than that if you rent it the way
Yeah,
by lane.
and then maybe put like maximum patrons or something like that, and make sure it includes the lifeguards and things. I think that it would be in our interest to put that in there, just to have it. Okay. So, and maybe renting the whole thing is cheaper than renting just, you guys come back with it for second reading.
Yeah.
Can I get a consensus to have that done for second reading?
Yes, I would also like to see a differential put in for outside of operating hours.
Yes, and that,
I think operating hours would be a little more prime because you have, you know, the citizens coming in and that. But after outside operation hours, I think you can offer a little more discount to that. Thank you.
Excuse me, Mayor.
I'm not
I'm sorry,
I'm not
hold on,
sure.
Commissioner Carrison, hold on 1 second, I'm sorry, hold that thought.
Can you repeat your consensus one more time?
Consensus to have the staff come back for second reading for the rental cost of the entire stretch pool, breaking down standard hours and before/after hours.
If I could get some clarification on that, we have it broken out in the fee schedule where there's the within standard operating hours, and then there's the section where it's outside of operating hours already. And part of the direction that we had received was that certain rentals couldn't happen when the full facility was operating. Obviously, we can't preclude the public access during a normal day to the whole facility. So by nature, some of these things can't happen when we're operating. So we've kind of covered that, so I might be missing what you're looking for. A differential.
Excellent point.
Yeah,
Excellent point.
yeah, for the whole pool. So can somebody come in and say, hey, it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon and I want to rent the dive wells myself for my family and 10 friends, and I want to rent the dive wells at 2 o'clock in the afternoon when the whole facility is open? Can that happen?
Portions of the facility can be rented as long as we're not precluding access to the full facility for the public.
So by renting the pool only still allows people to go into the Lazy River Aquatic Center.
Yes.
So could you, based on that prior direction of not prohibiting people from access to the aquatic center, could you rent the entire pool from 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock on a Wednesday afternoon?
As part of that direction previously, it was also to allow recreational swimming with the full facility being open. So at this point, we're allowing access, a rental of the dive well and maybe 4 or 5 lanes, but we're really keeping that shallow area open for the recreational swim when the full facility is open to allow public access at all times.
So,
Actually, after this discussion, the way you have it laid out is logical.
but what about before hours? You rent it entirely before hours.
We could, and we'll come back with that fee.
Okay, so just for before hours, not during operation, because you did bring up a good point, and thank you for that little reminder. So, City Clerk, is the consensus clear for before hours or after hours only? And Commissioner Carasone, you had a follow-up question or weigh in?
Well, I think before or after, it doesn't matter. I was worried about the belief that after hours would be less money, because I think you're still going to have some requirements of staff to be there that wouldn't be there typically. So it actually may wind up being more money. I guess it all depends on, what kind of negotiation you make with whoever it is that's using it. The other concern is, I guess what I was really looking for was just the way that it's being broken down. It could be that you're charging by lane. I could see you cutting half of it down for a private party and a big old sign saying private party, and then the other half would be accessible to the public. So I guess there's all kinds of ways I could see it being done. It's just when I go to try to find out how much it's going to cost me, this is just unclear. That's the only thing I was trying to get to.
Okay, so let's get consensus to have the rental for second reading to be included for the entire stretch pool area for outside normal operating hours.
Yes.
Commissioner Hanks?
Can't we get inside too? I think that's the whole point.
But we can't rent the pool, the entire pool, during regular hours of operation, because then that's cutting everybody's access to that part of the pool. That's what the staff.
I get that, but the way that it's written here in the hourly fees, it has stretch pool inserted in every one of these hourly fees.
Yeah, you're
so
right.
The point is during hours, how do you rent half of that pool? How do you rent it by the lane? And then same with the after hours. I guess I'm trying to say that we shouldn't just minimize it to the after hours fees. Just give us what it is they're doing and just make it clear.
Staff, I'll let you weigh in one more time, and then we're going to continue on with our consensus.
Because we are not, because we do not want to preclude access to the competition pool when the full facility is opening, we do it kind of as an a la carte basis. This way we can allow lap swim pass holders to continue access to the pool, the recreational amenities to continue, or the recreational swim area to continue to be open. So instead of having one full price for the competition pool during operation hours, we have the renter can say, I want the dive well in 3 lanes, or I want 5 lanes. And we work around that based upon what the renter is looking for within operating hours, knowing that we're still prioritizing access for the public to the competition pool during those hours.
That's exactly what I'm saying. And so the point is, how is that written in here? Can we just find a way to express that?
If you look in the rental of during standard hours, it says dive well 35 per hour, but they also have to pay for admission to the facility. And then also lane rental is $10 an hour per lane, plus they also have to pay for admission to the park during regular hours. I'm looking for the consensus I'm trying to obtain is for those outside operating hours for renting the entire stretch pool, the entire facility, because nobody else is there. Somebody may want to rent the pool. And that's what I'm trying to get a consensus on.
I guess that the way that it sounded, it sure didn't sound like what's being here for during operating hours. I thought there was a few more alternatives than what's listed, and I guess I just wanted clarification. Other than that, yeah.
Okay, so let's get the consensus to add for outside operating hours a line for renting the stretch pool in its entirety. I have Vice Mayor, are you still a yes?
Yes.
Commissioner Hanks, are you a yes?
Yes.
Commissioner Carrison, your vote, please.
Yes.
Commissioner Emmerich?
Yes.
And I am a yes. Now, Commissioner Carrison, did you want a consensus for anything else on this subject?
I just want clarification for all the different fees, if there's any that are not included on this page. That's all.
I think they can look that over and make sure everything's addressed before it comes back.
That's all I'm looking for.
Awesome. The other thing is I'd like to double check to see this full facility, max 632 patrons for $600 an hour. What is a full facility? Because I do not see that defined anywhere.
It is truly the full facility, the sides, the lazy river, the competition pool, and the splash pad, and this does include the lifeguards required.
So if I was wanting to rent the entire aquatic center before hours or after hours, it's $600 an hour.
Yes.
And is that maximum 632 patrons, is that our limit for?
No, our limit is higher for that. The reason why it's this one is because of staffing. So if we were to get a rental sometimes during the year, we won't have the full depth of lifeguards necessarily. So we wanted to make sure it was at a level where we could handle with the amount of lifeguards that we keep at the lower level that are still certified. They might be on their off cycle, but we'd still be able to have hours to bring them in to make sure that we would have the customer service available for this. So this is at a level which we can staff appropriately, and it's still a really good size group of people.
I just was kind of thrown trying to figure out what does full facility mean, because I was reading that it was the aquatic side of it, not the pool side of it. I'm looking for complete clarity on that, but if you guys understand, I just want to make sure the public understands. It just,
What's it called?
it's called full facility. But if you look up above it, it's talking about the splash pad, lazy river, slides.
What about just adding in full center facility?
Full aquatics.
We could
park,
define it better.
Something, clarify it a little bit better. Do you need consensus on that?
I don't believe so.
Okay. All right. I have nothing else on this fee schedule. Does anybody else?
I'm wondering what the rest of the commission or how they feel about this waiving of cancellation fee by the discretion of the city manager.
You want to get a
input from-
consensus?
Well, my consensus would be to eliminate the waiver for cancellation fee by the city manager. That would be what I would be asking for.
Yeah, because if you, I'm trying to find the page where it says it
On 4 different pages.
exactly. I think you can stop it, that you're allowing the waiver. I'm just trying to look at the word, sorry. Refunds.
I think I see what you're talking about. On H, it says refund, whereas notice of cancellation of rental must be submitted in writing 14 days prior to the event to receive a refund of the rental fee. But then it also says a refund will be processed minus a cancellation fee. So,
But if you go into the
that's-
next sentence, it said a prorated refund for medical reasons will be considered based on the date the request is received if accompanied by a written documentation from a doctor indicating that the individual is unable to participate in the program. And that's
now
usually.
you see, I don't see that. Okay. I don't even see that.
Well, it's in 4 different places, and each of them are worded a little different.
Yeah, each one's a little bit different, and then it's, the one right above where I was reading says the city manager has discretion to approve a waiver of the cancellation fee.
So it's not that, I mean, they're still getting their money back. And what it's doing, the cancellation fee is obtaining the money that the staff time has put into it. Because somebody could make schedule something, and then somebody else doesn't get to use it because it's been filled and they go somewhere else. So I'm not trying to take away giving their money back, but this cancellation fee, I think, needs to stand on its own, and the city manager not be put under the pressure of trying to pick and choose who he's going to give the money, the cancellation fee back to. It's not right.
I agree.
If that's the case, then I think you need to come up with some policy as to why a cancellation fee would not be charged. You know, what would exist for a waiver? Because I can see if someone had a major medical issue, or if it was a state of emergency, or if it was our fault. You know what I mean? Like, there's so many different scenarios.
All of those scenarios are addressed in each of those areas, and it gives it back to them.
Well, that's what I didn't see. So,
If you look on page 7 where it says a full or prorated refund may be approved, the number 2 says, number 1 says
which
that
page
if.
7?
7 of the ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry. Number 1 says that if the city cancels it due to insufficient enrollment, the full refund will be processed. And there's like 4 or 5 different things in there, a full refund. But number 2 says that if the participant requests a cancellation of a registration due to an injury, family hardship, relocation, or schedule change, which would prohibit participation, or if the participant presents a written recommendation from a doctor, then they could withdraw with a refund being processed minus a cancellation fee of either $25 or 50% of the fee paid, whichever is less. Basically, what Vice Mayor is looking at is removing the next sentence. The city manager has the discretion to approve a waiver of the cancellation fee.
I'd be okay with that if you just keep it at a consistent $25 charge instead of 50%.
It was actually you, Commissioner Carazone, who put that part in there of that 50% of the fee paid, whichever is less. That was a suggestion by you.
No, whichever is less makes it better.
Yep, exactly.
Or it's, you just paid as a nonprofit $800 and something for a park. That if it was 50% of that would have, you know what I mean? So that's fine.
So let's get a consensus to remove the sections that give the city manager the discretion to approve cancellation fees. however that gets worded between now and second reading. Vice Mayor?
Yes.
Commissioner, I'm sorry, did you want to weigh in, Attorney, City Attorney? Commissioner Hanks?
Yes.
Commissioner Carrison?
Yes.
Commissioner Emmerich?
Yes.
And I also am a yes. All right, so we have 3 consensuses that I have written down. Whoever
4.
wants to go, you have 4? What was your 4th?
The first one was to remove the 2 membership promotion.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Does anybody want to discuss that $30 fee for that corner lot?
I don't think there's anything to discuss. I think the $30 is there. Are you looking to get it to include the Achieve Anything?
No, because that's parks, that's not part of road and
I
drainage.
think the food truck part of it will
Well,
come back.
that's going to be
when we-
coming up when
exactly.
we have the agenda item, so, okay. So it stands at 4.
All righty, so let's get a motion.
Move to continue ordinance number 2020-27 for second reading on September 22nd, 2020, with 4 changes: removing the 2 membership promotion by the city manager, do not add in the credit card percentages, a full pool charge for outside of operational hours, and remove the waiver of cancellation fee by the city manager.
Second.
I got a motion on the floor as stated by Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Emmerich. City Clerk, I heard the date of September 2nd. 22nd? Thank you. Just want to make sure. So I have a motion on the floor as stated by Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Emmerich. Anything to that, Vice Mayor?
No, ma'am.
Commissioner Emmerich? Anybody else? Hearing none, let's take voice vote. I'm sorry, Commissioner Carrison, did you want to weigh in?
Wiggled
No, I'm
again.
good.
All right. We'll go ahead with voice vote. Vice Mayor?
Yes.
Commissioner Emmerich?
Yes.
Commissioner Carrison?
Yes.
Commissioner Hanks?
Yes.
And I also am a yes. So that passed 5-0. We'll see you at second reading. All right. All right, guys, it's 12 o'clock. And, yep.
Wow.
How about we take lunch and then come back after lunch and tackle our general business items? How does city manager, half hour, 45 minutes?
Whatever works for the board.
Board? Half hour?
Let's do 45.
There you go.
All right, so we'll come back, we'll reconvene at 2:45. I'm sorry. Two.
She's got 2 on the
I got
brain.
2 on the brain, that's always 5 minutes. All righty, so let's correct the time to be 12:45 today. Come back for lunch. Enjoy your lunch, everybody. Yeah, it's not so bad now. I blame it on my fat coat behind me. You're still here.
Hello. I'm here.
Good, how you doing?
Alrighty, guys, we're back from lunch. It's 12:45. And just for the record, Commissioner Carrison, are you still with us?
Yes.
Excellent, thank you. Alrighty, so now we're going to move on to the school board aquatics agreement. I'm sorry, the aquatics agreement with the school board. City manager.
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to have Tricia Wisner, Assistant Parks and Rec Director, come down and present.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Tricia Wisner, Assistant Director of Parks and Recreation. With me today, I do also have Tony Miller, the Athletics Director for the Northport High School, and Paul Maglicane. I hope I pronounced that correct. He is the head swim coach. We are here today to talk about the proposed interlocal agreement for the Northport High School to utilize the Northport Aquatic Center. As an overview, in February of 2018, City Manager Lear sent a letter to the school board requesting funding to help with the CIP project. At that time, the school declined. Separately, staff began working with these gentlemen to determine what their needs are, understand the hours that would be associated with the use, what their teams consist of, so that we could begin to draft this proposed agreement. So overall, there are between June 1st and October 31st, the high school swim team would use approximately 270 hours worth of pool time. Additionally, the high school would use the dive well for approximately 120 hours for water polo season following swim team season. At the current fees, that would equate to about $20,000. Research into other municipal pool offerings with high schools or similar swim teams note that there are very varying ways to manage this kind of agreement. In some cases, fees were waived completely due to capital investment. In other cases, swim teams were required to purchase a membership. All the members within the swim team purchase a membership, and then they could swim at the facility, but there would be a charge for meets. In some cases, there's just a charge for lifeguards. In other cases, they pay the full amount. So it really varies depending upon what the will of the commission is. So we have drafted an agreement that goes through the terms and conditions of use based upon a lot of conversation with the high school, the principal, and the school board representatives, with 4 main blanks. The first one is in section 3B3, and that's the fee per hour for the swim team. Section 3C3 is the fee for the water polo, so that's the dive well. Section 3D2 is the fee for exclusive use of the facility. So this would be if they were to have a meet, either a swim team meet or a water polo meet, where we would be not allowing public access within the competition pool. There is one other blank, which is 3D1. Truly, we're looking for feedback from the school for this. This would be the date that they would give us, the dates for their exclusive use, and this really depends upon conference input and things of that nature. So that date will probably more come from the school side rather than from the commission side. A lot of collaborative effort has gone into this agreement with the representatives of the high school and the school board and help from the city attorney's office. And at this point, we're looking for direction from the commission.
Vice Mayor. Thank you.
I have a few questions, comments, and stuff. First of all, thank you to the gentleman from the high school for doing this. I've been waiting on this agreement for over a year now, so excited about this. First thing I want to ask is, in the calculation of the lane fees, it appears as though it's being calculated at $10 a lane, where in our fee schedule, youth usage of it is supposed to be $8 a lane.
That is correct. So it was just generalized numbers, but you are correct. So we would take the 270 by 8 and come up with that number. We still end up right around the $20,000 mark for the cost of the full use.
Okay, so the actual number or amount would have to be recalculated, or is the high school willing to pay a higher amount than what that half is?
The amount could be recalculated. Those were just general numbers to give you an idea as to where the lines were at.
Okay. This next is just a little tidbit that I want to throw out, because I would like to see this same type of contract used for the Southwest Water Polo Association also, so that something can be arranged for that group too. But in the second whereas, it talks about, in the last portion of it, Northport Aquatic Center for team practice. Shouldn't that be for meets also, or are you doing something separate for meets?
No, this agreement would provide exclusive use for meets that can be amended, practice and meets.
And I found that also missing under C. Let me find where that's at. Page 3 of 12. Even the heading, water polo team practice.
If you note, there is a separate section for the exclusive use of the competition of the pool. So during a competition, we would expect that to be an exclusive use scenario rather than trying to have a meet. A meet takes over a lot more space. It makes it much more difficult for recreational swimming to be happening at the same time, especially when you think of the team space that's required on the deck. So this would be within that section D, exclusive use for competitions.
Okay. Throughout this also, it talks about high school. Does this not also include junior high?
At this time, we had not heard from the junior high about looking to set up an agreement. So these hours and this agreement is really based upon the conversations we've had with the Northport High School and what they outline their need to be. However, similar to what you stated, we do anticipate other user groups looking for similar models in the future. So as the commission builds this, do think about the fact that we have had requests not just from the water polo team, but a recreational swim team, and we may be setting standards that will go further than this.
Does the junior high schools have swim teams?
It does not appear that the junior high school has swim team.
Oh, I would highly encourage that. What a sport for children and youth to be able to develop and grow in. Individual, sport is phenomenal for
And we are hopeful to have that
self-improvement.
the recreational swim team help fill that gap, but I have Paul
Hi,
McLaughlin
Paul
here.
McLaughlin. If I could just comment on that and just the nature of the sport in general, and maybe even more so over the last 2 decades, it's moved to a club sport. In other words, when I swam when I swam in high school, during the high school season, I swam with my high school team. That's almost non-existent now. Your competitive swimmers are swimming with the clubs. So it is the clubs that sort of bring these kids up into the sport.
And I agree, and that's why this agreement needs to be utilized for other clubs and entities, as you're saying.
Understood.
But the school swim team is a great place to start these sports. I was executive director of a YMCA and had 2 aquatic programs, 2 aquatic pools under me. And to watch these kids, it's just like drama and theater pulls something from within an individual out. And I saw so many kids develop because of the swim teams. And they were starting in junior high also. So just
Agreed, and I love the sport also. And usage of facilities tends to be that roadblock. I mean, particularly at the middle school level.
I agree. I totally agree. Thank you for your comments, sir. Does in this the membership to the aquatic center make a difference in the price?
Not in this scenario, just because that means a lot of back and forth with understanding the roster of this person compared to what's, who's signed up for the swim team. However, a lot of swim teams are now doing something similar where they purchase a membership and then they come and they rent the lanes.
But in this agreement, there's no variance or there's nothing that comes into play because somebody has a membership at the aquatic center.
Correct, we've kept them separate.
All right. My final question for this, and I do love this, when it's talking about the pricing, should we really be, and this might be something that city attorney can address, should we really be putting in the price as this is a year to year, just continues to repeat? Should we be putting in a price or should we be saying 1/2 of the price? You know what I'm saying? So that the contract continues to flow year after year and the bottom line can be adjusted year to year. But if you put the price in, you're set to that, and you would have to bring this agreement back, I would think, if there was a change in the cost. See what I'm getting to?
The answer to all of your questions is yes. Yes, the term of the agreement is for, it just starts until it's terminated.
Exactly.
And so, yeah, any change in cost would have to come back before both boards. So certainly if the school board were to agree to that, to say that it's a percentage of whatever is established in your fee, as may be amended from time to time, knowing that your fee schedule, the city's fee schedule can be changed upon a majority vote of the commission, if they agree to that. There are other ways to tackle that as well, which is to put a price in and to say that, the city may adjust the price, annually, and that can come back before the board.
But it would have to come back annually.
Yeah, it would. Any change in price would have to come back annually.
But any change in price comes to us through the budget. I mean, so as a commission, we see any changes within the budget. I'm sure Brandon, Principal Johnson, would have to address it through his budget, taking it to the school board for any variances, unless the objective of staff is to have it that price and keep it that price, regardless of what our pricing or costs would be year after year. So can staff, I mean, she has given the official legal answer, but staff, how do you see this as being the best route to either put the definite price in or 1/2 of the cost?
We were definitely looking for direction as to whether or not the commission felt comfortable with that 50%. We can amend the wording to be 50% of the current fee schedule so that it automatically changes. Or in conversations when we were developing this with city manager, it was to look to do an amendment to the agreement if there was a big a big change within the fee, to allow time for the conversation with the high school to make sure that they were in agreement. So if for some reason the fee tripled, they may not really be excited about that 50% of a really high fee. So there's opportunities either way.
If I may, Trish Sturgis, Aquatic Supervisor. I've written these contracts with area high schools in this region for many years. That is very typical, that it just goes to 50% of what the current rates are, allowing then myself and the coach to look at our annual season and make sure we maximize everything within what they can afford and within what we can do.
So most of the contracts you've dealt with have laid it out 1/2 of cost?
Correct.
Not stating a specific charge?
Correct.
Thank you.
And then it's built right into our program so that when I attach it to him as a user, it comes up with it automatically deducted, so he would know right away as we're discussing his use, what those fees would look like.
I'm in agreement with that. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. Anybody else have any questions?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Commissioner Carrasone.
Yeah, based on the last conversation, you're saying it would be 50% off of the current fee schedule, and that as well would be adjusted from time to time, correct?
Correct.
Yes, they're shaking their head, yes.
The fee schedule can be adjusted from time to time.
Okay, so in the contract, it would say 50% of fee schedule to be adjusted from time to time. All right. So I guess I'm trying to wrap my head around why. I mean, we asked them several times about putting towards this. Is it going to be the team and the team parents paying for this, or is this going to be funded by the school board?
They're getting an answer. Bear with us a moment.
How you doing? I'm Tony Miller. I'm the athletic director at Northport High School. That fee would be covered by the school.
School or school board?
School.
Okay.
As far as I'm talking to
yeah,
Mr. Johnson, obviously anything that you guys decide would have to go back to the school board though for them to approve it. So, but it sounds like we're the ones paying for it.
Okay, but if the school is paying for it, then it's money allocated to the school through the school board.
Correct.
Correct.
Yeah.
Or if it's coming from the athletic department, then that money is raised by the athletic department based on ticket revenue and fundraising that we do outside of normal athletics. So that money comes solely from the high school because we get $0 from the school board for athletics.
Nothing.
0.
Wow.
Except for we get transportation,
sure,
that's it.
I thought they gave you some sort of a foundation, a baseline for money, and then you had to go above that for anything else.
No, ma'am. We raise all of our money for the athletic department through ticket sales and through fundraising.
And then the athletic department, that splits it between the swim team, the football team, the baseball team, or?
Yes, ma'am. We have 22 sports at Northport High School, and then when we add water polo and beach volleyball, which was the plan for the spring, would be 24. And the athletic department pays for everything except for transportation, and that money is raised through, like I said, ticket revenue and fundraising.
Well, that's just horrible. I think it's time we talk to our school board members on that one.
And that's consistent within the county.
Yeah. Okay, so that gives me a little bit better understanding of the 50% versus the full fee and other avenues that were, spoken about today. And then when we talk about 50% of the fee schedule, At current pricing, what are we looking at?
It's just under $10,000 for the year.
Minus the differential between $8 and $10 a lane.
So you're saying that that's not considering the difference of $8 to $10, or from $10 to $8.
Yeah,
Right,
and
so
that
it's
also doesn't
definitely-
include any exclusive use.
Right, I was gonna ask that.
Any what?
Oh,
Exclusive use is not included in that. This is just for practice.
practices.
Okay, but isn't the point to allow them at least when we were planning it out, was to allow them to have the meets there as well? So that would be a completely different contract?
No, that's within this agreement, just the dollar amount that we were talking about is not within that, that dollar amount.
Oh, I see what you're saying. That's just for practices. So how much would it be for them to utilize it for meets?
Well, it depends upon how many meets that they wanted to hold. It's $300 to secure that. We were calculating it based upon the a la carte rates, about $300 for that portion of the facility.
Per hour or per meet?
Per hour.
Okay. And so would that have to be added into this agreement?
There wasn't a total dollar amount, so there is a section within here in the agreement on page 3 for exclusive use for competition in section D2, where you can put either a dollar amount or a maximum percentage or a percentage of the fee schedule. So we're looking for the commission to tell us how you would like to move forward with determining the fee for that.
Okay, so based on the experience of our supervisor over there, what is it usually done throughout? I mean, I assume you have Florida experience. What is it usually done here in the area?
Yes, correct. In the Southwest Florida locally, I've hosted the district meets, regional meets, and invitationals. And usually what's done is it's agreed upon at the beginning of the year. Once they have been into their FHAA, but I don't think it's going to happen this year, meeting and what they're going to actually be able to host, and then they come back with their schedule. Understanding that that would actually close down the facility and the competition pool area to the public for the duration of a minimum of 8 hours for a regular meet. So I've seen it set as a flat rate for the school for the day, or I've seen them also choose the same thing. We would price it out and then give the 50% reduction.
Okay, so when you say it would close down the area, are you saying the rest of that aquatic center would have to be closed down as well?
No, just the competition pool, ma'am.
Okay, just the pool. Okay. Oof.
To host a meet, we're looking at approximately, on a small scale, 400 or 500 kids from different schools coming and having to access that area, having the specific system set up with the timing system and the scoreboard running and the touchpads in the pool, which would then allow them to have that access to be able to maintain that for their school environment as well. They have to have it closed off.
Paul Michael King.
Well, that makes
Hang on, Commissioner Carrison, go ahead, sir.
All right. I think there needs to be a little bit of clarification with meets. During the regular swim season, we have what's called bi-meets. They're just between, one high school and another high school, or tries maybe 3 high schools all together. Those have a duration of about 2 hours. They're generally going to be in the afternoon, during the week, in the afternoon, after school hours. What Ms. Sturgis is referring to are what you sort of your invitational meets, generally like on a Saturday or a Sunday, in which case we're inviting many schools. As far as our meet season this year, because of all the question marks, I have no meets, I have no home meet scheduled. I have no intention of hosting a meet at this point. If we were to do it this year, it would probably just be 1 or 2 buy meets to start, no invitationals. But certainly in the future, we would love to have the opportunity to host big meets. There's no doubt about it.
Okay, so when we talk about the exclusive use, we're not talking about those school-to-school meets. Is that correct?
Not correct. In that case, we would still need exclusive use of the competition pool. Even two schools swimming each other, we're going to use those 8 lanes that the pool breaks into for competition. And then I believe the pool also gives us then about 3 to 4 lanes for warm up and warm down, which is absolutely essential during a meet.
As well as the timing system.
And keep in mind there are spectators also.
Yeah, so then it still goes to the $300 an hour, but it's just a difference in hours. It wouldn't take 8 hours, it would take 2 hours. Okay. Now I'm getting what you're throwing at me here. And your season is only a few months, isn't it? What is your season?
The season as it is right now, in a regular year.
Normal.
Yeah, in a normal year, it begins in August and it ends in October. And then I believe, I think, you go on to through the state series then. So I may have, a limited number of swimmers being trained beyond like October 31st, I believe.
Normally completely complete by November 10th.
But certainly all meets at the pool would be absolutely over by, by districts, which I think is around October 15th generally.
However, water polo would start in January and go until April,
Right,
correct?
separate season.
Yes.
Okay. See, that's what I was wondering, because you know how football and baseball, they'll have like All-Star League and Summer League and some other league, and I figured this would probably have other uses throughout the year, but that will be in the different types of use, like water polo and something else.
Within this agreement, water polo is also considered. So you have the swim use, the water polo use, and the exclusive use for either type of competition are your 3 primary buckets within this agreement.
Can I ask a question, Commissioner Carazone?
Of course.
When you say the $300 per hour, is that the 1/2 price?
No, that is the full price.
So they would be offered it at $150 an hour?
If that is the commission's desire, yes.
Okay, so the full price is $300. That is what we were talking about in the fee schedule because it stated $300 or $350, and actually when you calculate all those lanes, it's actually less than that. I figured $240 for 16 lanes in the deep well. So, yeah, I would much rather see that $150 an hour instead of $300 for this team.
Could I make one more clarification for the commissioner? She referred to, other sports and their different seasons that they have. That essentially is not high school related. As far as high school, the actual school itself, the sports have just one season. Swim has one season, water polo has one season. That doesn't mean swimming and water polo competition doesn't take place. Those are just on the club level. So on the private level, not associated with the school directly.
When is your water polo season?
Ours is what, January?
January.
January to April.
Is the actual high school season.
Okay, so that was stated previously.
Yes,
Thank you.
I was just clarifying that we, as far as the high school is concerned, it's only those 2 seasons.
Right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Carazone, for letting me ask that.
Go ahead, Commissioner Carazone.
Okay, so with all that said, the water polo that currently exists was a private club, correct? They're not in the same age bracket, or are they? Because I'm not sure about the water polo that has the contract we're working on.
The instructional agreement that we have with Southwest Florida Water Polo encompasses all age groups. They have a very young youth group all the way through masters. They have different offerings throughout on different days for different age groups.
But they need an agreement like this brought before us also. Staff had to finish this agreement before they could bring agreements for any other clubs to us.
I don't know why, but okay.
Thank you.
So the Southwest Water Polo is a private entity, right? It's a private group. It doesn't have anything to do with the school board and the school money. Are we talking about using this same exact agreement for these private groups?
The proposal was for us to have this conversation with commission and get some insight as to how we would want to manage groups that we knew were primarily residents of Northport or schools or that kind of entity, and then bring forth a similar one with similar blanks for the commission to provide input on for fees for other entities. Maybe the entity is a private entity or has a lower resident participation rate or things of those nature for commission to consider when you're looking at fees for those groups compared to the school board.
And so for clarification, this is not being brought forward as a template. Any future contracts will have to be brought forward before the board as well.
Thank you. That is exactly what I was looking for. Okay. Because I have a concern that, I get that we're going to give the 50% off for our student taxpayers that are already paying for the school board and then on top of it paying for city taxes. But when you get to private entities and their groups, I'm not sure if I'm willing to give that 50% off. So just kind of my thought process there. And I still think that the school board should be ponying some money up. Is there a conflict by any chance between the water polo that's, the private water polo group, Southwest Water Polo, and the high school water polo? Will there be a conflict of interest of sorts, or I guess not if there's a if there's an exclusivity use?
No, ma'am, this is Tony Miller again. We're in agreement with them. They're going to fund our water polo team for the first 3 years. It's through, I think, a grant. Similar to what they did up at Venice High School. It's the same club. And so that's kind of whatever you guys decide with them, but they will be funding our high school water polo team.
Oh, that's awesome. Okay. See, so that I could see given the same price if they were going to sponsor the high school team. I get it now. All right. That's fantastic. I think that's good for now. I'm a little concerned after our conversation just a few minutes ago about the fee schedule and how I wanted to take it down by $2 for those who had the Achieve Anything membership. Now we're talking about reducing by 50%. Kind of the similar situation, and that is, I don't know, should we be watching this for a year and make the determination what's best for a fee schedule, all things we need to kind of consider. Does anybody have anything to that?
Well, there is no issue at all in any contract, we should look over it after a year of watching it go through. So putting this in place, getting them out into the pool, working, and then we can revisit it next year, the fiscal part of it. That actually, I think, is accountability and should be done with every contract.
Well, I agree wholeheartedly. I don't think it should be an automatic renewal as suggested or even said in this contract. I think it should be similar to what we do with social service leases. They have to come up every year. You could put them on the consent agenda, and if you choose to change, then so be it. The terms or whatever. But I do like the idea of it being based off of a fee schedule percentage. So those are the two things that I would ask for. And I'm done.
Thank you. Does anybody else have any questions about the agreement? I have a couple. Exclusive use. I just want to hear it. That does not mean we are closing the lazy river or the slides or the splash pad at any point.
No, the exclusive use that's considered within here is just for the competition pool.
Okay.
If the school needs to use it to provide some kind of event where they're closing everything, I believe we would still come forward with a request.
And based on a quote-unquote normal year, the aquatic recreational side is only open on the weekends when school is in session. I don't see it being too much of an issue because it's only for those first couple of months and then it's closed because it's so cold. So I just appreciate the clarity that we are not closing the rest of the pool for these events for swim meets or water polo meet. In the exclusive use, I think there should be a cancellation fee outside of anything that is beyond anybody's control, like COVID or, hurricane or something like that. Because sometimes they may not have enough participants, even though they've gone through all the motions to secure the facility, and then it gets canceled. We've already expended a lot of staff time to make sure things are up and going for this exclusive use, and I think there should be a cancellation fee for exclusive use, but that's something we would have to talk about. In these definitions where it says authorized use areas, I assume this is talking about for like practices for the non-exclusive. Is that correct?
This term does get used in throughout, but these are the authorized use areas to show that at no point an authorized use area is the lazy river or the slides or anything like that. We go through the agreement and say those 270 hours are going to be for lap lanes and the deck space or whatever. And during an exclusive use, it's the authorized areas only. So by following that term through, you see that we're not going to be giving use of the lazy river, the splash pad, and the slides.
But you are giving use to the covered pavilion, which is inside the gate of the recreation area. So how are you going to differentiate between swim team users versus public users that then go into an unauthorized use area?
When we were looking at the layout of the facility, knowing that there'll be sometimes when there's a competition going on with 3 or 4 teams, we don't have enough deck space. So we would have to man that. We would use stanchions or something to keep that space separate. But that was really considered for when we're expecting to schedule this when that facility is not even operating. So this would be during those exclusive use times without that facility even opening based upon scheduling operating hours.
Fantastic. So for exclusive use, it's my understanding that the swim team charges for admission. How much on average does the swim team charge for admission? Or water polo team, whichever.
I would say $5 is a pretty general, even for buy meets, and I want to say that districts was even $5. Correct? Yeah, I think, I believe usually $5.
Okay.
Pretty
You've
much
never
across the
had a
board.
home meet, have you?
What's that?
You've never had a home meet, have you?
No, we've never had a home meet. They were in fact, the team was priorly swimming at the YMCA pool, and technically that pool did not meet standard, let's say, for a variety of reasons.
Okay, so you're charging the admission and you're keeping that admission?
Yeah,
Or-
I believe that was
Yes.
that, I think that's actually the wording in there, yes.
Okay, So when the swim team comes to practice, that becomes non-exclusive use.
Yes,
Are they also paying admission?
that would be included in whatever
It's
your
included,
fees are.
okay.
Yes, that would not be a separate admission.
I saw somewhere where it said the fees were aquatic center facility rental, standard operating hours does not include admission on our fee schedule.
Correct. This is a separate agreement that would then, just for the swim team, and that's why there's wording in there that the participants of the swim team are only there for swim team. If they come for any other reason, they need to be paying admission or have a pass.
And the reason why I'm bringing this up is because if we're going to use it as stated in our fee schedule as amended from time to time, it says fees do not include admission. So we have to be careful with that wording because it sounds like you're charging a fee and then you're charging admission. Do you see where I'm going with this?
Yeah, I can see that we'll need to clarify the 50% of the lap lane
Thank you.
amount without including, yes, additional admission
Okay.
fees or something like that. We'll put that in the fee section.
So when they're doing the exclusive use, is that after hours or is that during regular hours?
We would look for them to provide us a list of exclusive use. Some of those we would see would be during our normal operating hours. That would be the opportunity for us to review that and make sure that that was something acceptable. The ones where possible, we would look to schedule that outside of operating hours. But again, as our operating hours fluctuate, I can't tell you for sure if we're going to have downtime in the morning for the competition pool. To allow for the change of operation hours and not put in here that it must be, within this time frame, we'll get the report from them annually and be able to evaluate it and make sure that we put out notice to patrons if there is a time where we won't be able to allow access to the aquatic center or to that competition pool.
I want that, from my point of view, I want that to be the exception instead of the norm. I don't want it to become normal that on Saturday mornings, the pool's closed. That's not fair to everybody who has their passes. I mean, if it's once in a while, like maybe once or twice during your season, but if it's because like baseball, it's every Saturday.
Yeah,
Those fields are closed every Saturday.
If I could, we're swimming two, aside from districts, which is, every year, we are swimming two invitational meets hosted by, I believe, like Sarasota and Riverview for the entire season.
Mhm.
I can't see us doing more. I can't really see us doing more than one invitational, maybe two at most.
Right.
The question, though, as far as the bye meets in the afternoon, those maybe would be a little more regular. I would like to be able to host, to start off 2 to 3 and maybe build up from there. Now, they're shorter,
Right.
but I imagine to a certain extent they will be taking place during operational hours. And
So-
and exclusive use would really still need to be required.
So your school meets, like
Yeah.
Northport
Exactly.
against Port Charlotte.
Port Charlotte,
Or
exactly.
whatever. Those would be for 2 hours in the afternoon after
About 2
school.
hours.
And you said 2 or 3 times, is that a month or 2 or 3 times a season?
For the season, I imagine, I would like to build up to more than that.
Right.
But coming, like, for instance, this year, chances are,
Who knows
if
this
I could
year?
put together one, I'd be happy. All right, but no, as far as, those are the regular ones. And like I said, invitationals are big meets. They're a big deal, and there are not a ton of them during the regular high school season.
If I may, the ones that I scheduled at my former pool in this area, which host all of that region to our neighbors to the south, we would do 7 annual. 2 of them would be very large, including district, and 4 of them would be on the smaller side. So you'd have a couple in the middle. But that was the full high school season, those 7 and done.
Gotcha.
So that would probably be max.
Yeah, I would agree that that would probably max out around that.
I remember, and this was a couple years ago when we were first talking about the pools, I thought somebody had said that the swim team provides lifeguards. But I'm reading in here that the city is providing lifeguards. Is the cost of lifeguards already factored into all of this pricing so that we're not losing the cost of having lifeguards?
It was recommended by a patron that the lifeguards could be supplied by a team. In looking at it with risk, especially since we're self-insured, they did not have an appetite for an outside entity to provide lifeguards. So we will be providing lifeguards. The lifeguard fees were contemplated as we came up with our rental fees. However, obviously, if you're cutting the fees in half, those fees are also being reduced.
So will this school have to pay for lifeguards for non-exclusive use on top of the use of the facility?
Within this agreement, we did not contemplate that because if it's non-exclusive use, we would already have those lifeguards on stand for other reasons as well.
Right, but what about for exclusive use?
So within the $300 fee, the full cost of lifeguards was in there. So if you discount that fee by 50%, you're also discounting the lifeguard fee by 50%.
So can we charge for the lifeguards and then cut the fee to 50% for the rental? That way then we are paying for our lifeguards and we're whole when it comes to that. Because that is an expense that we have to be whole on.
We could definitely follow the direction of the commission on that.
So we can talk about that one. In C, number 6C, it says the city manager or designee. It doesn't say or designee. Do we need to put that in there? I'm very cognizant of those two words lately.
I believe we'd be fine putting that in there.
This is our standard language that we put in our contracts. I mean, at all times, you're going to have a city manager. An acting city manager has all the powers of a city manager. An interim city manager
That's
has
all
all
I
the
needed to
powers of
hear.
interim.
Thank you.
It's covered in the charter too, I believe.
All right. That's really all the questions I have. I feel so much better knowing that exclusive use isn't the entire facility. That gave me some massive heartburn when I was going through this, so thank you. Does anybody else have any follow-up questions?
I have a comment, and I don't want to get down to the nitty-gritty of trying to figure out how many hours the lifeguard's on, on the deck for a couple of hours, and then you charge half price of the other. It's just too much math. I would rather take that 300, and thank you, Tricia, for telling me the difference of what that 240 and that 300 was. I didn't know it was calculating the cost of the lifeguard. So I would rather just take that base number, cut it in half, and make it the 150, and not create a headache with math and changing stuff all the time.
Can I ask a question based on that comment?
Sure.
I have a question when you're done.
Okay, how much do we pay a lifeguard an hour on average?
I believe the fully loaded rates with benefits and everything for our full-time lifeguards is around $21 an hour. The staff fee that we typically talk about, though, in general, is $30 an hour. That's in the fee schedule. We put it at $30 an hour to cover the variances between different staff members.
And how many lifeguards do we have to have on the pool deck?
If it's just the competition pool, 2, maybe 3, depending upon how full the competition pool is.
Now, see, I do have a problem with that because you're talking about swim teams, and they are excellent at lifeguarding themselves also. So putting 3 lifeguards in where you have, all of these excellent athletes, to me is an overcharge of lifeguard during those exclusive times. Not when it's not exclusive, but exclusive, I think you can handle 1.
Well, I appreciate that. There's a couple items. One is the approved plan from the Department of Health. 2 is that while swim team people are usually really good swimmers, a cardiac arrest is one of those things that would happen. Having 1 lifeguard on stand and having a potential life-saving incident happen would leave you with no lifeguards or no backup to help with a rescue. That is probably not a place that our risk department would feel very comfortable with.
Okay, 2.
So we have a plan, and it would really depend on how many people are in the water and the configuration of the water. So for a regular, say, afternoon practice where we have water polo, like the other day, what you saw, water polo going on, swim team swim in rec area, the bulkhead creates barriers of vision, which is why the Department of Health said once we've got certain bodies of water, we have to go up to 3. It would not be consistently 3, depending on the configuration of the pool.
So for exclusive use during a meet, what does DOH recommend?
I would have 2 on the pool because we'd have the bulkhead moved to the shallow lanes where we have warm-up lanes going this way and we have competition lanes going this way. I would need 1 in position here to visually see that zone and 1 there to guard behind that bulkhead.
So you would have to have 2
on stand at any moment during that time.
Okay, so you would have to have 2 lifeguards for exclusive use during a swim meet, and swim meets would, and I'm not talking non-exclusive, I'm only talking when they're having a swim meet and they have exclusive use of that pool. Right. You're saying 2 lifeguards?
On the stand, which
Now,
means I have a third one who has to rotate in every 30 minutes.
Okay, so you have to have 3 lifeguards at $30 an hour.
Mm-hmm.
That's $90 an hour. So that means that $90 of the $150 is going towards lifeguards and it's only $60. That's not right. That's not right. We have to have lifeguards.
And see, I'm going to argue the opposite. You rotate your lifeguards every 30 minutes?
30 minutes. Yeah.
So they have a break every hour?
No, they just go rotational change. They're not off every 30 minutes,
Then
but a rotational
why do you
change.
need 3 if somebody's not rotating off?
Well, I just need to be able to have somebody rotate in for those break times to give them once they do
How
go
often
on stand.
are they
Especially
breaking?
especially the 17-year-olds have to be off every 4 hours. And then in policy, the other ones have to be off after 6.
Okay, in 4 hour for that 17-year-old, their meets are 2 hours. So, I mean.
And that's what I'm saying. In that case, I wouldn't, but potentially I could have to have the third on a full day meet.
So logically, and just an inter-school type of meet, it's going to be 2 hours, you're going to use 2 lifeguards. Commissioner Carazone hit the nail on the head. These are our citizens who are already paying taxes and they already pay school tax. So trying to squeeze the blood out of the turnip or the beet or whatever for the $15 more for a lifeguard, I don't want to do it. I want to be able to open that pool up. That is an exquisite pool. I mean, competition like crazy can go on there, and the more competition you have, the more revenue you generate. And I'm not going to complain about $15 more for a lifeguard, or even $30 for a lifeguard. I say these kids at this level need it, deserve it, want it. We built the pool for this. I want to see it accomplished.
Commissioner Armich. Oh, I'm sorry. You'll be next, Commissioner Carasone. I'm sorry. Commissioner Armich, go ahead.
All right.
Yeah, just going over these numbers, you're saying a minimum of 2, or is it 3 lifeguards for the event?
A minimum of 2.
Minimum of 2. And how long is the event? Is that 2 hours, 3 hours? We don't know what it
Your
is?
regular by meets during the week between a high school or tries between 3 high schools, those are like 2 hours. An invitational that would generally take place on a Saturday, that's an all-day affair.
That's different.
You've got a lot more schools, so you're running more heats. You're doing the same events, you're just doing them a lot more times.
Now, would that still fall under the flat rate of $150 then for the all-day event and the
It was $150 per hour.
$150 per hour? Okay.
But would that work for the,
We would then have an additional lifeguard, probably.
okay.
Because now my time would come.
So just to piggyback off on what you were saying, if you have the after-school event, which is 2 hours long, I agree with Vice Mayor not to charge for the lifeguard. I get that. But if it's an all-day Saturday event, that you're having multiple schools in and out and the pool is closed down to the general public because of exclusive use, I'm sorry, yes, they should be paying for the lifeguards on those kind of events because of that extended cost. So go ahead.
Well, that's what I was trying to get at. It so at $150 an hour, we're actually going to look at $60 to $90 an hour of that is going to be the lifeguards. The rest of that is just going to be pool usage. So in totality, the lifeguards are taken care of within that 150.
Yes.
That's all I was
Just
getting at.
the amount that's revenue is obviously smaller.
I understand that,
Yes.
but that's just utilizing the pool. Our costs are covered.
Yes.
That's all I wanted to get at. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner
You were going to
Commissioner
call.
Carrison?
Yeah, I kind of missed what Commissioner Emmett just tried to point out. What you're saying is at $150 an hour for the pool use, our costs will be covered for the pool as well as having 2 to 3 lifeguards. Is that what we're saying?
Yes.
If you're asking me, yes, that's what I was asking, and that's what they said. Our costs for the lifeguards would be covered, even if it's 2 or 3, even if it's $90. We will be bringing in $150, so it would be like a gross profit of $60 to just use the pool. Lifeguards would be covered.
Okay.
That's where I
Well,
got.
mine is
You got that now?
Yeah, I got what you're saying. Okay.
All right.
I'm not sure if I agree with it, but I got what you're saying.
Gotcha.
Okay. So I need to find out a little bit more about water polo.
We
We've
can
got-
barely hear you. Is there a way for you to maybe speak louder?
Yeah,
or-
let me just get it out here and scream. No, this is it. You got what you got.
Oh, goodness sakes.
Can you hear me now?
Much better, yes.
Okay, I need to find out. We got kind of a good handle on the regular swim team and the pool use, but what about water polo? How does their stuff work? Is it similar? Is there a 2-hour practice and then a possible school-to-school meet, and then possibly more larger exclusive meets? Is it the same kind of regimen?
I would say it's similar. It would still require usage, exclusive usage of the entire pool. And essentially, that's just to keep athletes healthy. In between games and whatnot, just like in between races, swimmers have to warm down and warm up. So the pool is basically fully occupied the entire time. In all honesty, I have not run any water polo competitions yet, so I couldn't get into real details. But essentially, it's the same thing.
Well, are you using it in between the meets as warm up, warm down, and then have a separate fee schedule associated with that? Or are we talking about creating a completely different program and then they would have their season, like as what was just explained? I kind of understood it that way. And then they would have their larger exclusive meets twice in their season, once in their season? That's what I'm trying to get at.
Within this agreement, we do have a section dedicated to water polo use. They would be using the dive well primarily for practice. So during practice time, we're only talking dive well. It's when the team comes in and they're using that area, for scrimmages and things of that nature. So the fees associated with that are $80 an hour, and we're looking for guidance on that. Then also within the competition, the exclusive use is similar in manner that they would need the whole stretch pool for a competition. I do believe they're about 2 to 3 hours long as well. This is definitely a building sport for this area.
Yeah, there has not been a lot of these in our area to reference, but if you look at the configuration of the pool, it is very similar for them to get a full course and to use the other section for that warm up, warm down, which does take place between heats. So it's not additional hours for warm up and cool down. It's just happening as things are going on that they need that required space.
All right. I thought it was warm up and cool down for the swim team. So the way it was explained got me a little confused there. Okay, so the water polo will only be using the dive well area, which is $80 an hour. And you said that their meet would be similar when they're doing school to school, 2 hours.
It is our
Now-
understanding, yes.
Right? And then when would their exclusive use kick in?
In the same manner as swim team, they would be using the competition pool on an exclusive use basis, just the competition pool for meets. There's not been many meets in our area, so this is kind of a grow
I get it.
goal.
Mm-hmm. So what is the theory on charging for that? Would it be the same as what we're looking at for the swim team?
Yes, so that's why that section is together. So for D, it's how many hours are you going to, what is the rate per hour? And they're going to come to us with, I need, 10 hours of swim team and 8 hours of exclusive use for water polo. To us, that hour is going to be pretty similar. The cost for having staff there will be pretty similar.
Okay.
And it's the whole facility. So that's why that section is the same.
That's why it's combined.
Yes.
Okay, that makes sense to me now. All right, so its exclusive use would be combined and would probably meet the same criteria as what we state in the. All right, so when they do have it for exclusive use, is that last the whole 8 hours, similar to what the swim team does, or is it less time frame?
I think it would be the same with the small meets, and then occasionally they would have a big meet. But at this point, we haven't really.
Right.
Yes, so pretty similar.
Okay. And so will they?
Pavilion?
Thank you. Yeah.
We would look to operate them very similarly. That way, they would give their other teams and spectators additional room outside of the fenced-in area. If we have a lot of teams, what's within the fenced-in area really wouldn't support the spectators.
Okay. All right. So B2 on page 2, it talks about the scheduling for the swim team. And then on page 3, D1, it talks about scheduling. And wouldn't we want them all scheduled, submitted prior to the end of school year and the beginning of the new season in August?
So there were some concerns with that based upon the conference and what date the conference meets. The school might be able to provide us their list of what they anticipate their practices to be at a different level than waiting for the conference to schedule meets. So didn't necessarily want to have those contingent upon one another. That way we could get some of the scheduling in, and then as the school gets the information from the conference and things get settled, we can work through those exclusive uses.
When is the conference usually held?
Fall, we believe.
Yeah, I mean, usually the the dates are pretty much, honestly, in a regular year, and even this year, the meets that I have scheduled at other schools, I've had it set since mid-July. So in a normal year, obviously this one aside, in a normal year, I don't see why we wouldn't have the dates and times for those exclusive events already set by August.
However, some of the practices may start earlier than that. So we wanted to be able to schedule practices while we were still, while the school was still fine-tuning the exclusive uses.
Correct. We would like, some time during the summer, before, yeah. So yeah, there would be time that practices are taking place possibly before we have our meet schedule absolutely set.
Okay, but if you're going to submit things in August, you can consider that the year before and say, we're definitely going to need it up through August, and at that time, so maybe August is the cutoff date for everything,
I imagine in future years that would be possible.
When we were working
through
through
I'm not
this,
talking about this year.
Right.
When you were working through this, I
when
was
we were
listening.
working through this, the school gave input that it may be difficult to have all these dates up front. knowing that we'd want to be able to accommodate and prioritize use for the school when we have so many other user groups. We're looking to get that, that practice time in on the books and scheduled, and not have to wait for the conference information to come through a couple months later. So this way the school knows when they're going to be in the water, and we'll work through those exclusive uses.
Okay, but they generally have a month that this conference is held every single year, and that's what I'm looking for. When is it usually held every single year?
Sometime between July and August, but they start practicing in June.
Oh, okay. All right, well, the only reason why I asked was because, I don't want it to interrupt our spring break time, which is, I was wondering if that went past, the November mark, that's all. So water polo running January to April would probably be more apt to interrupt spring break.
We have discussed this with the current water polo team, and knowing that there's going to be some synergy there between that, that coach and the school, and looking at, whether or not that week the kids have off or they practice at a different time. But within this agreement, it allows them to tell us what hours they need and modify that. So we're not saying that you have the pool every day from 4 to 5. We're saying, hey, give us your schedule. We're going to work to prioritize access to the competition pool based upon what you're telling us. And we're asking for that schedule early enough so that we can really block that time.
Athletic
Why?
department does feel that they can have that by August 1st. Just they conferred with me and feel that August 1st is a fair date.
For the exclusive.
I thought so. Okay. For the exclusive. Okay. And then as far as practices, those can be accomplished by what?
We have in here May 1st. Would May 1st be an okay date for you to get us your
Because
practice information?
Once we've established a time that works for everybody, I don't really see a lot of change in that.
And that is for the swim team. And then for water polo, we say that you just need to give it to us. Well, we still have May 1st thereafter, but we wanted 30 days after the approval of this agreement.
So that would be soon. That's something I'd have to, that's.
Yeah.
We're not there yet on this
I'm
year.
asking these questions because the water polo says 30 days after, and it's obviously something that was starting. It's not, something that's been set in stone. And I think that maybe giving them a water polo a date of X would be more conducive. But I think you also need some sort of an appeal system that if for some reason that a state of emergency exists, that an additional 30 days or 60 days can be added on to the terms, to these deadlines with city manager approval or something. You get what I'm saying?
We have a force majeure section and a weather-related closure section that give us some opportunity to either refund or reschedule.
Oh, okay. All right. That makes sense. All right. And then, what was the other? So is there any way that we can just say, spring break's what, 2 weeks, usually like 10 days? Can't we just say that it's off the table to use during spring break, or is that really going to hurt both water polo and, well, I guess it would be just water polo?
How would you feel about water polo not being able to practice during spring break?
That's towards the end of their season, so they'll be getting into.
That'd be tough.
They're talking, Commissioner
The
Harrison.
concern
just
would
to let
be,
you know.
that would be towards the end of their season. So that would be when they would probably be gearing up towards any state competitions had they qualified. What we would look to do is operationally be able to schedule them during times where, either earlier in the morning or something like that to not impact the public.
Correct.
But by just them giving us hours, we can work through that with them.
If I could input, we would obviously be more flexible during that time because the kids aren't in school.
Right. Good point. Okay. I just wasn't sure if it was like all others, that if the kids aren't in school, they never show up.
But they show up for sports.
They do. Yes, they do.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, for now, I think that's about it. I see that there's a charge back. The cancellation fee, as the mayor had brought up, I
I
guess
haven't,
I'm curious to know what that would look like, and I guess we just are giving direction to come back with a final
what I was
final interlocal.
What I have on my list of things to do as the chair is to go through each one of the items that the staff is needing direction on, and then I have a list of things that we had talked about throughout this discussion to see about getting consensuses on. And cancellation fee was one of those that I have to try and get a consensus for.
Okay. Will they be submitting payment monthly, annually, at the end of the year, the beginning of the year? How will the payment be occurring?
On page 5, it does have a section 5, which is payment. Payment for use of the swim team is due no later than 15 days after the city approves it, and it's meant to be for the full amount. Same for water
So
polo.
it's paid as used. Okay. All right. So there is no.
No, ma'am.
It's paid up front.
Paid up front.
But it's 16 days prior to use, correct?
You broke up, ma'am?
No, it's due 15 days after the city approves the proposed use dates and times. So once they agree on that annual calendar, then 15 days later, the payment is due. So it's up front.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. And so then, yeah, I see the cancellation fee. All right. So is there somewhere where there's a refund fee?
No, and this is a conversation that we've had with the school as well. Right now, if there's a reason, be it weather or a pool issue that we have to cancel, we will refund those fees to them without a refund fee. If there is a cancellation due to weather, or that, specifically due to weather, we request that the school writes to us that they would like to reschedule that. Currently, there's not a refund for weather-related cancellations.
Unless, Commissioner, it reaches the level of a force majeure.
Yes.
So if it's a hurricane, yes. If it's just a rainstorm, no.
Okay, that's what I wanted to clarify. All right, excellent. So they are covered, per se, if something like that were to happen. All right. I guess that's really about it. If the water polo only uses the dive well area, I can see the $80 an hour. It's that exclusive use.
They would have the dive well solely to themselves during that time. The rest of the competition pool would be open. This is during practices. However, during a competition, they would need the full competition pool, and it would fall in a very similar operational manner as how the swim team would be doing a competition.
Okay. Well, see, that it's the exclusive use that I think it should be at 75% of the fees, because you're taking away one of those pavilions. And then everything else at 50%, I'm okay with. But, you know, when you're taking away a rental pavilion for the day during the exclusive use time frame, I think I would be more apt to go up in that. And then furthermore, when we talk about the payment of the lifeguard, I think it should be optional, because they may be able to find lifeguards within their membership that can donate their time. Maybe it's, go ahead.
Our risk department has weighed in that based upon being self-insured, that they would not recommend that. You're not certain the level of training or the certificate that person has.
It's a risk thing, Commissioner Carasone. That's why they're saying that they
Well,
have to use our lifeguards.
If I may, they're also not certified if they're not acting under an authorized provider who has a medical director. So because we're an authorized provider, that's why. So we couldn't verify that.
Okay, well then if that's the case, I'm going with the full boat that it costs us an hour for the lifeguards, and because as you said, it has to be under a medical director and there's more financial obligations than what's being communicated here. So I think for the most part my questions are done with until someone brings something else up. Thank you.
All right, so let's go through the, try and get consensus. The first thing that, we'll start with the easy one. Vice Mayor had mentioned about the second whereas clause, about it being for practice and competitive meets. She's looking to have competitive meets added to that whereas clause. Can I get a consensus on that?
Yes.
Commissioner Hanks?
Yes.
Commissioner Carrison?
Yes.
Commissioner Emmerich?
Yes.
And I also am a yes. All right, so we're going to add that to that whereas clause. Staff is looking to have a schedule for a percentage of the fee based on the fee schedule that's amended from time to time. And we'll break it down by each item because I think each item is going to have a little bit of a different kind of a conversation. So we'll start with the swim team practices, non-exclusive use. And I have been hearing a general consensus that 50%, 50, seem to be the way to go. So we'll start the consensus with 50% for the swim team non-exclusive use of the pool. Vice Mayor.
Yes.
Commissioner Hanks.
Yes.
Commissioner Carrison.
Yes, but that doesn't include the lifeguards, right?
It would include the lifeguards because the lifeguards are basically pretty much there anyhow.
There already.
Because it's an after-school kind of thing, so the lifeguards are pretty much there. Thank you, Commissioner
Okay, then
Emmerich.
yes.
Yes.
And I too am a yes. All right, so it's basically the same thing for the water polo team. It's just a different section in the contract. And it is for non-exclusive use, would also include the use of the lifeguards, because this is like after school for only practices. And I've been hearing 50% again, so we'll get a consensus on that. We'll start with Commissioner Emmerich.
Yes.
Commissioner Carrison.
I want to clarify, 50% is $80 an hour?
$80 would be the standard rate. It would be $40 an hour.
It's 50% of what is already in the fee schedule that we are in the process of going to second reading for.
Yes.
Commissioner Hanks.
Yes.
The Vice Mayor.
Yes.
And I too am a yes. Now, this is the one where it's going to get kind of hairy, so we'll probably have to have a discussion on it. Exclusive use for meets. That means whether it be school to school in the evenings or on Saturdays. To me, they're two totally different meets, and I, in my mind, have two different price tags. If it's a school to school in the afternoons, during the week, I would be inclined to go to the 50%. On the weekends, when it's a Saturday, all-day invitational, you've got a whole bunch of schools coming, you have lifeguards that we're going to have for the entire day, I'm either inclined to go to like a 75% or a 50%, and then they have to pay for the lifeguards. So that's where I'm weighing in on. I'd like to kind of hear from each of you so we can reach a consensus.
For a compromise, I can agree with the 50% for everything, but then for the invitational, they pay for the lifeguard. I can agree to that as a compromise. Otherwise, I'm 50% the whole way.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question before I give my, the school to school I thought was non-exclusive use, that they didn't need it exclusive.
The school to school, they do need exclusive for their meets.
less
It's their
hours.
practices that they do not need exclusive.
Okay, all right. I misunderstood that. So then I'm willing to compromise as well, 50% with the true cost of lifeguards and the invitationals or large meets.
And Commissioner Hanks, you want to weigh in, and then we'll go and get the consensus.
Yeah, I like what the vice mayor said.
All right, and Commissioner Emmerich?
Yeah, I'm just a little confused here. Wouldn't that still be at the 50% if the cover of the cost of the lifeguards is there? If it's $90, it's $90 and they're still getting charged $150, so it'd still be at 50%.
But they would be charged the $150, plus they would have to pay the amount for the 3 lifeguards for the invitationals.
The additional.
For the
Be on
invitations.
top of that $150.
On top of the $150, so they'd be charged $240.
Yeah.
I'd be in agreement with that.
All right, well, I think that was a lot easier than I had thought.
I just wanted clarification,
Yeah,
that's
I
all.
appreciate that. So, so for exclusive use of the meets, and that is for like the weekend ones, the invitationals or where you have a whole bunch of schools or districts or whatever you guys call it, where you're there for more than the 2 hours, would be a 50% user fee per hour plus the cost of the lifeguards per hour, per whatever, however that gets charged. So, Commissioner Hanks?
Yep.
Commissioner Carrison?
Yes.
Commissioner Emmerich?
Yes.
Vice Mayor?
Yes.
And myself, yes. Thank you. All right, so then, I think we've got that taken care of. Let me go to the next page. We've got that taken care of. Cancellation fee. We had talked a little bit about a cancellation fee for exclusive use. So they have been wanting to use the pool for exclusive use. It's not available to the public. And for whatever reason, outside of the force majeure, however you pronounce that, I feel there should be a cancellation fee. Don't know what that looks like, but I just am throwing it out there. I do think there should be a fee because we don't want to have staff spending time unnecessarily, and that way then it keeps everybody a little bit more honest. So I don't know if anybody wants to weigh in on the cancellation fee part.
Do you have that addressed in any measure in this contract?
Cancellation fee, no. We just have that if there's a reason that they don't have practice, like whether they can reschedule within 30 days.
Correct.
Otherwise, there was no refunds associated with this.
And the only time.
Because remember, they're paying up front, so you
Right.
already have their full fee
Correct.
Oh, that's true.
for the practices.
We don't have
It'd be up to
refunds
them to
available.
reschedule or lose it.
True.
Exactly.
Good
Exactly.
point.
Yeah, I don't think it's needed.
So I think we're covered then based on that. Thank you, City Attorney. Anybody else want to weigh in on that? I guess not, so we'll just cross that off. All right, based on these consensuses, City Manager, does this,
What about the schedule?
the schedule,
The dates.
of August, I think it was August 1st. I think that was kind of a given that
That was an
everybody agreed to,
open.
but let's get a consensus that August 1st is the date that they come back with their exclusive use
For future years.
or for future use, whether it be exclusive or practices?
No, that was for exclusive use only.
Exclusive use, okay. August 1st?
That's
Okay.
fine, in all years except this year. I just want to keep getting that out there, that if I have the opportunity, I'm sorry, if I have the opportunity, I would love to do a meet if possible, even if it's just one by meet. It would be a great experience to just get it in there and try one out.
Love to see that too.
Yeah, I mean,
Me too.
It's a weird year, I understand that, but, you know.
Under the definition of force majeure, we're in a pandemic, so we're in a time of force majeure.
Okay, understood, thank you.
But that allows some
Thank you.
flexibility.
All right,
And
so,
then it would be May 1st for anything outside the exclusive use, correct?
May
Is it
May
May
31st.
May
May
31st?
31st,
Excluding this year.
Oh, thank you. Okay,
after this year.
right.
Okay, so the dates that we have is August 1st for exclusive use and May 31st for the practice use. Is that, okay, Vice Mayor?
Yes.
Commissioner Hanks?
Yes.
Commissioner Carrison?
Can we just make sure it's non-exclusive use, not practice? Because-
Okay.
Yeah. I'm a yes.
Commissioner Emmerich?
Yes.
And I too am a yes.
If I may, Mayor.
Yes?
Hearing from our high school representatives, For section C2, scheduling for water polo, looking at that again, they're concerned May 31st wouldn't work. They're looking instead for October 1st.
Yeah, in other words, 3 months prior to the season start.
I agree.
I agree.
Thank you.
I think that's a given, but if we'll get a consensus just to keep things nice and clean on section C2, the scheduling for water polo. Change the May 31st to October 1st. Commissioner Hanks.
Yes.
Commissioner Carrison.
Yes.
Commissioner Emmerich.
Yes.
Myself, a yes, so that passed 5-0. All right.
Annual renewal and review.
Yeah, we got to talk about that one too. It says here, it is the effective date. Is this agreement shall commence on August 1st? And shall continue until terminated. I think and city attorney may have to help, I think we're covered because we're going to be using the fee schedule as amended from time to time as the rates. So I think we're covered, but city attorney, you'll have to weigh in on that.
Do you mind clarifying covered for what?
For we were concerned about every year possibly having to bring this back to change the rates.
So the rates will change
Well,
automatically anytime you change the fee schedule because they will be calculated based off a percentage of that fee schedule.
Would they have to bring this contract or this agreement back every year?
Not unless the parties desire to change the percentage.
Thank you. Commissioner Carrison, did that cover what you were asking about?
Yeah, no.
Okay.
I'm not really, I understand the renewal of the fees. I'm not too concerned about. I'm more concerned about there being an issue between the two parties at some point and you say, hey, we really should have included this in the contract. So is there a way that we can put, a written notice of change or termination at least 90 days prior to the date of termination of the agreement?
Under section 6C, we do have termination with a 90-day notice.
6C
Right.
like Charlie.
Right, but again, changes or termination. I just want to add the word changes to the agreement or termination.
You could accomplish it a couple of ways. You could do that, which would put the burden on the city to provide that written notice to the school board. If you're concerned about the fee changing midstream, you could also set it as, whatever the fee schedule reflects as of a certain date each year, like as of, August 1st of each year. And that way everyone knows you look at that point in time and that's your rate for the year.
We can't do August 1st because the fee schedule is not approved until September.
There's always a fee schedule in place. The fee schedule annually is revised every October 1st.
Right.
Changes to the fee schedule are annually made. They're also made throughout the year.
Yeah.
But we're never without a
It'll
fee
be amended
schedule. It's in our
throughout the
code.
year.
If I could, either way, we're going to be paying by August 1st is kind of the idea
Yeah.
here. Right? So
Yeah.
any changes that took place during our season, well, that's just going to be the next year.
Right, good point.
Mm-hmm. And again, I'm not worried about the fee part. I'm worried about if there's some unintended consequences. If something comes up where we say we should have included this, it's happened time and time again. That
So I think that
the term.
so here's the contract has another kind of safeguard provision for that. Commissioner, if you just give me 1 second to find it in here. And that's with respect to section 21, the amendment section. The very last sentence in the contract before the signatures at the top of page 9, after it explains that amendments have to be in writing by both parties, states that the city manager or designee may agree to amendments that do not reduce or increase the fees paid by the school board. So if the parties figure out, you know what, this August 1st or October 1st scheduling is not working, we really need to be another date, that can be done administratively, still by a written amendment, but this would authorize the city manager to enter into that. But it would not authorize a manager to do that for anything that affects the financial impact of the agreement.
Okay, so say that we find out that it impacts us, that there's now 17 times that they have an exclusive use, and we want to limit it to only allowing free. Would that be done administratively?
It could be. Pretty much anything but the rate.
I'd like to note,
Okay.
though, that we don't, because they submit to us their requested exclusive use, we don't have to accept those dates. So right off the bat, we're able to say what we can and cannot accommodate.
On availability.
Just, I mean, there's so many things that could go wrong. Don't get me wrong. I think it's a fantastic, thing. I just know that there's been times before we got in the middle of a contract and said, sure wish we had that clause. So just want to make sure there's something there.
I think that last sentence
think-
kind of covers this pretty well.
All right, so I don't see any other things
Well,
on my list, and I know
yes.
we have to get to city manager. I just want to clear everybody's list to make sure I've got everything on the lists.
You kept referring to the changing of the language, reading half price instead of a blank amount, but you never had a consensus to change that.
The 50% of the fee schedule.
Yeah.
We already did that.
You talked about the percentage, but you didn't because this thing tells amount, not percentage. So you have to change how it's drafted from an amount. They were wanting you to plug in an amount, but you're actually changing it to a percentage of the fee schedule. But you never clarified that in a consensus.
So we got a
That's how
consensus.
I understood it.
We got, okay, it's my understanding, we have a consensus that instead of $1, $1,002, it is 50% of the fee schedule. That's what we got the consensus on for the rates.
That is my understanding as well. I did want to make one comment that we would add wording in there that the per person admission fee would not apply.
That's right. There was that one, yes. You'll have to figure out how that will work.
My thought was that it would say something similar to the school board shall pay a fee of 50% of the current approved citywide fee schedule per hour for each lane, comma, the per person admission fee would not apply, comma, in the rest of the sentence.
In the last one that I had, as long as everybody's understanding that's what that language, or how that language was being changed, the configuration of $10 per lane instead of the $8, that needs to be.
Oh, that's what you're talking about.
Will you utilize the $8 in the 50% calculation?
Okay, you don't need a consensus to that.
No, that would be
Okay.
appropriate.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
because
That we
it's a
already
youth
should have been
one.
using $8.
And to further clarify, Mayor, this will go back through legal review, so we will be working with staff on all of the additional language and changes that you all are asking for.
Thank you.
Now,
Can we make sure it clarifies that that per person admission fee that's not going to be paid does not allow participants to utilize the rest of the park unless they pay a fee?
We do talk about that already in the agreement.
Okay.
yeah, that's covered in the agreement. All right, so
Okay.
now we're going to turn it over to city manager to make sure that these consensuses and city attorney, everything is clear. There's nothing outstanding at your end.
Make those consensuses happen.
I would appreciate that. However, I'd also like to know if there's any flow modification or direction that can be given, knowing that the high school is really eager to get in the water.
Okay, let's hold off on that real quick, all right? Do we need to have this come back to us after these changes are made, or are we comfortable with these changes and letting staff run with it?
I'm comfortable. The attorney's already stated she'll make sure all the changes are made. As far as I'm concerned, this is a done deal and they can get in the water.
Commissioner Hanks?
Yes.
Commissioner Carrison?
Don't you need school board approval?
Well, yeah,
Pending, of course.
Pending school.
of course, but
I'm cheering in the corner.
I'm trying to make sure we, as a board, don't want to see these changes back before we approve the final draft, before it goes to the school board. I'm
Oh,
asking for.
God, no.
Thank
No, I
you.
can't stand that.
Commissioner Enrich.
No, I'm good.
All right, so you guys are free to make these changes based on this consensus and then present it to the school board and let them do what they need to do.
It would be appropriate to have a motion to approve the agreement with the consensuses
Consensus aye.
I move to approve the proposed interlocal agreement between the School Board of Sarasota County and the City of Northport, Florida. This would be item 20-2004, placing within it the consensus that have been agreed upon.
Second.
A motion on the floor is stated by Vice Mayor to approve the agreement with the consensuses that we've already agreed upon. And that was by Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Carasone. Anything to that?
Yahoo, go swim.
Commissioner Carasone?
Praise God.
Commissioner Emmerich or Hanks, do you have any comments? No, I have nothing on this agreement. And yay.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Now, before you guys go anywhere, I do want to, we had talked, I'm trying to save you your steps. We had talked about using.
need to take
Mayor?
a vote?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
I
Well, we
mean,
did that.
Just asking.
All right, let's take a
technical
voice vote.
stuff.
I had it written down already, I'm
You're
sorry.
good at catching that. You do it, you catch it every time.
I had it already written down because of the consensus that we had given. So let's do voice vote, Vice Mayor.
Yes.
Commissioner Carasone.
Yes.
Commissioner Emmerich.
Yes.
Commissioner Hanks.
Yes.
Myself, yes. Awesome. So now we have our official vote. Thank you. I had it already based on the consensus. I'm sorry.
You're psychic.
We had talked about possibly using, not as a template, I don't want to use that word, but using this as a way to get other agreements in the future. For me, I have no problem with that. Where I start to have a question is if it's a non-school, non-youth, non-citizen agreement for those kind of bigger things, these rates aren't even going to cover it. Because we built this pool for our citizens, our youth to use, and we want outside entities to use it, don't get me wrong, but the rates, we also have to make money on this pool. And I know that when I approved the pool, it was knowing that these revenue sources weren't 100% in stone because we didn't know what it looked like. So will they be coming back to us any other future agreements?
That was our intention, and that they would probably have some more information about who the members are if it's not apparent. You know, obviously with the swim team, you know who those, they're mostly residents and it's youth. But if I have another group, I would put some more information in there as to what that group is made up of, residents, adults, things of those natures, so that you can make a determination upon fees. But we also anticipate having blanks and some area in there for your input.
Mayor, pursuant to the charter, it mandates that any such contract would come back before you.
Excellent, thank you. Anybody else want to weigh in on any of that? Okay, that was the last thing that I had on my checklist of things to do. All right.
Thank you.
Anything else on
Thank
this
you.
agreement stuff for the school board aquatics? Nope. All right, it is 2:21. Let's take a 15-minute break. Come back at 2:35, and then we'll finish up the meeting. All right, guys? Great discussion. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. It's 2:35. Commissioner Carasone, are you still with us? Commissioner Carasone?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, thank you. Just making sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
She spoke.
Commissioner Carasone, one more time for sound check.
She was there.
You can't have a sound check if you hang up on them.
Now we can move on with this meeting.
All right, so let's hold off while you guys
my
try
gosh.
reaching Commissioner Carasone, and we'll try that again.
You hung up on me.
That's the way we roll.
She admitted it. All right, so Commissioner Carasone, you can hear us?
Yes.
Okay, we can't hear you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All righty, so now we're going to move on to marketing of the city's activity centers. City Manager, I'll turn this over to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to introduce Everett Farrell. He's one of our senior planners. And Mr. Farrell, also he's a recent addition, well, not that recent. Kind of
Within a year.
Addition to the NDS down there, but anyway, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is the first time a face mask has decided what tie I was wearing today.
Oh, dear, dear, dear.
Nice tie. You still riding that bike?
Yeah. Try.
Okay, all right.
Go ahead, please.
All right, I have a PowerPoint presentation I'm going to walk through with you guys. On January 16th, Commission held a workshop where activity centers were discussed. The directive from Commission at that time included utilizing the activity center names versus classifying them by numbers. In an effort to promote the activity centers, there was a directive to have a larger discussion on what marketing an activity center would look like. The consensus was to come up with ways to effectively present one activity center per month. The communications department has come up with this PowerPoint with help from both planning and economic development, which highlights Heron Creek Activity Center as a case study. When Northport was platted, comparatively small areas were left for activity centers, which allowed for a mixed use of development. These areas allow businesses to locate in a centralized area of the city. Throughout the years, we've expanded this to now 9 activity centers located within the city limits. These being Mediterranean along the US 41 corridor, Heron Creek, which we are currently in, Gateway at Sumter and I-75, Panacea along Toledo Blade and I-75, Midway at Price and Toledo, the Shire along Yorkshire Street, the Springs at Warm Mineral Springs, the Gardens along River Road, and lastly, Central Park between Sumter and Northport Boulevard. Activity centers have the potential to offer some unique amenities and opportunities for both residents and job creators. They also provide Northport with the chance to create a sense of place and identity within an area or neighborhood. Our case study for the activity center project is Heron Creek. We chose this because it's largely built out and for generalized familiarity of the projects. Information that would be advertised specifically to the Heron Creek Activity Center are its convenient location, being just off I-75, its close distance to both government and emergency services, its large open spaces, commercial establishments and restaurants, and distance to schools. Heron Creek has a lot to offer in this regard. New projects show the continued growth and the continued direction of the activity centers, with Heron Creek being home to experienced living and Florida cancer specialists. Data that we collect for this project could include things like demographics, the number of residents and potential customer or employee base, the existing businesses that are in the area, the available infrastructure, and the existing or planned amenities. Marketing through social media is something that the city actually currently does quite well overall. There are some example posts here that Brittany Kammerer had come up with that show some of the Heron Creek Activity Center. I'll highlight some of the available marketing tools that the city has at its disposal. Most of the social media account followers for the city tend to be on Facebook. We have over 21,000 viewers for our Facebook page. However, combined between Instagram and Twitter, there are still 7,500 other followers. Another potential marketing tool could be the Nextdoor app, which has a little over 17,000 followers and targets 72 Northport communities. Our city website has over 1 million views annually. Some of them aren't me looking for applications through the website. Another option that we could have is the North Report. We currently have over 8,000 downloads, and 3,000 citizens actually receive notifications to get immediate alerts from North Report. In its totality, the city has the ability to reach 11 million social media accounts through its available tools and its applications. Other marketing options. These could include things such as Snapchat, the North Report podcast, utilization of our Chamber of Commerce, and our own department's engagement. Economic development already has great ties to the job creators in and out of the area, in addition to our planning department with their connections to commercial and real estate developers. When we were putting this project together, we had a conversation between economic development and communications regarding potential for renaming some of the activity centers. The idea behind this was to create a stronger sense of identity and place. For example, Heron Creek is a geographic location that if I mentioned it, most people in the area would know where I'm talking about, versus Mediterranean. Meet me at Mediterranean doesn't mean too much as far as a degree of geographic location. So one suggestion would be community-sponsored names. And we would utilize the same marketing tools that we would use to solicit public input in our marketing of what the activity centers would look like. This could help create a stronger identity, one that the residents feel more part of because they were part of the process. Using these names would be similar to other cities having unique neighborhoods within each city. And the end result would be more of community knowledge about the existence of the activity centers as a whole, and hopefully over time, a distinct identity that would be unique to each activity center. I'll let Mel come up and speak to anything as far as the economic development side.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Mayor. Pleasure to be here this afternoon. This is Mel Thomas for the record, Economic Development. And I am happy to say this was a fun engagement in that, it allows us to kind of get outside the box a little bit, work with our planners and our communication staff in furthering the cause of economic development. And whether it comes in a veiled sort of way or in this creative sort of outreach, it's important no matter what. So this is a place we could all get around and talk about the way we want to reach our neighborhoods, reach our leadership, reach our folks who are also interested in Northport, don't know very much about us, but have a need to know, and even being able to sort of tickle the fancy of some of our businesses that don't know we exist but need to. We are a potential for growth in terms of diversification, job growth here in the city, as we all know. So one of the things that's probably most important to us from an economic development perspective is that it's no laughing matter that we are the marketing arm for the city. It's hard to market what you can't comprehend or understand. It's also hard to market what makes no sense to people. A name is a very important thing in the marketing world. Think recently about what's gone on with what is now Welland Park. And before, West Villages was a bit problematic for them. So what we don't want to find happening is that we begin to develop a particular activity center only to find that it's hard to market because it does not have an innate sense of self or identity. So we've done, in fact, our own little individual white paper, which we're happy to share. I won't bother you with it here, but I will tell you that the Economic Development Division does believe strongly that all of these activity centers deserve an appropriate personality and an appropriate kind of way of talking about business or being able to identify in a particular business way. Some examples that you might be more familiar with would be like Airport Commerce Park in Punta Gorda. So those kinds of things that you immediately understand what the function or the place name is all about can reside within certain kinds of naming opportunities. You might think immediately you understand where you're going when you go to the mall at University Town Center, for instance. And so we want you to understand that panacea, which any of us who've had an English class in our lives know that that is not necessarily what you want to be thinking about. That's chaotic and kind of strange and odd. And so that doesn't tell you much about a business function, but something like a town center or something like an industrial park or something that lends itself to a business emphasis has a little more naming capability. So we're not that I'm trying to put names in your mind, but to indicate to you the power of naming. So we want you to understand that if we do it in the way of community outreach, where we can get that input from our own neighbors and businesses, or whether we go out in some other kind of way to see if we can get people to help us brand appropriately for these areas in terms of future use. That's really the goal here. Not to sidetrack too much from how do we plan for this now. The final thing that I'd like to say is that in marketing, in conjunction with this particular PowerPoint presentation that you've seen now, we will be developing one-page PDFs and things that can be easily sent or transmitted to our local businesses, people who want to know about Northport. For each activity center as they come online, these will be done in the fashion of most commercial real estate development pieces. So those collateral pieces will keep this in mind, trying to showcase our individual components, whether they're residential or business, but also the assets that are involved. If you picked up any really good piece, an SVN or Colliers or any of those do all these nice one-page kinds of things, we would emulate those, but with particular activity centers in mind in order to do that. Any questions? Everett and I are here to answer them.
Thank you. Appreciate the presentation. Does anybody have any questions or comments? Vice Mayor or Commissioner Carasone?
I love where this is going. I mean, it's the idea that we were generating when we brought this up. So I'm liking the direction, that it's going. Getting the community's feedback on potential renames, I like that better than having, paying for a consultant to come in and do that type of study. I think the community buys into it more when they're in charge of it instead of a paid consultant. So as these roll out monthly, I think by the time we get to the end of a year, because we're talking about 9 months to roll out, each activity center, by the time you hit that 1-year mark, you can start asking for the feedback and make a determination if they want them renamed. I think it's a great idea.
Commissioner Hanks?
Yeah. Whenever you're looking at the name changes or having the citizens do that, is that going to determine the feel of the community? I mean, is that going to determine the way the way the buildings look and all that, or are the names going? I mean, I'm just, because right now we have the Mediterranean, which has that entire, it's designed to have that feel. So if citizens come back and they choose
Coco Plum.
Doggy Walk.
Doggy Walk.
Is it going to change the entire, I mean, is your plan to kind of re-gear the way we make the appearance of the area? I just can't think of the right term I want to use here.
Well, he's taking the design of it, of Mediterranean, because they have that.
Right.
They have to have it in a Mediterranean style.
Right.
So he's wondering, are you wanting to disconnect that, especially in that activity center?
I don't believe that there'd be a move to really abandon anything as far as the pattern plans go.
Correct.
Currently, especially for some of these activity centers that already exist in effect with an identity. They're just named whatever they unfortunately are named. So I think moving forward, we'll probably end up sticking with what our pattern plan has deemed an acceptable architecture style for that area, but just maybe
And
go.
lead the citizens into a direction.
And it
possibly.
may have an identity currently that doesn't match with the name.
Right.
I think that's more the issue with some of these things, where I keep saying a sense of place, where you come to something and you understand that you're now entering a different area of the city, and you feel that. And I think we do that to a point with some of the pattern plans already. It's just as they've built out, maybe we've lost some of that identity.
Right. And I think too, this is why we got back to using the names. I think the
Exactly.
fact we quit using them forever kind of created this, because now it's just an activity center number. So I have no problems moving forward with coming up with some new names, things like that. I just wanted to understand the way we were going to do it, if it was going to change the feel of the neighborhoods, or if we were going to gear the questions around what that feel already is. If it's Mediterranean, somebody might come over and call it Palermo or something like that. That kind of fits, But if somebody used doggy walk over, and it's the first thing that came to my head. But you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So I think definitely getting back to using the names, which we decided to do this last year, I think is a big positive plus towards this, to bring that community back.
I think it'll help, and it will eventually create some identities down the road too. So.
Well, Mel brought up Panacea. I mean, a very large portion of that is the Woodland development. So Woodland could replace Panacea. It gives, when you know and understand that.
We have a list of some names we've been spitballing around just to think between
The Woodlands,
them.
yeah.
That is on that, so yes.
Okay, great.
And that makes sense.
Commissioner Carasone, did you?
I'm sorry.
I did.
Commissioner Carasone? I think we lost her. Go ahead, Commissioner Emmerich.
I'm here.
Okay, I didn't know if you had any questions. I just wanted to give you an opportunity. Okay, Commissioner Emmerich, go ahead, please.
Yeah, no, I agree with the concept, absolutely, but like as Commissioner Hanks was talking about, I don't think it has to do with changing what we're looking at, but you mentioned Mediterranean. It could be the Mediterranean shopping district. It could come up with anything, like the Springs, could keep the Springs there, but with a little added on, adjectives to define it a little bit better. I think that's what we're looking at and changing.
Exactly.
And I think that's a proper thing to go. And also having the community involved, it gives them a sense of ownership too, especially if they reside within those areas. So I'm all for it and looking forward to the information coming back, absolutely.
I do have a question on your slide that shows the different scenarios that you can do for the marketing, and you've got like Facebook things. On the last one, it says, "What's your favorite part about Heron Creek?" I understand posing a question, but what are you going to do with all the answers? I mean, why pose a question unless there's a reason or there's an answer going to come from it? Like, are you going to award the winner who gets many votes a prize or something? Or,
Well,
I don't know where you're going with the question.
I believe these were just sample
These are just-
posts
yeah,
that they were made. I don't think that they were actually posted.
I hope
No,
not.
No.
It was
These
just
were
to
examples.
show the level of engagement.
Placeholders to show you what something might look like. I think they were just,
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
So
I
a similar question to that
understood
would
but
be.
when you pose a question, what are you going to do with the answer? Make sure you think of that before you put something like that out. Thank you.
So when that post would come through, that question may really look like, what's an identifying part of Heron Creek that actually would go into that naming type of thing. So as that goes a little further, now that we have some direction that we actually are going to try to get the public input for names, you'll see those questions change a little bit.
To me, I understand what you're trying to do, but it makes no sense to sit there and promote Panacea as an activity center and then hold a community conversation about changing the name. because the citizens are already then going, okay, I know where Panacea is. I know all about Panacea now. And then we're going to say, oh, we're going to change that name. It seems backwards. It would make more sense to me to say, hey, this is something we recognize as an issue. We want to make the names fit the area. Get the citizens' feedback. Come back to commission and say, hey, we want to change Panacea. Resoundingly, everybody said change it to Woodland. I'm picking the name. And then promote Woodland. As opposed to promote Panacea, change it based on community input, and then go back out and promote Woodland. It's counterproductive in my opinion. And who are we marketing to? Because to me, if you're marketing to business, that's a different marketing as opposed to marketing to the citizen saying, hey, did you know you lived in this area? This is what your area has to offer. And then show different things for citizens versus businesses. It's two different marketing strategies.
If I could respond, Mayor. I think this group got together based on your recommendation, your directive, that we should talk about how to promote the various areas. The further discussion led us to believe there might be a reason to look at our activity centers in the way of what kind of names are we actually going to be promoting, and how does that affect our residents and our businesses, in particular our businesses, because these are supposed to be major employment centers, and it's hard to affect or stimulate that kind of growth if you can't market the name well for business and industry. And so we thought this was a particular opportunity to bring back to you for further direction if in fact it does whet your appetite to any degree. I don't disagree with your thinking that it might be circular thinking, and I don't want that. I don't think any of us want that. So
yeah, because I agree. Some of the names, I mean, the gardens, really, what is there to promote at this point? There's nothing there yet. Shire is something we're working towards with the master plan. But as far as Midway and Panacea and the other ones, I agree. Mediterranean, maybe it does need to have a name change because it's so long. And maybe Mediterranean by River Road and 41 should actually be part of the gardens because it's closer than the rest. I don't know. I would hate to have us go forward with the direction of promote one a month and then change everything. That's just a concern of mine.
And see, I look at it differently because the directive that we were headed to in our original conversation was to teach Northport, because we have so said Activity Center 1 instead of Mediterranean. So it was an education for us, but putting it also within economic development, you got more bang for your buck. And to me, if you put the change of the name first out to the people without telling them what the activity center encompasses, it's putting the cart before the horse. They have to learn about these 9 activity centers, where they are, what the purpose of them, and all that kind of education first. So before maybe that huge push in the economic development department, if you push the education and the potential change to the population here, I think it's a step of progression. And so what she's saying about promoting it outwardly, yeah, maybe that is in reverse. But when you're doing step 1 is teaching your citizens what you've got in the city.
Commissioner Emmerich?
Yeah, the way that I understood it was this was part of the process going forward. This is what we're going to do first. We need to look at this first. Then once we've got this little bunch taken care of, then we'll go out and start marketing even more, promoting these different activity centers. So the renaming is going out. Yeah, we're still promoting them, letting the citizens know, just like Vice Mayor was saying, that give them the input to go ahead and name them. Then we get on the campaign of marketing them properly through them. And I think this is just step 1 in the process. That's the way that I took it. They need to know where they're coming from. So, hey, it's Mediterranean, but maybe it needs to be something different. So I think that's part of the process.
Anybody else? Well, I'm not sure we're all on the same page. I'm not too sure. I agree with promoting one a month, but I'm leaning towards having the community conversation first. Teach the citizens about these activity centers, get their input to see if names need to be changed, and then go out and promote it once a month. Because I'm with you, some of these names are just absolutely, where did you come up with these? I mean, it goes right back to general development, naming a street Grobe. What the heck's a Grobe? You know, let's put some rhyme and reason and thought process behind some of these names, especially if this is supposed to be important to our city. I mean, so many citizens don't even understand, why do we even have activity centers? They don't understand that, and you could sit there and try and explain it to them, and they're still scratching their head. I think there should be a very simple way to explain activity centers and their purpose, and make sure we're actually promoting the correct name that we do want to use in the future. So I don't know what more Vice Mayor, go ahead.
And to me, having a community conversation, you're only hitting a small amount, and there's no education prior to. And I don't want this to be a huge project for the staff.
No.
I mean, and if you try to tackle all 9 at one point in time, that's a huge project. So I think getting the education, a blurb can go out prior to each month stating what is going on, you know, educating about the activity centers. And it just carry on each month, and then each month you talk about a different activity center. Some people may have never been to the Shire, and they want to go just drive out there and see what it looks like, might be interested in investing something out that direction, but they never knew it existed. I was one of them until a couple years ago. So I like the progression that you guys are going in personally myself, because I don't want it to be a major project taking a lot of time.
Anybody else?
Yes.
Commissioner Carrison?
Mayor?
No.
Yeah, I am in full support of what's been proposed by staff.
What's been,
The direction that they're going, I think, is what she said.
She's in full support of
Yeah.
what they said. That's what she said.
Yeah, I am too.
I am too.
I am too. Just a little history lesson though, when naming of the streets were some back in the day, if you were the first one on the street,
Ta-da!
you could have named it whatever you want. So it could have been a person's name. Some developments were named after animals, blah, blah, blah. It was just all part of them getting together in the day. So,
I like the one called My Place.
yeah.
so what is the direction that staff is going in? Because I'm looking at community engagement, and I don't know if what exactly is the direction staff is going in?
So currently, what we're looking at is education through our social media. Just getting it out there that activity centers exist, that we have 9 of them, here's where they are. As we move forward with that, those posts will focus on, like we said, 1 a month, with a process through the social media on how to rename. I think that's probably going to be our best engagement tool with that. So we'll have some posts that go out that solicit community opinions. They may have a few that turn into like a voting type of situation, just on the social media, and we'll take it from there.
And we won't forget the business districts. I mean, they're obviously will include.
You need to come a little closer so we can
I'm
hear
sorry,
you.
we don't want to forget our business districts as they pop up, as we start naming new things, new industrial parks or whatever, that they have clear identity to where they belong, what goes on in them, intended purpose, that kind of thing. So we'll keep our businesses engaged in the same way we would do our residents.
And I remember too, we also had asked for, when you're talking about Heron Creek, you're not just talking about Heron Creek, but you're also showing some businesses in Heron Creek, some activities of Heron Creek.
Right.
Same thing with, at some point, Central Park will have something similar, the gardens eventually, but the activities and some of the businesses, so that way then people know what's around those areas instead of just the four corners of Sumter and Price.
Exactly.
Okay. Did you want to weigh in? City
No,
Manager?
ma'am, I'm agreeing with you, and staff demonstrated that by showing some new businesses that are coming into, like Heron Creek, for example. Experience Living over here, which is the kind of high-end assisted living facility, and then the Cancer Institute or Cancer Center that's coming in. So, yep, we're in agreement.
So anything we need to give direction on, or are we good on this?
I think staff knows where we need to go.
All right.
Thank you.
Anybody else before we close out this topic of discussion? All right, moving on then. So
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And I'm so relieved to hear that that Facebook post didn't go out. Look forward to seeing the real ones.
I bet you they start with Heron Creek.
I have a feeling. All righty. So now we're going to move on to discussion and possible action regarding emails to the city website. I'll turn this over to City Clerk.
This item came from commission discussion in January of 2020. I did provide a memo back then stating what Sarasota County as well as the city of Venice did with their emails. And then it was requested by 2 commissioners to be placed on for further discussion. I did want to provide my input if that was okay. When thinking about this, I would recommend that if the commission decides to put their emails on the website, it'd be all or nothing, because we do have daily email requests. So therefore, if we're not putting all of the emails out there, we will still end up getting the public records requests for all of the commission emails, and it will be duplicated work. So that's just my suggestion for that.
Vice Mayor, do you want to weigh in?
I do. I've looked over what this email is that, or the memo that city clerk put out, and I understand that the totality of our emails can be given for a public record request. But I was explaining to some people, some citizens, there are citizens out there who know me personally, or we had a relationship prior to me being a commissioner. And so they feel comfortable bringing the issue that is at their home to me personally. They trust me, because they have that relationship with me, to be able to direct them where they may need to go, or who on the outside or who on the inside. And so it's a personal contact that they make when they send to jluke@cityofnorthport.com. That is different than when somebody submits an email to commissioners@cityofnorthport.com. That particular email address is definitely city business going to all commissioners because it's dealing with an issue that that particular citizen needs and wants addressed within the city. I feel bad for citizens who bring an issue to me and then it is spread out. And then, they're having a problem with code enforcement or something, and then there is retaliation by the person who finds out that their neighbor is the one who reported them because they were able to get that off of the website. I question whether that's really even city business, as to what a public record request is. Now, anybody who wants to snoop in and try to find something to hold against somebody or that, those are the ones who go after every email. But to the ones who have an issue with something that is current and going on within the city, those are the ones addressed to commissioners. The 7-Eleven is a great example. All of those people who stood, for one side or the other on that issue wrote the commissioners because it was dealing with that issue within the city. But I have seen retaliation being aimed toward people who have written me. I have had requests that have gone after somebody who has written me, trying to get them in trouble with their jobs because somebody has obtained an email that was sent strictly to me. So I see a difference. I guess my question would be, City Clerk, is there a way to single out specifically just the ones to commissioners rather than
For
to
email-
individual?
Yes, however, with the public records requests that we get daily for commission emails, it is still going to be the ones to you or to an individual commissioner. The only way we can redact anything is if it has an exemption. So those emails would still be out there, and that was just my concern, was doing double work, because if they're not all out there, we're still going to get these same public records requests every day. And then they'll all end up being out there anyway.
Mayor?
Hang on one second. I just want to make sure Vice
Yep.
Mayor is finished. So the floor is still yours, Vice Mayor. Did you?
It bothers me that our citizens are the ones who aren't being protected for their trying to reach out to their commissioner. And by them, what we're doing is causing the citizens to pick up the phone to call. They can't even put something in email then, because their business is going to be broadcast around the city and may be a detriment to them somehow. So what we're doing by putting everything out there is hindering our citizens. It's hurting them far more than it is me. If I say it, I own it. But the citizen doesn't realize that everything they write me is going to be outed. And they're thinking that they have the protection of writing me as their representative. And I think it's very unfair to them as citizens that this be put out there.
We put the emails, when there's a public records request, we put the emails out there on the public records request archive, and that was based off of prior commission direction to put those out there. They don't have to be out there. However, if somebody requests the emails, they do have to be sent in the public records response. They don't have to be put on the website. That was commission direction to.
Yes, ma'am.
Those out there.
I understand that was the direction, because we were trying to make transparent city business. And you're 6 one, half a dozen the other when you come into this situation. Yes, we want to be transparent, but that's why I saw the emails for commissioners at cityofnorthport.com different than somebody writing Commissioner Hanks or myself or the mayor or Mr. Emmerich, Ms. Carazone. I see it different. Somebody's going to talk to Vanessa about certain areas that she has more expertise or history on than maybe I would. Or they're a neighbor of hers out in the estates, and I don't know anything that goes on out there. So there's particular times that they focus in on one representative. So to me, I see the two separate. I find it very hurtful that somebody can just drag in a line to try to scoop in every email that a citizen puts in to try to dig up dirt against somebody or utilize it or twist it or lie about them. That's, to me, is despicable. I'm surrendering the floor.
Thank you. Commissioner Carrison.
Yeah, I understand the frustration what that vice mayor is seeing, and welcome to politics. Unfortunately, the law doesn't see it any different, and so I guess my question is, those items that are actually exempt from public records, like personnel issues, like, for example, over this surgery. I had a lot of back and forth between HR and myself that would be exempt from public records. How do we control those items? Because I've been asking for an open, accessible, searchable database for emails for years, so I don't have a problem with it, but it's those actual exemption items that I'm not sure what you would do about those.
That's why my recommendation was to do one or the other, and that was because when we get a public records request in for, say, all of your emails for a certain day, then it is being looked at to verify that there is no exempt information in there. If it's out there to the public, then it's just, with the other two cities that I talked to, they don't verify to make sure there's not exempt information in there. Venice said that if they come across it, they remove it, but they don't check everybody's emails.
So when I send an email that I know is exempt, I'll put in the subject matter exempt from PR. Is there a way to filter those by subject line, maybe?
That would be an IT thing. I have no idea.
Yeah. I'm just wondering if there's a way to kind of do both. If you were to make sure that all subject lines that said exempt actually were filtered into a different bucket, then that would be okay for everything else to go out. I don't have a problem with my emails being public. I don't. It's just certain items that would probably definitely meet the legal criteria as exempt should be. Maybe just hand them over your personal email and go from there, because those are technically exempt and not city business, right?
Well, if they're talking about city stuff, then it's city business.
No, I'm talking like my health issues.
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
Well, personal, I mean, it depends whether that could be is in the conduct of city business or not. But emails that do not meet the definition of public records we're not required to disclose those, but we're also not mandated to exempt those either. And under our personnel and electronic policies, everyone has been notified that, if you utilize your city account for emails of personal nature, they could be released.
So in other words, she should be telephoning the HR or
that's what it
writing
sounds
them
like.
on her own email?
That's what I was trying to get at, yeah.
Well,
otherwise
if
it's
she's
going to be
contacting
pushed
HR
out.
to find out about HR issues, then that still is city business. That is not a personal email.
No, it would be about my personal insurance issue.
Is that considered city business?
No, it's HIPAA.
Oh,
we're not a provider in that situation. It's not protected by HIPAA. That's incorrect.
Did you hear that, Commissioner Carazone?
I hear it, but you're saying that if there was my medical information was going back and forth between myself and someone else, it's not protected?
Not by HIPAA. We have information today that's protected by HIPAA where we're a medical provider for our EMS. But if you volunteer to HR a bunch of personal details in an email, about a health situation, that's not HIPAA protected.
But it's also not city business, essentially, right?
If it's on her email.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, I'm not going to weigh in on the spot on the application of all these exemptions to an email I haven't seen, but yeah, it potentially could be. Sure, if someone writes in to their supervisor and says, sorry, I'm not going to make it to work today because, and then just discloses a lot of information, that's in the course of city business. Sure, it's in city business if the employee is going to miss work that day.
So it would be.
It would be public record, yes.
Right. Okay. I don't know. Got to think about that. All right.
Anybody else want to weigh in before I do? I was one of those that thought that having this available online for citizen access was a good idea. But that was also when we had 15 minutes of public records. timeframe for looking for public records, and we've increased that to 30 minutes. I also got to thinking, well, wait a minute. If we put all 5 of commissioners' emails on a searchable database, that means the city clerk's department would have to search every single email to make sure there's nothing that is redactable. Well, I'm one of those that I get my emails looked at every day. I don't know if Commissioner Emmerich gets his emails looked at every day, so why would they spend staff's time searching for Commissioner Emmerich, and I'm just picking on you, I don't know, his emails when they don't look for his emails? That to me seems like a waste of time. I'm leaning towards more of leave it the way it is. If they want to do a public records request, let them do a public records request. It's 30 minutes. They're allowed 30 minutes of free time. And believe me, our citizens are quite savvy enough to know, hey, I just want one day at a time because it doesn't quite fit that 30-minute mark. And let them search for the specific things that they're looking for instead of staff spending the time and energy to put everything out there in a searchable database that they then have to go through and make sure things are redacted correctly. Because yes, we do receive things that need to be redacted. We do receive things that are protected based on the rules and regulations that the city clerk knows. I don't know what all those rules are. The city clerk's department is supposed to be knowledgeable of all those exemptions. So I'm just saying, no, don't put them out there. Let the citizens continue doing their public records requests. They get the 30 minutes and call it done instead of staff spending the time. That's just where I'm going with it.
I like that. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't know you wanted to weigh in. So
No, I
please go
wanted to
ahead.
weigh in after you weighed in.
Gotcha. Go
Because
ahead.
I agree exactly with everything that you're saying. That's all I wanted to
Thank
say.
you.
Because, you know, I got no problems with them requesting my emails.
No.
But go through the process, request them, and then you got them. I don't want to open up cans of worms that don't need to be opened up. I think the process is there, and I agree with city clerk that it's all or nothing. So you can't have just your favorite emails or the commissioner ones going out there. I think it's just way too much work. So I'd rather leave the status quo, and I agree with the mayor on this, so.
And I didn't mean to pick on you with my analogy, but you were sitting to my right, so I picked on you.
And she knows the person on her left gets hit all the time, too.
So, anybody else? Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Just to clarify,
Commissioner.
so you also still want to keep when the requests come in, we put them out for public view on the Records Archive, correct?
I don't think so. I'm sorry, that's not something that I am very knowledgeable about, so if you could help me.
It was prior commission direction that when we got in a public records request, that we have the public records archive. So calendar requests, email requests, all of those are out there. So if somebody from the public wants to go in and look at the public records request from yesterday, all the requests and what was filled is out there for the public. And that was based off of prior direction.
So hang on one second, Commissioner Carasone. So if, let's say, Citizen A made a public record request that cost $25 to fulfill. Once that Citizen A paid that $25 request, then it's free to the rest of the citizens.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Carasone.
Yeah, I think the reason why we initiated that was for a couple of reasons. One was that there would be a searchable database at one point, so that everything was kind of put out somewhere, and it would also reduce the staff's need to have to keep looking back for the same record over and over again if it's already been retained somewhere. And so I know that one of the things was to try to get, an accumulation of these public records somewhere that was accessible without having to take staff time. And if it's already been requested, then it's already been requested.
I believe an issue with what we directed, it's rather difficult. It's not titled something, so you might see Citizen A requesting something, but you don't know what they requested. so you have to open it up and read everything anyhow. So it's very hard to search anyhow. And I'm in agreement with the mayor on this one too. I would rather pull back on that, go back to the original duties of the clerk's office, and they get a public record request, and they fill that public record request. We had some things that were broadcast that were sensitive just recently because of that procedure too.
Not that we're trying to hide anything, it's just,
No, but exactly, you end up hurting other people when somebody just does trolling.
Commissioner Emmerich, go ahead, please.
Yeah, this is sort of in line with that. I wanted to ask the city clerk, though, by archiving these, is this beneficial for your department, or is it more work for your department?
We still have them archived. It just, we can choose just to send them to the customer or send them customer public. We still have everything the same in the back. So we
Right,
keep it.
but the stuff that you have in the back is not public access.
Only if we make it public access, yes.
Right. Okay.
And they know what public record requests that they have filled. So if citizen A requests subject X, and then citizen B requests, I mean, they can pull that up and have it easy. It's not going to take very much time.
Right. The one thing that when you brought this up, though, is when citizen A pays for it and then it's free for B, C, D, E, all the way down through the line, I don't feel that that's fair either.
It would still be free because we can only charge for the time it takes us to consolidate it. If it's
I
already
understand that,
consolidated,
but
give
the
it up.
initial request was paid for. So somebody paid for it, and now it's archived, and now it's free for everybody else.
Right.
And I know that that's the way it works, but I think
Kind
it's
of
only fair
unfair.
that if they want the same information, they need to pay the piper as well. So.
Don't think that we legally can charge them since we already did the work and we already have it.
I'm not saying
Yeah.
in that instance. If it's not archived for the public and they want that information, they're gonna ask for it, correct?
We already have it. We already have it in that, we already did the work to consolidate that file, and we will already have it for retention purposes anyway. So if we already have it, we can't use what we've already consolidated and then charge them time to consolidate it again when we didn't consolidate it twice. Only did the work one time. That's all we can charge them for.
Okay, but if it went over that time limit, then you would.
Like if it passed retention and it was gone, we could charge them again.
So I just wanted the clarification of that because money's involved, so, thank you.
So does anybody want to give direction? I am leaning towards not putting emails out on the archiving system for the reasons that I've already stated. I don't know. Currently, we're not doing that.
Currently, they are out there.
So, I mean, all of the emails for all of us.
No, only public records.
Only the ones that have been
that are asked for.
requested.
Mhm.
So I'm leaning towards just let them go through the public records process. Removing the emails from the archiving and not putting all 5 of ours out there. But that's me, so I don't know if you want a motion or a consensus, City Clerk?
I prefer a motion just because it was a motion last time when y'all decided to.
Thank you very much. So I'll entertain a motion if anybody wants to give it.
If you want to hand the gavel over, you can make it.
Oh, gosh, let's see if I can.
Go ahead, Mayor.
See if I can condense it. Make a motion to not put commissioner emails out on the archiving system and not allowing public record process for 30 minutes to fulfill any public records requests, which is already there.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor by the mayor to not place commissioner emails on the archive system and to allow the public record requests for 30 minutes to go as written. Do I hear a second?
I'll second it for discussion.
Seconded by Commissioner Emmerich. Mayor, would you like to speak to that?
I'm really not too sure how to put this motion together, except just not putting the emails out there. It's pretty straightforward, in my opinion. Public records is 30 minutes now. When we first were talking about this, it was still 15.
Yes.
So that's why I'm leaning this way.
Mr. Emrich, do you have anything?
Yeah, my questions are strictly on the motion, and that's why I'm asking, because I'm a little bit confused on it. The motion was to not have the city commission, hello, not go into the archival system, but we're discussing on putting it on the city website. So to me, I understand that, but we also talked about taking off the archival system and not putting them into the archival system. Is this all captured in that motion? To where we're not putting none of the city commissioners on the archival system via website? And are we stopping the process of retaining those emails in that website as well?
Go ahead, reread what you have.
I would recommend maybe stating it differently to discontinue placing commission emails on the public records request portal archive.
Can you put your mic on?
It is on. So I said I would recommend to change it to discontinue placing commission emails on the public records request portal archive. And that would stop them from being public facing on the what the goal is.
Mayor, with the recommendation of the city clerk, would you like to reword your motion?
She said it perfectly, and I'm in agreement with that. Like I said, I didn't know exactly how to phrase it, so I appreciate your feedback.
Mayor, can you reword it, because I couldn't hear anything she said?
Vice Mayor has the gavel, so Vice Mayor, could you please restate it?
City clerk, go ahead and read it as you have stated.
To discontinue placing
I
commission.
can't hear her.
She'll lean into the mic.
She's changing to a different mic.
To discontinue placing commission emails on the public records portal archive.
Commissioner Emmerich, are you all right with
I'm absolutely
that wording?
good with that. It was just a little confusing, and I'm not picking on the mayor because she picked on me, tit for tat. I'm not doing that. But I just wanted to explain it a little bit better to where we all understood. That's all.
And I appreciate that. And
So are we going back on what our direction was earlier, essentially? That's what we're doing?
Yes. It's not placing anything out onto that archive system. It's forcing the citizen to make a public record request on their own instead of basically copycatting what somebody else has already done.
Okay. I don't know about that. Go ahead.
Commissioner Hanks, do you have anything to this? Any other comments before we take the vote?
We have a second? Oh, you did second.
Yeah.
All right, we'll go ahead and take the vote. City Clerk, would you read the motion one more time?
To discontinue placing commission emails on the public records portal archive.
Mayor, how do you vote?
yes.
Commissioner Emmerich?
Yes.
Commissioner Carazone?
No.
Commissioner Hanks?
Yes.
I'm a yes. That passes 4 yeses, 1 nay. Commissioner Carazone, would you like to state why you voted no?
I just really truly believe that having the clerk put the items on the public record portal, that at least they're being viewed and that the exemptions are being pulled and whatever else needs to be, struck out. It's the safest way to put things out there, and I understand that it gives people advantage to pull commissions or whatever the public record is out and use it against other people, but it's public record, and people should have the access to it. That was the whole point. So, I mean, you don't want it public record, don't put it on your email. I mean, I don't know what else to say.
Did you capture her reasoning? Okay, I'm going to pass the gavel back to the mayor.
Thank you very much. Anything else to this item, guys?
We're not discontinuing or hurting anybody from doing a public record request. You can't. That's law.
Absolutely.
All it's done is removed, placing it on the archive, being broadcast to all peoples. That doesn't prohibit somebody from making a request wanting to know what citizen A has requested over, because we still keep that list, you know, of citizen A requesting all the emails or whatever, and a public record request can be then made, send me what citizen A requested. So it's still, the avenue is there, it's just not putting it out on the archive system immediately.
Right. City Clerk, are you still able then to put like our travel, our calendars?
Yes.
That kind of stuff will still stay out on archive?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I appreciate that because I was going to make another motion if that would be it's not necessary now. All right, so it is now 3:36. Moving on to discussion and possible action regarding commission compensation. This was my agenda item. I don't know, City Manager, if you want to weigh in before I do?
No, ma'am, I was going to defer to you.
In the essence of time, I think I captured everything very clearly in the legislative text. Bottom line is as a supermajority vote, we can freeze our commission compensation. I had thought about this for a long time. And since the deadline to put something like this on today's agenda was last week, I went ahead and put it on there. I still believe that we are servants of the people. I still believe that there are ways to cut the budget, and that includes our salaries. And it is the will of the board if they agree with me or not. And I will just leave it to you guys to weigh in on my thought process on this. Vice Mayor.
I jotted down some of my thoughts because of the last portion that says sends an undesirable message to the Northport citizens.
Due to the increase.
This is not just about commission, but my statements are going to be about all of the personnel and the staff. I'm not somebody who feels that perception overrides reality, fairness, and truth. Reality is the city has not been placed into a position, at least this year, where staff nor commission has to forego any of their pay or pay increases. Taking away from commission or staff does nothing to improve anyone else's situation. All it would achieve is hindering the families and the households of staff. It would also put us back into a position we worked hard to come back from as a city. I'm not willing to do that. Truth is, there are other areas of the budget that can be cut or decreased without taking from personnel. And to me, that is what's fair. We've already looked at $250,000, cutting it by $250,000. Undoubtedly, there are going to be more cuts, I'm sure, the first meeting in September. But one of the largest reasons that you don't go to a rollback is because the rollback is that set amount, and you have the staff increases and all of those that come into play. That's why you don't stand on that same amount. And we haven't increased it. It is going to be decreased. So it's aiding that millage rate, being lower. The families of staff have been hurt during COVID also. Even on this commission, I don't know anybody whose families haven't been touched by what's going on, just the five of us. I'm probably the least because I'm a single individual. So mine hasn't altered as much as the others, but the others have spouses whose jobs have been cut, diminished, their income slashed, just in the five of us. And that is also true of all the 700 and so others. So I don't want to hurt these citizens that are within the city because of something that's going on that doesn't warrant that we do it this year. Now, that doesn't say that next year isn't going to be different. We'll have to find out what happens next year. But this year, to me, I don't see where we have to hurt our personnel. We're finding fat within the budget, and that fat needs to be cut. One of the areas that we already did find, actually Mayor found it, was the over amount of within the commission. There was an error made in that, and I think it's under $1,000, it's 900 and some dollars, that the rate would be increased for the commission. And we already set that procedure up. To freeze that or to do anything different sets you behind and makes you go back to square one where we rose from 3 years ago. And we had to bite the bullet. If this were a year where the projections of everything came back showing something different, I would look at it differently, but we're not at that point yet. Even this year, we had meetings where we slashed $3 million from the projects. So to me, taking away from the fat of the budget, taking away from those things that can be reduced, yes, you do that, you get the millage lowered. It's not going to go back to the rollback, but we will see it. People are going to end up saving money. Commissioner Emmerich was trying to get to that $12 that the fire department was going to be increasing. I got no doubt when we get into the first week in September, we're going to be under that mark. So they're going to see not an increase to it unless their property, was raised a whole lot, and we don't have any say over that. That's state law. But I got no doubt we're going to see a decrease in what they're going to be paying come September. But I don't want it on the backs of staff. Don't want it on the backs of commission. We need to go ahead with what we've put in place, reward the work that they've done. Don't take away from their families because there's a 9% unemployment rate. It was at 15, it went to 13, it's down to 9. I don't know what it will be come the end of July. Yes, this was labeled a recession, but it's not like the recession before, and it's not time to take away from our staff. I can't do that.
And Vice Mayor, I appreciate everything you're saying. This is not addressing staff salaries. This is just addressing our commission salaries.
And I
That's all
stated
this
in the
is.
beginning that I was going to be referring to both because I see commission as the same as staff. We worked out that schedule, that process of how we were going to be doing everybody.
I just wanted to make sure that that was clear.
Yeah,
on the
but I wanted to
agenda
make sure
item.
everybody knew where I stood on everything, because I know Commissioner Hanks had to take a horrible hit in his family's income. I mean, because he deals with tourism and vacations, and that's not happening. And to say that he has to give up $900 over an entire year, I don't think is fair and right. I know Commissioner Emmert's wife, those reporters got their funds slashed.
10 hours a week.
Yeah, so I don't want to take away from anybody because it's affected all of us. And I don't want to take away from anybody, not even us. If somebody wants to surrender their pay, if a commissioner wants to surrender their pay, go ahead. Nobody's stopping you. You can turn it all back over if you want to. But to divert from what we have calculated and what we're going forward into this city, I can't say stop it. You freeze it for everything, you've thrown yourself out of kilter, and next year or the year after, you're going to have to make it up again. So, nope, I don't want it frozen, but if somebody wants to turn their own pay in, have at it.
Commissioner Rich, you wanted to speak?
Yeah, you had asked a question. I just wanted to make sure that this item had nothing whatsoever to do with staff.
Has nothing to do with staff.
Right. And also, Vice Mayor had brought it up about that $12. We're about halfway there, so it's looking good.
Well, we're more than halfway.
I know, but I didn't want to give specific numbers because I've been writing them out, and we're getting close. We're getting very close, so it may not be the rollback rate, but it may be the right rate. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Commissioner Hanks, did you want to weigh in?
No, ma'am.
Commissioner Carrison?
I think I've made my point on this quite clear. I hate to see us go backwards instead of going forward.
And I appreciate everybody's thoughts on this, and I recognize everybody's, the commission and their family situations and stuff. But I still believe, while we are trying to be respectful of what's happening to commission families, we get paid. And I was just looking to freeze our pay because the citizens that pay our salaries have had just as much, if not more, issues with their salaries and their incomes and their job layoffs and their furloughs than what we as elected officials have had, because we have still gotten our paychecks. And I was just looking to be respectful of what is happening to our citizens and to freeze our pay, because I don't want the negativity. We have a lot of negativity out there about elected officials. Just to show goodwill to our citizens by freezing our salaries. And I would like to pass the gavel, and if I get a second, I get a second, but at least.
I want to speak to that first.
Go ahead.
Threw me when you said I'm going to pass the gavel. I don't know of anybody who has asked for staff or commission or anybody else to take a decrease in their pay other than the people who have no issue with their income. They haven't lost their job. They are still continuing their pay. And it's those that I've heard that have pointed at staff and said they need to reduce. And again, I'm stating that the goodwill is that you get that millage rate down, you save them so that there's not an increase, but you don't do it on the back of the staff and the commission. This can be accomplished. You can send the goodwill out by lowering that millage and there not being an increase in the taxes. That can be accomplished without hurting the morale of the staff and the commission, undoing what we've worked hard to accomplish. As I said, if somebody wants to hand back in their salary or their increase, they're more than welcome to do so, but to change it, I can't. And if you want to hand me the gavel, go ahead.
And as I hand the gavel, I just reiterate, by reducing our salary, even though it's saving, I think it's what, $7,000 to $12,000 in the budget, it's still reducing that millage rate. And every little bit helps, every little bit counts, and I'd like to make a motion to freeze commission salaries for the fiscal year 2021.
There's a motion on the floor by the mayor to freeze commission salary for the year of 2021. Do I hear a second? For a lack of second, that motion fails,
Thank you. It's on the record.
and the
Appreciate it.
gavel is passed back.
Okay, so what time is it? All right, it's 10 to 4. Can we forego commission communications and administrative communications? Take a 10-minute break before we start our district meetings?
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I've got one thing I've got to get some input from you guys on. And there's-
Sure.
I apologize.
And public comment, Mayor.
Thank you. Well, public comment would come after the communications.
No, it comes before.
Sorry, I apologize. Public comment, go ahead.
Have any?
That's what I'm talking about. High five. Boom. I love it.
So do you want to do it now?
It's short, it's sweet. I think it's
I like to
easy
roll.
peasy. If I may?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. The Florida League of Cities isn't having a conference this year, but they're still having we still need to choose a voting delegate for the August 13th resolution meeting where they'll be voting on that, and then the August 14th business meeting. These are all virtual. You won't be traveling anywhere, but y'all need to select
I'll do
a
it.
delegate. Okay.
It's virtual.
I actually was going to nominate Commissioner Carazone.
That's her last one. That's a great
Exactly.
idea.
This would be her last
Yeah.
opportunity to do
Great.
that. She's done it in the past, and I would love it if she would honor the city by being that voting delegate this year.
I'm already registered under Minnesota League of Cities to be part of the legislative committee and such, so being a delegate is no big deal.
Thank you, ma'am.
So we'll get a consensus to have Commissioner Carrison be our voting delegate for the FLC conference. Commissioner Carrison, Commissioner Hanks,
Yes.
Vice Mayor,
Yes.
Commissioner Emmerich.
Yes.
I'm a yes, and Commissioner Carrison, you were just voluntold. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
You're welcome. All right, we got 8 minutes, guys. Be back at 4 o'clock. City Clerk? Yes. Okay. Well, good evening, everybody. I do call this Commission Fire District meeting to order. It is 4 o'clock on July 28th. Those present are Commissioner Emmerich, myself, Mayor McDowell, Vice Mayor Luke. Commissioner Carrison, are you joining us?
Barely, yeah.
Thank you very much, and I do see Commissioner Hanks coming up to his seat. We also have Acting City Manager and our City Attorney and our City Clerk. Officer Garrison is still with us, along with our staff and citizens. At this time, Acting City Manager, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes, ma'am. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right. Could I get an approval of the Fire District meeting agenda, please?
So moved.
Third. By Commissioner Hanks, seconded by Vice Mayor to approve the agenda as presented. Anything? Hearing none, we'll take voice vote. Commissioner Hanks?
Yes.
Vice Mayor?
Yes.
Commissioner Carrison?
Yes.
Commissioner Emmerich?
Yes.
Myself, yes. So we'll go ahead and approve that agenda. Moving on to public comment.
You have two.
I see two of them. First one is for Mr. Valdi Olander. I'm sorry, one of these days I'll get your name. Mr. Olander, is this part of your public comment, this document?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I'll pass it to the city clerk, so that way she can make copies and give it to all of the commissioners.
This is accessible. I mean, I explain it. I mean, you can do whatever you want.
Well, we have to do it that way. If you could
Okay,
please pass it to the clerk.
I am Valdi Olander. I live in Northport, Florida, geographical area. I do not have any contract with the corporation, City of Northport. Neither I am the corporation myself. I am the man with the heart and the blood, and I cannot take the contract with the dead body, which is the corporation, which it is. This is fictitious person. And I also object, I don't like anybody standing behind me, especially military men with the guns. Our Constitution, Bill of Rights of Florida State, we have the right to freely assembly. And you discriminate against me when the opposite side, there's no policeman. So I am the lesser than the member of the corporation. Seems to me, I object. Another thing, I object with composition of this board. This board is supposed to be only for elected officials, as the chart in the city charter or in the city papers dictate. This is the wish of the people. The separation must be. So let's say these two gentlemen at the end and the attorney shouldn't be present here, as well as the city clerk. And I object to that invasion of the charter, which we are part of it. This is the charter. And I also object to how this due process relating the budget been conducted. Basically, due process means due process. United States has very few countries where they observe due process. What you're doing here is the resolved process. You want the result. You want to raise the taxes or whatever. But our country is the due process. There has to process be applied. Nobody can be missed. And you discriminate against me last time when you limit my speech to 3 minutes. When the opposite sides, the corporation beneficiaries, speak and speak and speak. You know, this is annoying. You should take the, how you call it? Consider that. Of course, my time is almost up. I'm going to speak on these three, actually, I wouldn't say my time is up because I like to speak. This is the road and drainage. Before you raise the rate by 24% or 25% last year, seems to me like the road and drainage gave us $16 million. So I would say this is totally unnecessary.
Mr. Olander, your time is up, sir.
I object.
We have public comment at the end of this meeting.
I
If you would
object.
like to fill out another card and
I
speak at
wish
the
the
end.
colleague, I mean, whoever a corporate apparatchik is there should speak 3 minutes.
Thank you, sir. You're welcome to fill out another card for at the end of the meeting. Mr. Scott, you're next.
May I say
I'm
something?
sorry, go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Mr. Olander, sir?
Time is up.
Yes, sir. I'm just wanting to let you know that you don't have a current charter. That charter that you held up is an old charter. There's a revised one that you could obtain, I believe, from the clerk's office. Yes. So if you wanted a new revised one, they're at the clerk's office. Thank you.
Mr. Scott, go ahead, please. You have 3 minutes, sir.
All right. Good afternoon, commissioners, charter officers, public safety staff. The Northport City Commission does not protect the taxpayer first. Their ongoing propaganda campaign continues to create an illusion for compassion and credibility. Only in Northport can a city government squander taxpayer dollars and keep their jobs. Instead of investing in the city's decaying neighborhoods, this city continues to spend taxpayer dollars on pet projects per city department. The city has also developed an earned reputation for hiring everyone and their brother. Let me be clear, the oversized and unwanted city cabal will always reward themselves with taxpayer dollars for their incompetence, corruption, and downright laziness. We have been taken advantage of far too long by senseless spending and empty promises. Our city is not okay. I don't know if City Hall is able to distinguish between corrupt conduct that benefits them directly or corrupt behavior that simply advances the false narrative that we as a city are okay. One of the conclusions from George Orwell's novel 1984 simply says this, and I quote, "The further a society, in this instance a city, drifts from the truth, the more it will hate those who speak it." Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. All right, City Manager, has anything been pulled from the consent agenda for the fire district?
No, ma'am.
I'll entertain a motion, please.
Move to approve the items of the consent agenda.
Motion on the floor to approve the consent agenda is presented by Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Emmerich. Anything to that, Vice Mayor? Commissioner Emmerich?
No, ma'am.
Anybody else? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and take the voice vote. Vice Mayor? Commissioner Emmerich?
Yes.
Commissioner Carrison?
Yes.
Commissioner Hanks?
Yes.
And I too am a yes, so that passed 5-0. All right, so now we will go to general business, discussion and possible action about properties that are exempt from fire district assessment. City Manager?
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to introduce Chief Titus from the Fire District. Come and speak.
Thank you, sir. Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, Scott Titus, your Fire Chief on behalf of the Fire Rescue District. During the Fire Rescue District meeting on May 26th, there was a consensus by commission to have City Manager bring back the total exemptions cost for all the properties receiving exemptions for fire rescue. Stantec assisted us in conducting that, and we have that before you this evening. One of the things that I wanted to mention up front is if you look at your agenda packet, there's recommended actions there for 3 different choices. There's actually, I didn't list the obvious choice. The obvious choice, you'll have to forgive me, please. The obvious choice is to leave the exemptions the way that they are. I did not list that as one of the recommended actions, although I think when we get done looking at it, that would be an option. So there's different, it's a really quick presentation. Mandatory or required exemptions are government property, agricultural property, right-of-ways, submerged land, which does not benefit from the improvement or service funded by the assessment. So there's some legal things that need to be met there. Total mandatory district exemptions, $493,092. And there are 1,499 of those parcels. And there are discretionary exemptions, and these are exemptions that are allowed underneath the statute that are decided and granted by the governing body. For church properties, forgive me, that 26 is a 30, should be a 33. There are 33 properties that are exempted. For the fire rescue district, we exempt the sanctuary-only portion. So basically, we figure out the square footage of the church and exempt that portion of the property. Total property assessments before exemptions, $20,148.62. Total church exemptions for the sanctuary is $10,559.02. Total church assessment collected, non-sanctuary is $9,589.60. Other discretionary exemptions are property use codes 9110 through 9150. Those are total miscellaneous utility exemptions for a total amount. There are 16 of those properties of $4,527.56. So total discretionary exemptions provided is $15,086.58. Last time this issue was brought before the commission for any discussion or action was in August of 2008. There was a determination, actually, one, it was a special meeting. There was a determination and discussion about both fire rescue district and road and drainage. And the way our exemptions are provided right now, both for fire rescue and road and drainage, were decided that evening by the governing board. So I'm available for specific questions or any additional information.
Anybody have any questions on this? Commissioner Carrasone. Commissioner Carrasone, did you have a question?
No, not at all.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor, go ahead, please.
So currently, if I'm reading your second slide, currently you're only exempting the sanctuary, correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay. That's all the question I have. I have comments for later after.
No questions.
So when you look at the total miscellaneous exemptions, is there a cost to put those back on the tax rolls? Because, and I'm assuming those are like the FPLs that currently are exempt, and those kind of utility kind of companies. Do we have to do a study to put those back on the tax rolls? How do they even get put off the tax rolls? I don't know.
I'm going to speak very slowly, and then I'm going to let Amber jump in if she wants to. But there's a process to go through. There's a legal process, and one of the determinations for the allowance of discretionary exemptions under these codes for miscellaneous utilities is the determination of public purpose. So it's determined, if it's determined that that piece of property meets a great public purpose, that is one of the instruments that can be used. Most all of these properties are, there's radio towers, there's, I believe the power line properties. We can go down and look through some of them. Some of them actually would fall under two different things, like there's a piece for the road drainage district, which would have been exempted also under government, so there's some overflow there. As far as the action to remove that discretionary exemption, I really would only be speculating. I think my understanding would be that you all would discuss it as a board and determine to remove those. I'm not sure if there's any legal implications on exactly how that's done. I would have to defer to the city attorney on that, and I'm not sure that she's prepared to answer that, off the cuff. But my understanding is those exemptions are provided through a discretionary matter. And if you decided to not grant those, that would be okay.
And this 4527 for the public utilities, that code, is that the possible realized revenue if they were put back on the tax rolls? Is that what that is?
That is when you go across, I'm just looking to make sure that I want to answer this properly for you. Yes. So all of I believe I sent you all a spreadsheet. I think you may have gotten it last evening or this morning. On the right-hand column, there's an estimated exemption amount. All those added up is that $4,527. So that would be That's the amount of revenue that we would realize if you were to remove those exemptions, $4,527.56.
Thank you, sir. Vice Mayor?
I think this conversation is a whole lot deeper than what we think we're looking at. Because there is, if I'm understanding city attorney correctly, there's a lot of legal stuff that would come into this, a lot. And they have a lot on their plate right now within the city, and then would have to tackle this also. Personally, myself, I think it's something that we can look at over this next year. Maybe get back more information so that there can be a deeper discussion. This might need to be a workshop with some information for both fire and for the road and drainage. Because there's a lot of ins and outs to this. And the reply from the outside counsel, there is a separation of church and state. And when you look at community, what'd you call it, community purpose, greater community purpose or something like that, all nonprofits do that, not just the religious sector. So I think this conversation needs to look at maybe what the broader nonprofit sector would be rather than just churches. That's singling out just one type of community-based organization and ignoring the others. And as far as the FPL and those other areas, we would need to know why they were in there to start with. So that's even a greater conversation too. I don't understand why grazing land for Carlton is in there, because that's not even in our city limits. Deer Hammock, Orange Hammock is, but some of these others are not, so I don't know why they're listed either. So I think this is far more of a conversation than what we're looking at tonight. Thank you.
Anybody else?
I had a comment.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Yeah, I'm 100% behind leaving the exemptions as is for now. And I won't waver on that. That's it.
Thank you. I agree with you, Vice Mayor. There is a larger conversation because there's a lot of inconsistencies going on. But I will also remind everybody that this was brought up, a year, maybe a year and a half ago, to help find revenues for our city so that there's some kind of fairness or equitableness with the taxes. And when I see we are the only city that is not charging assessments for fire and stormwater to utility companies, I have to question why and make sure they get put back on the tax rolls. I can't speak to how they got off. That was way before our time. That was not any of our doing. I'm not looking to non-exempt entities already pay fire. Some of them already pay road and drainage, but that'll be a different conversation when road and drainage comes up. I'm not looking to add back ad valorem because yes, they do have a public purpose. I'm focusing on why was the utilities taken off fire? I mean, does that mean you don't help them if there's a fire in the utility area of that parcel? Of course not. But yet the taxpayers are paying for that, but that utility company or that utility parcel that has that PUD designation has a free benefit. And that concerns me. And that's why I had brought it up almost a year and a half ago, to have a bigger discussion. And I am all for bringing this to a workshop, but at the same time, I don't want to kick this can down the road. I want it to be so that we have some serious conversations come next year's budget, 21, 22, instead of, okay, we'll have another conversation, to have another conversation. And yes, I sound like Commissioner Carasone at this point.
Thank you.
Because we were supposed to already have a decision made for this fiscal year, if I remember correctly. So we were trying to, and I know that the city attorney has a lot on her plate, and I respect that. But we have to look at our revenues and make sure that it's equitable. And that's all I'm trying to do. By no means am I trying to say to charge private entities, these nonprofits. They're already paying. They're already paying their share. Meanwhile, we have corporations that are mega dollar corporations that are not. That concerns me. So, said my piece. Go ahead, Commissioner Carasone. I heard your voice. I don't know if you were.
Yeah, I don't know if we actually did an extensive research into how the power lines were removed from the tax base. That, I know it didn't take place through commission. I have to wonder if it wasn't one of those deals where they could appeal to the supervisor or the tax collector's office.
So just to help you a little bit with my research, FPL, whether they have a grid or a building on their parcel, do not pay assessments to the city of Northport. But if I got to get it out real quick, bear with me a moment so I can make sure I'm speaking correctly.
I don't think they don't have anything but lines in Northport.
No, there's grids. There's property that has, I don't know what to call them except
Voltage.
grids. They're voltage, they're
Substations?
substations. There you go. I call them grids, substations, whatever. But there's also substations that have a substation and a building for like office and personnel. And then there's substations that are just the substation, and then there's the right-of-way, and that's not even what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the physical property where the substations are or offices. They also have these little parcels of strips of land that they don't pay any, and that's what I think you're referring to, Commissioner Carasone, where they have the electric poles. They don't pay any assessments on those, but they pay property taxes. So I'm just looking for fairness applied across the board. So, especially with.
I can tell you that when we did the assessments in 2008, that it was all based off of something that was measurable in that study. So that's why some of these, to see that they're in the exemption pile, were kind of honestly shocking to me, because I don't remember when they were ever put on there. Maybe they were all the time. Especially tropical land holdings, where I am about 80% certain that most of that property went back to the bank. So I think we need a little bit more in-depth research on how some of them acquired the exemption and what is the difference, maybe.
So to add to answer some of your questions, some of it, so there is a difference between the legality, and I'm sure city attorney can explain it better, but of levying an assessment versus a tax. One is a benefit to people and the other is a benefit to property. I believe some of the conversations, so I've been here for a while, I've not found some of the notes, but I know that some of the discussion in 2008, as far as exemptions, some of these utility properties, there's not really a tangible benefit to that property, because the fire department, in essence, some of those grids that you talked about, if there's an issue there, FBL has to come out and shut down the grid. It would be dangerous for our people to go in there. So till everything is shut down, really, they are the primary first responder. and agricultural. There's some agriculture, there's a legal exemption for agricultural. That's where some of those properties ended up getting on there, is they ended up getting subdivided and being made smaller, or depending on whether they had a structure on the property or not, was part of that determination as to whether or not it was a legal and mandated exemption versus a voluntary exemption. Some of the voluntary exemptions, I know that there were executed documents for some of those where there may have been a structure on that property that was a singular parcel that was, 9,000 acres, where technically by the law, it would have fallen under something because there was a benefit. But I remember I looked at some of the documents, and I can provide those to commission, where there was an explanation and a discussion in front of the board here where that property did not end up being serviced by us as first responders because of remote location and things like that, that a lot of the times Florida Forest Service was the first responding agency to get out to those properties. So this is going back to some of the original arguments many, many years ago.
And I appreciate that, but then I have to then ask, well, then why does Sarasota County Fire District charge their assessments? Obviously, Sarasota County Fire District is not their first responders to the FPL. FPL would still be. So this is where I'm getting at, is are we leaving money on the table when other government entities are charging the same company?
Sarasota charges an MSTU and an MSBU. My understanding is that they're both actually, I believe they're both ad valorem. I don't think that they're.
I've got the tax rolls, and they're charged assessments.
I understand, and as I said, that's it. And I'm just trying to give you the discussion. I'm not trying to sway your opinion either way, just so you have that information. I can't speak to why Sarasota County.
Chief, if I could jump in. At this point in time, staff has about researched as far as it can go without having to go into a more legal realm. There's obviously a specific legal process to bring something out of exemption status and back onto the assessment rolls. So, I mean, Amber can talk to Ms. Slayton, Ms. Slayton can talk to all that. But as far as staff's research, we're kind of hit a wall, and if I'm misspeaking, Julian, Chief can correct me on that, but we've about gone as far as we can in-house, is my point.
Thank you. Ms. Am.
When I get back, I'd love to sit down with you guys and so that you can show me this research so that I can I do remember that conversation about the location, and I feel like it was Kels Ranch, that there was no way for the fire department to reach it or something. I've got kind of a faint memory on that conversation, but just to sit down and kind of look at that stuff and see where it came from and what the thought process was. That's all.
I think it would be great, I mean, if we get a workshop that not just Commissioner Carazone work with staff to bring out information, but also the mayor. She has done more of a widespread research to it, and if the two of them could, of course, separately meet with staff, provide what they've got, and then bring that back to a workshop, because right now, I don't know what the mayor has, and I wasn't here when Commissioner Carazone was here, so I don't have that backup material. So for me to sit right here on the spot, I can't. I can't come to a conclusion. So to me, you leave things as is, and then you allow these two to work with staff to bring back enough material that we can have a workshop and maybe hammer out some of these things.
And I would love to do that. And I can't speak for Commissioner Carazone. She's off the board in November. I don't know if this is something that we can do before she is no longer a commissioner. I don't know if I'm getting reelected in November. I want to make sure that this proceeds with or without me, and I'm sure Commissioner Carazone feels the same way.
Well, I wasn't saying that the workshop has to be before you guys go, but you guys at least work with them before you go. And That way they can bring a workshop back in the spring or something, because this needs to be hammered out, as you said, before the next budget period. So it needs to be looked at the beginning of next year. But if the history that Commissioner Carazone carries and the things that you have uncovered can be discussed with staff, then we'd have far better backup material to look at.
And I also think we need
And
to.
in November, we can discuss it amongst ourselves.
It's true. I'd also like to see if maybe city attorney can kind of weigh in and do some kind of a legal review on this. I know in some of the backup materials, she had stated that she did not do a legal opinion or legal review, whatever that technical term is, city attorney. I think that that would be extremely helpful too, to be able to proceed with this discussion. To have a workshop and then have the city attorney do that legal review is kicking that proverbial can down the road, and we need to get going between now and June.
I mean, we need to understand we need that direction from the board as a whole and to understand what the board would like looked at. Special assessments is a very specialized area of the law, and I would retain the same attorney that I retained to write that memo, who is an expert throughout the state on special assessments, but whose almost entire practice is related to special assessments and district work. So I need to know what you want to know about so that I can guide the scope of the legal work on that.
Thank you. Commissioner Emmerich.
Yeah, and again, you know, what's the cost factor going into this? Because the city manager had stated staff is at a wall. Everything's going to go outside. It's going to cost. Are we going to spend $50,000 to save $5? You know, that's what we need to look at. We need to have those types of processes in our minds before we make a decision to have a workshop to discuss this or whatever the case may be. Where we're at right now, you may get into this process and find out that you're opening up another can of worms to where it's going to be detrimental rather than putting these back on the books, because so-and-so has an exemption over here, now you've got to give 3 other parties the same exemption, and now you've just put a deficit and added more exemptions.
Right.
So that's all part of the big picture, and before we move forward, I'd rather just leave it at the status quo. We can get information that doesn't cost anything and see if it's possible that we move forward. But I would leave it be for now, and that's just my opinion. Thank you.
Mayor, maybe I need to clarify, because that's exactly what I was saying, Commissioner Emmerich, was just for my own edification, I would like more information as to what was developed and as part of the backup here, because I'm not willing to move and change anything either at this point. But I still would, you know, you got to remember that I was not able to kind of sit down and talk to staff about this stuff. So that's all I'm saying.
Mayor, if I may just add one more thing. So, and I appreciate Commissioner Emmerich and everybody's input. The last thing I'd want to leave you with before I go is one of the things they determined in 2008. So from what I can find, these exemptions go as far back as 2000. So each one of those individual properties, certainly we'd have to research and find out how that was originally granted. Is there a legal instrument? Was it a matter of commission action? Those things that certainly can be done. I think it is. I think there is some significant time investment there. I've tried to find some of those, and I found a few of the property ones. But the other thing is in 2008, when they had this discussion in front of the commission and they made the action and they stated what the exemptions were going to be for the church properties. When they had this discussion, they declared in 2008 the amount for fire rescue is just under $20,000. They declared that to be de minimis. So therefore, and I believe the statement right from the minutes says, relief granted to the residents would provide greater assistance to their churches than a government subsidy. So that was talking about some of that general purpose. And again, I don't know if the law is still the same. I think the city attorney spoke very eloquently to say that it's very in-depth. At the time, one of the things they had to do, and I believe it is still the same, is the money for that exemption either had to be granted through another set of revenue or it had to be declared de minimis in value. And The governing board at the time declared both for fire rescue and road and drainage district, those amounts to be de minimis. Again, in 2008, for us, that was just under 20,000. And I believe if you look at all of the exemptions that are provided to fire rescue district right now, that amount is 15,000. My slide went away. But so it's actually less now than it was, and it's because we had a different assessment methodology at that time. So.
Anybody else want to weigh in? Anybody want to give direction?
Do you need a motion, or can we just get a consensus that this be brought back at the beginning of the 2021 for a workshop? And in the meantime, you and Commissioner Carazone get with staff to everybody share their information so that we have more backup material for the beginning of the year?
And I would also like to see what legal review, based on my limited research, it appears that the only thing that we really can change without opening up Pandora's box is the utility. I just put that paper away. There was two categories.
You're talking about FPL?
The
Miscellaneous utilities.
utilities and then miscellaneous subsurface rights. I don't know even what that means in English.
It's a piece of drainage property basically that's flooded most of the time. So it falls under that same category of, actually.
But that's the type of information and backup we need to have for that workshop.
But the
'Cause
city
as-
attorney would have to provide that.
Exactly, but that's part of that backup that we would need to know. We can go this far in-house, but if you want to go further, then it is going to cost you outside counsel fee or whatever.
Just to be clear, any question on this topic will be sent to outside counsel. It is highly specialized.
Okay.
And honestly,
And I'm not
I think
discouraging
was
that, but I'm
all-
just letting you know.
Sorry, Amber. I didn't mean to cut in on you. There's a delay. I think it was all included in those past studies, honestly, that information. So that's why I think it's more historical than legal.
Yeah, I would be interested in reviewing what happened in 2008 and 2000 because I think maybe that's where our answer lies. That's probably the key to this whole conversation. And I don't know if that's something the city clerk can provide and do research on to find out how they reached those two categories. I'm not looking at the government. Obviously, that's done and over with. Religious, I don't even want to go there. But the utilities and this other category, I think really needs to be looked at because while it seems like a lot of effort for a little bit of money for the first year, this will carry forward year after year after year after year, which will then ultimately pay for itself. And we can't just focus on today. We have to look into the future, and I see it as a revenue source later on down the road. Once we get those answers. So, so do you want to get a consensus for what, Vice Mayor?
To have a workshop on this topic at the beginning of 2021 with you or the mayor and Commissioner Carazone giving input with staff and bring back the historical backup from the year 2000 and 2008 for a determination to be made at the beginning of 2021 of whether we want to do anything with these.
Thank you. Is the consensus clear? Okay, fantastic. So let's.
Only one item, I'm sorry, Mayor, but can we not just keep it from 2000 and 2008? Because I got a funny feeling some of those properties were exempt prior to 2000. So.
Definitely. I mean, wherever history takes us to, I said the historical records, but definitely looking at 2000 and 2008, but anything historical on this topic. Thank you.
If the board pleases, and we will continue to look. We will try to find that information. It has been, it's difficult to piece that together. We can go back and find our methodologies, and typically what they do is they speak to the law on why those things were granted, but they don't all necessarily cover the discussion that you had here at the dais, and through the actions of some of those things. And just as an example, the amount of hours and the time that will go into this, we'll follow the board's direction no matter what. But if we were talking about just the miscellaneous utilities, the $4,527 amount, the decision that was made today with credit cards was probably, for us, was probably a $75,000 decision. So that's much easier and more time. Like, this is really going to be impactful, a lot of staff time with outside counsel and stuff like that. So we will absolutely do it.
I don't think we're looking for
I don't think that's
outside-
what we're looking for.
No.
Yeah. I mean,
That's-
we're looking for research of public records, and honestly, I'd make a phone call to Northport Sun.
I think
That's
if I
a good
can,
start.
oh, sorry, Commissioner, if I can supplement what Chief Titus said, when we looked at this in our office about a year ago, we didn't go deep into the history, but what we did find in trying to find the history was that some of these exemptions, they were not adopted by resolution, so they weren't easy to find. We could not, we tried to do a search. We spent a few hours doing a search. We could not find them in the minutes. So I think part of what Chief Titus is saying is not, hey, we haven't looked into this, but, you know, the records may not really be that great. They may not provide you with what you're looking for. They definitely was not done the same way, you know, if you wanted to grant an exemption today, it would not be, the process that we would recommend legally for you to go through would be different. It'd be by resolution, so you'd have a clearer record of it.
So financially, this isn't even worth it.
That's what I'm hearing.
I mean, staff time going in, it's not going to take very many hours.
You've
to
got lower
accumulate.
hanging fruit that you could snag up other than this, but, so that's kind of what staff's telling you. But we will do as you direct us to do. We will make it happen.
Actually, I don't see it being worth it at this point in time.
Well, and just one
Commissioner Emmerich, go ahead,
major
please.
factor, you're setting this up for January-ish. We'll no longer have Commissioner Carousel to be there unless she's going to be a guest speaker
Right.
to
Well,
get that information going.
Right, but she can talk to him before she would leave.
Absolutely,
So,
she can. She can
yeah.
talk to them all the time to get the information, the same with the mayor. But to involve this board into a workshop in January, I think that's too soon. I think it's burdensome on staff, and I just think it's not warranted at this point.
Yeah, I just,
I'm going to withdraw my consensus request for consensus.
as much as it pains me to leave money sitting on the table, that goes against my fiber. I also recognize the fact of risk versus reward, input of time, energy, and resources versus reward, and I'm not seeing it. So, bummer.
You're all off the hook.
Yeah, we still got to talk about yours for road and drainage, because that one I'm not too convinced on. But with fire, because you already are charging, except for FPL, which just bothers me to the core. So is it okay?
Well, if you want to solve that, you could always increase the public service tax because you're undercharging that on your electric.
Yeah,
But anyway.
Okay, so we can look at that. Hey, maybe that's the next little route I take, a little fork in the road.
You're doing good down there at the end of the table.
Okay, so,
Is that set by us, or is that set by state? I'm curious now.
I'm sorry, what did you say, Commissioner Carousel?
The access tax, is that set by us or set by the state?
Public service tax, I think, well, if I remember right, I think we're only charging 2 or 3%, and state law says you can go up to 10. So everyone else, if they charge it, they're in the 10 range, and we're way on down on the totem pole of that.
Pays that?
The customers pay that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But also, everyone pays that, not just residential, commercial, schools, everybody pays it.
All right, we will find a new route together.
Now that I will actually ask for a consensus to review that avenue by the first of the year.
Is that something that can be, I don't know what that all involves, so let's get a little bit more information, if we can even talk about this at this meeting.
It's easier, yes, all that stuff can be done, but it's easier to do than I think than assessments are. But I mean, you've got all kinds of. Since we're talking about money, you don't charge a public service tax on your water, even though legally you can. You undercharge on your public service tax on your electricity. Your franchise fee that you charge on your electricity is also kind of on the low end of the totem pole compared to others. There's a lot of low-hanging fruit. I think we looked at some of these 3 or 4 major revenue sources, and it would generate an additional $3 to $4 million a year if you were to go with what your sister cities and your sister counties were doing around the area. But that's a conversation we can have for another time. But something we have looked at.
I agree. Let's get a consensus to
To
put
have
it
an
on
agenda
an
item.
agenda.
Let's get a consensus to put this item, the public service tax, thank you, Acting City Manager, for enlightening us, to have an agenda item to discuss public service tax, comparing neighborhood cities and communities like-minded of Northport, for a larger discussion in January or February.
Yes.
Can we add in any other avenues that were indicated by the city manager, acting city manager tonight? Because I think it goes beyond that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so I've got a consensus from Vice Mayor. Is a yes, Commissioner Hanks?
Yes.
Commissioner Carrison?
Yeah.
Commissioner Emmerich?
Yeah, I'll be a yes on that just to get the information, but it's just another route to tax the citizens again, too.
And we will see and have that discussion
Right.
once we get the more information.
I'm just very leery on that, that's
I
all I'm
agree.
saying. So
We'll
yes,
see what's going to happen.
yes for information, but I'm not promising anything.
All right. So no further action is going to be taken on this exempt properties for the fire district at this time, is what I'm hearing. Okay. Moving on to public comment. I have another public comment card. Mr. Valdiolander. Sir, you have 3 minutes, sir.
Can I get one?
If you fill it out,
Turn
get
it
it
in.
turned in.
I object. Valdiolander, Northport, Florida, geographical area, no contract with corporation. Any relationship between me and you should be voluntary, because in voluntary system, both ends profit. In the forced system, it's only one system profit. I object to presence of the military man. I also object that you not observe the chart. This is the one I'm talking about. City of Northport citizens, commissioners, and not the attorney, not the manager, not the city clerk, or the deputy clerk. You should observe that, because that's people decided when they incorporated. And we are the beneficiary and not corporation employees. Let me bring to the next issue. This is the 2020 budget, $170 million. 38% goes for the personal services, which include the expenses for salaries, wages, and benefits provided for the city employee, corporate employee. Per capita, $90,794. This is, I would say, 4 times as high as people who live in this country, rest of us. And I am not complaining, I am not jealous, have it. You mentioned about some tax on some franchise, electricity or something. Keep in mind that corporation pass the taxes on the people who they serve. Same thing if you have this property tax. Property tax is not alive. Who pays for property taxes? People who occupy them or they own them or use them in their livelihood. So, stop wasting so much time, because all taxes as the living man and living woman. So, if you want to discuss something else, take your meeting somewhere else and don't waste my time. Let me read something about the Supreme Court opinion with issue some times ago. This is opinion because judges change opinion quite frequently. Corporation is artificial being, invisible, intangible, and existing only in contemplation of law. You cannot touch the corporation. And all of you hide behind it. If somebody's suing the member of the corporation, is suing the mayor, why? Just because of it. Get a life. Start thinking different way. I object. I want to speak. Can I finish this?
No, sir, you cannot. It's 3
I
minutes.
object.
We have another meeting in 5 minutes. You're welcome to fill out another card.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna finish reading what I
Thank you.
started.
Mr. Scott, your turn. You have 3 minutes, sir.
After what I just heard, last 15, 20 minutes, I thought I'd speak. I think we all can agree restoring the public trust in local government does not come easy. It takes a collaborative effort by all of us to create a transparent, accountable, and responsive local governing body, city commission, and functioning city hall. Over the last several years, it has become very apparent to me that our seated commissioners and their appointed charter officers are not serving the best interests of our city. This cannot continue because public trust in government must be viewed as an integral part of our nation's democratic process. If your oath of office is meaningless and your ability to carry out the duties associated with good governance is lost, then we are left with a dishonest and delinquent local governing body and a dysfunctional city hall. In layman's terms, corrupt conduct will rule the day. In summary, the Northport City Commission and their appointed charter officers pretend to have noble intentions, but for whatever reason, they have created their own quagmire of suspicion, mistrust, and secrecy. And I just witnessed a little more of that in the last 15 minutes since I've been seated here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. City Clerk, do we have any public comment online? Thank you very much. Moving on to commission communications on this area. Anybody?
Nothing for fire.
Administrative for fire? Hearing none, thank you very much for the discussion. It is now 4:53 and the fire district is adjourned. Let me know when we're ready to start road and drainage, please. Oh, we don't have to wait a couple minutes in between?
iPads aren't working anyway.
Ah, gotcha. All right, well, let me know whenever you're ready, ma'am.
Ready?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. It is now 4:53 and we are starting our Road and Drainage District meeting. Let's just do roll. We have Commissioner Hanks, Vice Mayor Luke, myself, Mayor McDowell, Commissioner Emmerich. Commissioner Carrison, are you still with us, sir? Ma'am?
Yes.
Sorry about that. We also have Acting City Manager, our City Attorney, our City Clerk. Chief is back there. We did say the pledge at this time. If we could please entertain a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
So moved.
Motion on the floor to approve the agenda by Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Hanks. Anything?
No, ma'am.
Hearing none, we'll go ahead and take voice vote. Vice Mayor?
Yes.
Commissioner Hanks?
Yes.
Commissioner Carrison?
Yes.
Commissioner Emmerich?
Yep.
And myself, yes. Do we have any public comment virtually for the Road and Drainage District meeting?
We do, but
On a specific item? Could you tell me what that is so that... Thank you very much. All right, and then public comment. Mr. Valdiolinder, you have 3 minutes, sir.
Northport, Florida. Geographical area, no contract with the corporation. For simple reason, I am alive, the corporation is dead. I objection the presence of the military man standing behind me. We have the right to freely assemble under Constitution. You took the oath and you should respect your oath. Of course, I also remember, I said earlier, the composition of the board supposed to come within the what people required. And let me, if you're going to speak, you're going to talk about road and drainage, please ask the head of the department, how much money is today on the account, on the fund? How many millions she hold over there? So you have the idea what's going on. So let me finish about that, what I was reading. A corporation is artificial being, invisible, intangible, and existing only in the contemplation of law. In other words, it's fiction, it's dead, it's like corpse. Cannot claim immunity given by the Fourth Amendment of the Constitution for the United States, for it is not part of the people within that amendment. Meaning that nor it is embraced by the words person in that amendment. Upon the other hand, the corporation is creature of the state, not the people. Is presumed to be incorporated for benefit of the public. I am not benefiting anything from you except the garbage pickup. And I like to have the competition in this area as well. It receives certain special privileges and franchises and hold them subject to the law of the state and limitation of its charter. That's that charter. You deny me participation or limit my participation. Its power is limited by law. It may no contract not authorized by its charter. It rights to act as corporation as only preserved to it so long as it obeys the law of its creation. And I yield. And I like to speak longer. Can I speak longer?
Got 6 minutes,
No,
6 seconds.
Well, I like to object.
And your time is up, sir. Thank you
No, I
very
object.
much. You're welcome to fill out another card. We do have one more public comment at the end of our meeting for road and drainage. All right, seeing no other public comment cards. Mr. Scott, are you filling it out for now?
Yeah, please.
Okay,
Thank you.
go ahead, sir.
Okay. In these days of uncertain times, more attention must be focused on how our local government operates. Today, no one should be surprised if the taxpayers of Northport, Florida, refuse to support the misuse of our dollars, tax dollars, refuse the abuse of power by our local government, and question why public administrators at City Hall do not condone either one or the other. No one really knows how much corruption there is in local government, and no outside agency is keeping score. I believe raising ad valorem fees is nothing more than abusing your taxing authority, plus it costs us taxpayers more of our discretionary income. It has been said that if all corruption could be eliminated, we would have found the answer to good governance. I expect our city commissioners and city employees to serve the public interest to the best of their ability. When wrongdoing is the new normal, the public has effectively lost control of its local government. And in my opinion, a strong sense that equal treatment under law is nothing more than a sorry joke. In summary, the Northport City Commission and our appointed charter officers pretend to have noble intentions, as I've stated earlier, and they have created their own deep state or quagmire of suspicion, mistrust, and secrecy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott.
Yep.
All righty, so we are now moving on to the consent agenda. City Manager, has any items been removed or asked to be pulled from the consent agenda for road and drainage? Thank you very much. We'll go ahead and entertain a motion to approve consent as presented.
So moved.
Motion on the floor to approve consent by Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Emmerich. Anything to that?
No, ma'am.
Hearing none, we'll go ahead and take a voice vote. Vice Mayor?
Yes.
Commissioner Emmerich?
Yes.
Commissioner Hanks?
Yes.
Commissioner Carousel?
Yes.
Thank you, and myself, yes. So the consent agenda has passed 5-0. So now we have presentations, and that is on the linear trail parking. City Manager, I'm setting my little timer for 15 minutes.
Thank you.
And
I will introduce Julie Belia, Public Works Director.
For the record, Juliana Belia, Public Works Director. Get this down, the next one. I know, I wanted to bring this down, sorry. For the record, Juliana Belia, Public Works Director. This is a presentation for the tax bill-based assessment for the Tamiami Trail linear parking. Just to give a brief chronological order of events, in July of 2019, during a City Commission workshop, the Commission directed staff to push out the Tamiami Trail linear parking for 1 year and explore the possibility of commercial businesses subsidizing some of the parking. Approximately 3 years ago, we had performed engineer's cost estimate for the southern portion, and last year we did the northern side of US 41. We did also, in October of last year, we reached out to the American Public Works Association to try to get some ideas of other funding mechanisms or some other ways of funding the parking. Unfortunately, they did not have any other ideas for us. Back in December of last year, we went ahead and contacted the Sarasota County Property Appraiser's Office and Tax Collector's Office to find out what type of procedures would be involved if we were to impose a special assessment for the commercial property owners. And if they were in favor of paying that tax assessment, we would proceed and we would go through with property appraisers and tax collectors as to their specific rules for adding this onto their tax bill. However, if the majority of the commercial property owners were not in favor of that, then staff would have to look at other funding sources. In February and March of this year, we were actually going to send out the letters to find out if there was interest on the part of the commercial property owners to participate in this special tax assessment. Unfortunately, due to COVID, there were a lot of businesses that were either temporarily closed, some that went out of business, so we thought that probably wouldn't be the best timing. So we've put that on hold, sending the letter out until such time that things improve with COVID and the economy. And of course, in June, when we had our budget workshops, we utilized some of that monies from the parking, to go toward other projects. So as of right now, we've retained $25,000 in both the north and the south parking areas. And as soon as things get better, we will go ahead and send those letters out to see if there's interest to participate. Are there any questions?
you'll have plenty of time, ma'am. I'll go ahead and shut that off. Does anybody have any questions for, go ahead, Vice Mayor?
There was an email sent out in regards to the past project that was the angled parking up by the library and across the street at
Yes, ma'am.
Millennium and that. That was funded by the city, correct?
Yes, ma'am, that was funded by the city.
All right. Personally, myself, I foresee that occurring in this one if we don't get a grant. You open up a Pandora's box, in my opinion, if you ask them to pay for the parking on public land, our property, because you're going to have them saying, well, if I paid for this, I get 10 parking spaces and nobody else's business or nobody else can park there because I paid for that. And we already know what we went through in Ashley Plaza with all that parking fiasco.
Yes, ma'am.
I foresee asking them to pay for parking on our property as opening a can of worms and not really being very business friendly when you have already set a precedent of building your own angled parking lot on the same road. So my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Anybody else would like to weigh in on this?
Yeah, just
Commissioner
Just to add on to that, I see exactly what you're saying. The only thing is maybe if you looked at it in a different angle, saying, well, we don't have the funding right now, we're pursuing grants right now, but if you want it to happen right now, then it may behoove you to invest into it. That's just a different way of looking at it for the businesses. I'm not saying make it mandatory or anything, but if they wanted it now, because right now we're looking at a couple years out before it comes in. But if they wanted it faster to enhance their business, then that may be feasible for the business. But it's still the business's decision. You can either do it now with an investment or wait until we're eligible of doing it.
Well, they may go ahead and offer to do that if they have all the parking spaces out in front of their place and nobody else parks in there because they paid for it and they want only their customers in there, and they don't want somebody from another business parking there because they paid for that section. I
understand that.
So they might be willing for it if you tell them, yep, you get all those spots and nobody else can park in there. But then how do you tell the public you can't park in public parking spaces? I mean, to me, it
No,
muddles
I
it,
understand
muddles it so much.
I understand where you were coming from. I'm just saying that there was options.
But Vice Mayor, if I may, a lot of the issues are the fact that there's the parking, they're older buildings, and they don't have enough parking to begin with. They were constructed under the old parking regulations. So pretty much what you have now is when they can't fit in the parking lot, they park across the street in that green belt strip. You know, like when there's church on Sunday at the San Pedro, there's not enough room. They're going to park wherever they can find. So that's pretty much happening now. And I know exactly what you're saying. They do it at the centers. They'll put up signs. And whenever I used to be a planner years ago, these 3 spaces are for me, those are for the next business. And quite honestly, they really can't do that. They do it, but it's not really according
If
to
they
code.
paid for it, why can't they?
No. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I mean, just like in Charlotte County, I did a little research, and unfortunately, because they're a county, there's different state laws and rules with their taxes they receive to have been able to build that kind of parking. I mean, the idea is absolutely phenomenal, having off-street parking across the way on city property. So it just comes down to, should the city bear the cost, or should we pass some of the cost on to the commercial property owners? Bearing in mind that the parking spaces they have on their complex is probably not enough to begin with. And then you have the different land uses that have gone in there over the years and go back and forth, move in and out, as to what was originally built. So it was probably built for like a lower use generator of traffic, and now maybe there's a restaurant or something in there that's generating more traffic. So all that kind of comes into play, but in the end, they just don't really have enough parking to begin with. And that's the reason we're trying to facilitate them as a city to provide their patrons with parking. So the question is, should the city fund that? And I know we tried 3 years in a row to get state grant funding on that, and the Florida job growth, and we can continue to look for grants. Maybe that's another answer, just to keep continuing to look for more grant money to supplement the funds we need.
I would rather see that than see the businesses fight about, well, I paid X amount of
Right.
dollars, so I get X amount of spaces, and nobody else better park there. I mean, code enforcement would be out there daily. Police probably would be too.
Do you have any other questions, Commissioner Emmerich? No, ma'am. I'm curious, you were saying that the majority of the businesses would have to agree to this special tax, if that was the way we were going. I'm just trying to.
Assessment. Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry.
How does that get determined? By a referendum of those business owners? Or is it just the majority wins and everybody else has to pay whether they want to or not?
Typically, how an assessment vote works is that the majority of the, unless we have some unique charter stuff and code stuff, but typically in the state of Florida, the majority, everyone votes or has the opportunity to vote, and then the majority decides how the assessment is applied. That's typically how that assessment.
So when you say the majority of the property owners will vote, are you saying a referendum or is it just like a mail-in thing, hey, yes or no? Or?
No, it's typically, it's like it can be done by mail-in. Yeah,
Okay.
it's not done by referendum.
Okay.
But it's a voting process specific to those property owners, not citywide, not part of the typical process. Although it could be, but it's not always that way.
So
basically, these people will decide, we want this infrastructure improvement, and we want to assess ourselves to make it happen. City's got property, but not infrastructure. We're willing, if the majority go that way, then we're willing to assess ourselves to put infrastructure on top of the city's property so that we can have a benefit for our customers and ultimately to our bottom line. That's typically how that goes for commercial assessment.
Thank you. Any idea, just curious, how much are we talking about for each business and then for about how long? I know that this is extremely preliminary, but just for kicks and giggles.
Unfortunately, I have no idea because the numbers we're working with right now are 3 years old for the south and 1 year old for the north. By the time we go to this, then we would have to figure out how much do we have in our budget versus how much do we need. So unfortunately, I can't answer. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anybody else have any questions? Commissioner Carrison, just double checking. Hearing none.
Nope.
I'm kind of the mindset that if we've already paid for the parking at the library and along 41 from Biscayne to Pan American, this is going to just have to be a city project and they're going to just have to wait. And when we get the money to do it, we get the money to do it. And it's really not a top priority. And I know that that's not what the businesses want to hear because they're trying to keep their businesses going.
Right.
But they don't have a dog in this fight. It's the taxpayers that are going to be doing it. So, which they will benefit because they're the customers. I get all that. But
maybe in my opinion that in the future, because we took money from this for that trail out on Tropicare, and there was surtax money within that trail also. So to me, this project you can still go after grants, yes, but to me, this is a surtax project for in the future.
Yes, ma'am.
It is
the way I look at it.
But
And that way, it's not on the taxpayer, it's on the surtax, because if you use it for one amenity out there, you need to use it for an amenity on 41 also.
Yes, ma'am. And maybe what we can do is when we do go back to the drawing board is to try to cut our costs and maybe look at some other options for different types of a parking lot. Maybe we can do that also, just to try to get the cost down, because it's very, very expensive.
who would have thought a parking lot would be so doggone expensive? I mean, we learned that from the pool last year. You know, we all just kind of went, wow.
Exactly.
Not as expensive as the trail.
That's true. So, do you need direction to continue looking for grants?
No, ma'am, I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
All right, hearing no direction or consensuses being requested, we'll just move on, no actions being taken, and just keep looking for grants. I'm sure Ms.
Okay.
Valerie will be very busy and keep that on her radar. All right, so now we're going to have a presentation on the Toledo Blade to State Road 72. I'll set my little timer for 15 minutes, and
Keep in mind you have public comment on this one
Thank
also.
you for the reminder. City Manager, I don't know if you want to start us off or?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Again, I'm going to defer to Julie Billy and her staff from Public Works to address this agenda item. Thank you, though.
Thank you, City Manager. For the record, Juliana Belia, Public Works Director, and at this time, I'd like to introduce Jerry Traverso. He's going to provide the PowerPoint presentation today.
For the record, Jerry Traverso, Engineering Division Manager.
Hello, Mr. Jerry. It's been a while since we've seen you.
Yes, I was
Go ahead.
quarantined for a while.
Hiding behind that mask.
Came negative.
Go ahead, sir.
What we have here is a general map of Toledo Blade. The red line that we see toward the bottom, it's I-75, and that little section is what exists now of Toledo Blade. And then the horizontal oval on the north, that's State Route 72. That the scope of the work will be to extend Toledo Blade, continue to go to 72. All these purple lines are section lines. They're about a mile by a mile and a half. And the green shaded areas are the lands that are protected, the Carlton Ranch and the Walton Ranch in that area. For the Toledo Blade extension, as we said, it traverses through 5 sections. Going back here, if you count from the yellow line, can you see my little hand on the person? No, you cannot see it there.
Now I see it.
But if you count from the blue oval on the north down to the blue oval on the south, there's an orange line there. There are 5 squares. Those are the sections that we're referring to. And I want to point it out that if you look at that straight line of Toledo, to the left, you have 5 green squares going up. And on the right, you have 3 squares at the bottom green, and the top 2 are not shaded green.
Mr. Traverso, Toledo Blade stops at that first green section.
At the first green
correct?
at the south,
It's
yes,
not
at the
that
orange.
full
It's not-
circle, it's just stops there.
It stops there.
Thank you.
As of today. So that's, it says, it traverses 5 sections, with 5 miles, of undeveloped land. It's straight northerly extension will connect Toledo Blade to State Route 72. That doesn't mean the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, but it doesn't mean that we got to go specifically as a straight line, because we have wetlands, and what we foresee will be a meandering road that will be missing all these wetlands and environmental sensitive areas. As I mentioned before, on the west side, we have those 5 sections, the properties, perpetual conservation easement by the Carlton Ranch in Southwest Water Management District, Swiftmud. And on the right of the east side of the property, an extension of Toledo Blade will be located in 3 property sections of the grant of conservation easement by Sarasota County and Swiftmud, and 2 properties of the section owned by Mabry Carlton Ranch, Inc. that is not included in the environmental sensitive area. Those are the top 2 squares to the right that are not shaded in green. What is the need for the Toledo Blade extension? It will be primary need. It will be for emergency evacuation on an I-75 incident. When the last hurricane that we have, we know that I-75 was converted into a major parking lot, and everybody was trying to get to 75 to get to the interior of the state. So by doing this, it will give not just the residents of Northport, we'll see later on, but Charlotte County and Port Charlotte some evacuation route. It's in the Northport Comprehensive Plan. Policy 4.5 says to enhance hurricane evacuation, to create an alternative to I-75, and to enhance the regional traffic grid. The city shall support federal, state, and regional funded initiative to extend Toledo Blade and no Choctaw Boulevard. I don't know if I pronounced that right. I hope I did.
You did.
Northerly to intersect with State Route 72. The primary need for this, it will be for emergency evacuation in case of a hurricane or other incident. Something happened on I-75 and they got to close it between Toledo and Sumter. The current plan for DOT, when they submitted it, was to reroute all that traffic to Price Boulevard. So I went back and I said, time out. If you do that, the city will come to a screeching halt. So they're looking at different ways. So the next way will be Tropicare or all the way down to 41 and go around. So there's either way that you look at it, an accident there will create major problems for the city, for its residents, and for the general public traveling on 75. If this happens and there's disconnection, people can go up to 72, and 72 is more rural area that can eventually connect to Sarasota. Also, that will connect with State Route 17 in Charlotte County, and also will provide for a hurricane evacuation notice for people instead of going through Kings Highway and Toledo and Sumter to access 75. They can continue on this route and get to the interior of the state. In the Sarasota Comprehensive Plan, environmental policy says that the county shall evaluate the ecological implications of future infrastructure improvement projects early in the planning process to ensure adequate protection of habitat, connectivity, hydrological impacts, and wildlife, and to allow for modification or abandonment of environmentally poor alignments. So the county will assess the cumulative effects of proposed infrastructure projects to ensure that significant ecological linkage areas are protected and public interest is adequately addressed. The county will give priority to social, safety, historic, and environmental issues over engineering issues to ensure an environmentally sound transportation system. All this, what it says is, again, engineering point of view will be the cheapest one will be to connect straight from Toledo to 72. But as I mentioned it, based on this, we will look for ways to go around. If we can miss a sensitive area like a wetland, we will try to miss those and create a meandering road to connect to 72 and minimize as much as possible any environmental impacts. The Sarasota County Wetlands Management Guidelines says that the natural flow of water within and through contiguous wetlands shall not be impaired. In areas where roadways must cross contiguous wetlands, structures of appropriate dimension must be utilized so the natural flow patterns will be maintained. This is the best example for this will be, and it's not in Sarasota County, but it's like the state had done, is the Alligator Alley, traversing through the Everglades. There are areas that they built bridges for water conveyance, and also they serve as wildlife crossings and connectivity between the north and the south side in that area. So something like that it can be mimicked for this corridor. The planned land use policy 2.4 says crossing of a greenway resource management area by roads or utilities are discouraged when necessary to ensure the health, safety, and welfare of citizenry. However, transportation corridors within the Greenway RMA shall be designed as limited access facilities that include multi-use trails and prohibit non-emergency stopping except at designated scenic viewpoints. Roadway and associate utility corridors shall be designed to have minimal adverse impact to the environment, including provision wildlife crossings based on accepted standards and including consideration of appropriate speed limits. Again, the best example of this will be Alligator Alley. You know that once you get there, you have fences on both sides, so there's no exit. That's what they say, check your gas, because if you get there and you run out of gas, there's no exit for gas. So in this section, which is a lot smaller than Alligator Alley, it will be similar. It will be protected. It will be not for people to veer off and park in an area and go camping. On the comprehensive plan mobility, the trend goal number 1, Sarasota County shall develop and maintain a safe, convenient, efficient transportation system which recognizes present demands, reflects the future land use plan and the plans of adjacent jurisdiction, encourages and provides for mobility by all transportation modes, provides safe and efficient intermodal transportation linkages, utilizes technological and sharing innovations, and respect the integrity of environmental sensitive areas and wildlife habitat. Some of the challenges to extending the Toledo Blade, it's extending the road 5 miles through undeveloped land, the majority of which has an environmental conservation overlay. Extending the road through another governmental jurisdiction that is outside of the city limits, that is within the Sarasota County, so coordination with them will be critical. And minimizing impacts to the hydrology and wildlife. Long-range estimated cost for the road this is based on a 2-lane road. It's not a 4-lane like Alligator Alley. It will be a 2-lane rural section with including the 2 bridges that we kind of look preliminary that will provide for the conveyance of the water and also for the wildlife crossing. It will have open drainage system, and we'll have multi-use trail paralleling on both roadways, and this will be a great corridor to include dark fiber. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Can I just ask one really quick?
Mhm.
Can you put that little map back up of the squares? That yellow line that's at the very bottom of the green,
Uh-huh.
is that whereabouts of the Northport city limits?
Yes.
Okay, so are you suggesting and wanting to know if we want to proceed with approximately a $16 million project through property that's not even in our city limits?
Well, that's we would like to get from you direction to proceed with this, but we have been in conversations with the MPO already. And this will be, we're gonna go after funds that will be completely separate from the city. It will be for the regional benefit of the area, and we will planning on bringing to the board, to the table, the MPO, FDOT, because it benefits everybody. So our plan is, given the blessing from you guys, to go ahead and start conversations and moving forward with this, to pursue this, because of course we can plan, we can even have all the money, and Sarasota County says no, nothing happened.
Okay, because when I saw the $16 million, I was like, yeah, we can't even pay for Price Boulevard, and that's in our own city, and now you want.
No, and you know, it's very preliminary, but at some point there might require some contribution from the city, but we're gonna try to go fully funded with OPM, other people's money.
Okie dokie. Well, I got my first serious question I had to have answered before so I don't know, anybody else have any questions on this?
One small one.
Go ahead.
Just how high on the priority list on the MPO is this right now?
We just start talking to them, and actually today's what? I forget the days, the 20th. It was last Friday. There was a cost feasible meeting with the MPO, and they are looking at some projects in the city of Northport. This one can be ranked pretty high because the MPO has different buckets, and this can be put in the bucket of safety and emergency evacuation. So with those funds, we can pursue those funds with them.
No, I'm on the board, and that's why I just wanted to ask you where it was, just so it's on the record.
Commissioner, we've been actually working on this as a city, and before Jerry came to work here, Ben Newman has been working with the MPO to try to get this road in for probably about 15 years. So this has been in the making. It's actually getting a lot closer than it was before, because of all the paralyzing traffic when we do have incidents going through Northport and I-75, and connecting to, not just for the city of Northport, it's a regional issue of traffic that comes through our city. So rather than put it all on us, and as Jerry said, that is the latest. They did want to utilize Price Boulevard to divert, as opposed to, for example, US 41, and he suggested, no, it can't be Price. It's going to have to be either Tropicare or 41. So we're getting more recognition that we need the assistance because of the regional issue that our city has to handle, go through and deal
Right,
with.
but also using Tropicare is very impactful out in that area as well, too.
Yes,
So, I mean,
yes.
I see the importance of it.
Yeah.
And.
Right.
And normally what we're doing right now is taking them down to 41, and again, that bottleneck's 41.
Exactly.
So, I
Excuse me.
mean, it's tough no matter where we direct them to.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But having a true alternate situation and having the hurricane evacuation route in place. I mean, it's been in our comp plan, since the comp plan's been in existence for the city, but we've never constructed it. But as Jerry said, it's not through the city, it is through the county and other lands, but even DOT. They have, that's a DOT issue with respect to 75.
The other benefit besides being an evacuation route is you're going to drive more traffic on Toledo Blade, which is, you're probably going to see a more robust commercial development that will happen on Toledo Blade, which will benefit us as a result of this connection to 72. More traffic, more customers,
right?
More commercial, more industrial development, which is what you've already got doing up there on Toledo Blade.
And lastly, this is another alternate route to where it will take the congestion off of 75 for the daily traffic travelers. They may want to go the scenic route and stuff coming, depending on which area they're driving from. Your River Road people are still going to jump on 75, but your southern people may jump on Toledo Blade and go to Sarasota that way.
And this may potentially help some of the issues we have right now on Toledo Blade and the bottlenecking up in the mornings of folks going to work. They may opt to take 72 to go to Sarasota, or vice versa coming in, rather than hop on 75 and, get the bottleneck locally.
Right, but one of my main concerns is the environmental impact as well. So we got to go hand in hand and make sure that it's done correctly.
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Thank you, that's all I had.
Thank you, Commissioner Machado. Vice Mayor?
Can the county refuse the MPO also? I mean, because it's their property, can they say no to that road going in?
Well, the owners are between Sarasota County and Swiftmont, and
Right.
I think that's owners. I don't know if there's any legal issue that they can say no, but I think that they can, as the owner, they can say no way.
Okay. Isn't that cute? It was,
Jose,
it's
but-
cute.
Yes, hold that one.
Just a question. Have you considered the raised causeway all the way through?
What?
2-lane, a raised causeway.
Sorry.
You find them going into the Keys, New Orleans. It's a raised highway. You're not impacting any of the flow of the water except for your pylons and stuff. Have you considered anything like that?
That would be part, because the most recent that I know, it was the Wekiva Springs near Orlando. They did a huge section of that, but every time you go off the ground, it's times 3 or 4 the cost is significantly more expensive. So we put in the $60 million is a guesstimate with 2 bridges, and we're not saying that it's 2 little bridges. We accounted for significant bridges that it will provide enough conveyance and also a true connection for the wildlife.
That's all the question I had.
Do you have any questions, Commissioner Carrison or Commissioner Hanks?
I have no questions. I just think this is a phenomenal thing. I think it's good to be moving forward on. I know it's been something that's been worked out for quite some time, and I know in the last 4 years I've been here, I've pushed it very hard through our strategic planning sessions, and I was very happy and proud that we managed to get it on our strategic plan. It may not have been at the very top, but it was in our list, and so I was happy for that. So to be able to hear this, I think, is a great deal. As Commissioner Emmerich said, we need to make sure, because that is, protected land, we need to make sure that it is, that it is very minimally impacted. But that being said, that road is a necessity. It is a dire necessity for our region, for our city, and yeah, I appreciate you guys continuing to move forward on it.
The only, when you talk about money and you talk about need, and I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around this evacuation route and it being a new route, because it's going down Toledo Blade, emptying at 72. And when you get to 72, you have only two choices: go to 17 or go to 75, of which both will be packed if it's an evacuation route. There's no place in between to go.
70, doesn't it?
Yeah, but from 72,
Yeah.
before you get from this future connection to the 75, there are other side roads, country roads that you
take you
can
where?
get.
Doesn't it connect to 70, Jerry?
Well, there's 70,
Yes.
which then takes you back up to 75.
Yes.
Right.
Okay, so you're going back up to 75 through 70, or 72, which is Clark Road, or you're going to 17, which will take you up to Wachula and points beyond. So what is it truly accomplishing?
I think
You
if
can
you
take
pack
them straight up
16
the
million
middle of-
people, if you pack 16 million people on a long, narrow peninsula, you're always going to have a situation. You don't just not do something because, I mean, we've got 16 million people down here that need a way out at times.
That's my point. You're making my point perfectly. They have to get out. So whether they're going up to Toledo Blade to go to 75, or they're going up Toledo Blade to hook up to 70, which will take you to 75, or you're going to 17, you're still hitting the main roads.
I think
But
the
you're
objective, though, Mayor, is
diversifying
to
your
get them
contact
to get them out of the city. In other words, to give them alternate routes.
Out of the coast, most of the time when there's, most people are evacuated on low-lying lands, coastal communities because of the storm surge and everything. So most of the people try to go into the center of the state.
But people are coming here to Northport. Most of Northport, we have the evacuation centers here. So I don't see where our citizens are actually leaving for evacuations, because we're higher. People are coming here for the routes, for the shelters.
But it's also for and this is the selling point to DOT. It's like somebody that lives in Fort Myers, and God forbid you have a hurricane that is gonna hit straight to Fort Myers, and they want to leave. When they're coming here, as the backup that happened with I think it was Irma, the last one, and they see this exit, they say, "Well, I have a family that lives up in the area that otherwise, if I don't have this connection, I will have to drive to 72 or 70 to then come back around. Then that person can exit here and get there faster." That's the way that DOT looks at it. It's all this connection that you can take people from the major interstates and to their potential destinations.
If they're coming from Fort Myers, they're going to turn on Kings Highway.
Yeah, they're going to get off at Kings Highway. And
But that's one of the problems that they're having with the Kings Highway. The ones that they have existing now, they're at capacity, especially during an event like this one. That's why the
hang on one second. But in my opinion, the greater need for evacuation route for the area is south of 41 on River Road, which impacts Charlotte County, Lee County, Northport, Sarasota County, to get them out that way. and use the money there for a road that exists, that have people there already, as opposed to creating this new road that basically goes to nowhere. I'm just not seeing this wonderful vision y'all are painting. I don't see it. I see a greater need in other areas than this. Commissioner Carrison, go ahead, please.
Okay, first of all, this route was on the books way before I was even first elected. How it got taken off is beyond me. And the bigger problem is that, let's look at Irma, okay? When Hurricane Irma came about, all of the people on the East Coast came to this side. Then as the hurricane started to shift, all those East Coast people who evacuated over here filled our evacuation centers. So by the time that the people in Northport, Inglewood, South Venice could actually evacuate, they had no place to go. So now you've got people from the East Coast who came over here trying to get back over the other coast, along with the people who live here, unable to get out. Now, Toledo Blade can hook up to 17, which then can also take you straight up the middle of the state. You don't have to take 75. You don't have to take. It's another alternate route other than 75 or the Turnpike. It literally goes right up the middle of the state. I'm pretty sure it's 17. 17 or 70?
17 does. I used to live a half mile off of it.
Yeah, and that's why I
Way up
said when you
north.
get to Toledo Blade, it dead ends, and you either have a choice to go right to 17 or 70, or then go left to 75.
Mayor, the other thing, if I may, when we have, for example, we've had the tanker truck accidents and we've had the bridges on 75 closed and all that. What happens is all of those people that are traveling on 75 are either going to go down Sumter or they're going to go down Toledo Blade. And that creates significant impacts for the city, for the emergency services and all that. If we had another route to divert that traffic to keep it out of the city, if they're going over to south to go down to 17, or they're going up to Sarasota to go to 72 or to 70 for that matter, it keeps all that traffic. We haven't had that circumstance in a long time, but I've been through them when we have, and it's been months that you have to deal with it. And then it causes more accidents in our city. It's more in our police department, our fire department, ambulance. That just helps divert those situations.
Anything else, guys? I need to get public comment taken care of.
Before you read public comment, I just have to state that I am not for this for several reasons. I understand it's been on the books for years and years and years, but I view this topic differently for several reasons. One of them being environmental. It's just, all right, that's it.
City Clerk, you said there was online public comment for this item. Go ahead, please. If you could please read that into the record.
Barbara Lockhart. She said, to put it simply, considering the idea of an extension of Toledo Blade Boulevard to SR 72 through protected and environmentally sensitive conservation land, just to put a commuter 5 miles or so further or closer to the city than they can get to now by car is simply not sensible. The extension as a possible hurricane evacuation route will do nothing but give traffic another place to back up traffic from SR 72 back toward the city, while all evacuees try to get to I-75. The damage to the environment and its flora and fauna will suffer due to the installation of this roadway that is likely to only encourage development in the long run far outweighs any real benefit it could provide. Debbie Blanco. The majority of this road would run through the middle of private ranch lands and/or protected environmentally sensitive lands, Walton Ranch Preserve, purchased by the county for habitat conservation, wildlife corridors, and nature-based recreation. There are also perpetual conservation easements held by Swift Mud on both parcels. Both conservation easements very clearly state that no road construction would be allowed. How effective would this road be as a hurricane evacuation route when it is literally a road to nowhere? It would leave you halfway between Sarasota and Arcadia, 20 miles from I-75. I feel certain that it was not Sarasota County and Swift Mud's intent to protect thousands of acres of wildlife corridor only to cut it in half with a wide strip of pavement that would spell death for wildlife that utilize it. Currently, this corridor extends from the Myakka River almost to the Peace River. Orange Hammock Ranch is also part of this critical area. Please do not attempt to damage this wonderful achievement that was years in the making.
Thank you, City Clerk. So, City Manager, is staff looking for any direction, or was this just a discussion item? Because I see that it was only for a presentation. I just want to ensure there's no direction needed.
I'm going to double check. Staff, are y'all looking for anything in particular?
Yes, sir.
Tell me more.
Discussion regarding the road drainage exemptions, or excuse me. No, this is just the presentation, just the presentation. Not at this
So just
time,
informational.
just informational.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. So now we will go on to, let's see what time it is. Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. It's 5:45. Let's take until 6 o'clock and then resume and then punch it all out, guys. All right, so 6 o'clock, come on back.
Probably everybody's done that, right?
All righty, guys. Ready? It's 6:02. We're almost finished with road and drainage. We just want to make sure, Commissioner Carrison, are you still with us?
Yes.
Okay. So we are moving on to the Price Boulevard CIP project for the sidewalks. City Manager.
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to defer to.
Oh, wait a minute. I skipped one.
Hey.
I missed
Like the way you
one.
do it, expedite.
I missed it. Sorry. Rewind. We're going to move on to road and drainage exempt properties. I apologize for discussion and possible action. City Manager, let's have that discussion.
Yes, ma'am. Again, I'm going to defer to Julie Belia, Public Works Director. Again, a lot of this information is kind of duplicative in that fire chief went over a lot of it. There's some subtle differences, but anyway, I'll let Ms. Belia talk.
For the record, Juliana Belia, Public Works Director. This is with respect to discussion and possible action regarding the Road and Drainage District exempted properties. Back in May of this year, the Road and Drainage District meeting, and also with the fire chief at his meeting, we were talking about and kind of summarizing our exempted properties. So the commission asked us to go back and do a little bit more research on it, and we did that. And consensus for city manager to bring back further information with the current methodology, removing current exemptions of the road drainage citywide, and for city manager to provide a memorandum showing which entities are exempt from assessments, why, and the financial impact. So what we did is we went through it, and for the most part, governmental, community development, agricultural, grazing land, religious, utilities, miscellaneous, and other, slightly over $2 million. The one that the category that the city basically pursued many, many years ago was, of course, the religious institutions. We further conducted research for the other uses to try to see how they were exempt. The agricultural grazing lands, for example, they had some city agreements dating back as far as 2004. There were some other agreements that were made with commission on other properties with various owners. And then in 2010, when we had the Road and Drainage District assessment studies, all parcels with government codes were considered to be exempt from the Road and Drainage District assessments. In addition to that, there was a lawsuit many, many years ago with the school board. However, apart from that, we could not really find any documentation to show why certain properties were exempt. So similar to fire chief, we would have to hire, we would go through the city attorney's office, and we would have to seek legal assistance to dig deeper into it, to find out how are these, for example, like the utilities, how are they exempt? I do know from many, many years ago, working as a planner, a lot is reliant on the DOR codes. And for example, I know with the agricultural exemption, we have some of the property owners that are exempt with agricultural, they're granted the agricultural exemption. There's certain criteria in the state that they have to qualify for that. But apart from that and the agreements, the few agreements we were able to find, we kind of ran into a stumbling block there is to verify how the properties were in fact exempted. Are there any questions?
Anybody?
So the total of your exemptions is how much?
The churches is, for the religious alone, that is a little over 22,586.47. The other land uses that are exempt, that is
$2,014,179.76.
But your largest amount is government, right?
Is government, correct. That's
Right.
correct. And that was a result, the government was a result with our methodology study, and also some of the government, like with the school and things like that, some of that's a result of the lawsuits from many years ago.
Well, it looks like this is the same type of situation as the fire.
Yes, ma'am.
In order to go anywhere with this, you're going to be spending a lot of money, and you're not exempting that much, it looks like, in order to behoove us to actually go further at this
Yes, ma'am.
point. Still, do you know why there's these grazing lands that aren't even in Northport, how they're on our roll?
I'm going to defer that question to Monica. She did a lot of the research on this.
Every parcel you see here is within incorporated Northport. So those grazing lands, Carlton, they do own property. It's in the east side of the city, east of Toledo Blade, but all of these parcels are within the city of Northport.
Wow. Thank you.
Anybody have any questions on this? The only question I have is on these exempt properties, besides government use ones, besides the government use ones.
Yes,
Because that's like off, it's understood.
Yes, ma'am.
Why are some of them charged for fire, but not road and drainage? And I'm talking about nonprofits, just general exempted properties. Why would some be charged fire but not road and drainage?
Both districts have very distinct methodologies. And so everything you see that it is exempted for road and drainage generally came through a methodology, except for the governmental and religious. As Ms. Blue said, the governmental was more due to a court decision, and the religious was from commission direction. But all the others were through our methodology, which is, again, distinct from the fire district.
So, and is that going to the 2010, when you said that the commission, in that methodology, commission said don't count the religious DOR or whatever code, that code
That
number?
wasn't the religious, that was the other ones. No, that was more on the other and the utilities and the subsurface. Those came through the methodology. The agricultural, again, there's agreements that are tied to those agricultural grazing land exemptions.
So why would we not charge religious for not having road and drainage?
That was a decision many years ago of the commission. That was by choice for the religious.
So when are we due, I know we just did methodology. When do you foresee the next methodology happening?
2022, yeah.
So at that time, we can revisit the religious ones?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I think I only see one actual citizen being exempted, and that's Henry Jackamere. What is, it says acreage, not ag. So can you explain that one to me? Looks like there's a resolution even out there on that. Oh, we got Chief, thinks he knows something.
It's so yeah, there was a resolution that actually came in front of commission, and the board provided that exemption for his lake.
For the lake.
He came, there was they testified, did some things, basically said there was no benefit to the property. So again, looking at the instruments to be able to apply an assessment. That's for the lake that's out on his property.
Okay. Commissioner Carrison, I thought I heard you. Did you want to speak?
Well, that one I remember.
2005.
Yeah, that was the pond lake, and then I thought that when we did the 2010 assessment, we looked at all properties that had some sort of a drainage benefit, and that came into play. Are those things looked at as well, or is that not included in this list?
Separate from these exemptions, we do have a means for property owners who have ponds on their property to have that portion of it exempt. And there's a whole form that they go through. They work through our stormwater manager. It's a different process than these exemptions.
But Commissioner Carrizone's right.
That's the calculation. I gotcha.
Commissioner Carrizone, you are correct, though. The introduction of the proposal by property owners back in 2005, starting with Mr. Jackamer, they said if we have a pond or we can contribute to the drainage and retain drainage on our property, we do not feel we should have to pay for road and drainage assessment, or at least get a credit. So that's how all that got started. And they came up with the form and the ordinance and everything else.
So where these, now I'm trying to figure out where these lands of these, what did you call it? The
Grazing lands.
Grazing lands. Where in God's name are they?
Again, they're in the east portion, the northeast portion of the city.
Orange Hammock area, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yep.
Okay, they are grazing lands then. Okay. Now I get it. Thanks.
Well, the only thing I would like to see is, and I know this is far, far in the future, but it'll be here before we know it,
Right.
is to possibly give you direction that when you guys are doing the methodology in 22, that you look at these exempt churches and these other like FPLs and utilities and stuff like that.
Okay.
So that way then it reminds us to have that conversation, or whoever is sitting up here to have this conversation to see about putting them back on the rolls, or have that discussion as to not putting them on the rolls. Because right now, it would not be in our best interest to do that, because we could do it at that time of methodology.
Right. That would be more
You know,
appropriate.
we're charging for fire, but we're not charging for road and drainage. That just blows my mind. You know, we have to maintain the drainage on those properties.
Yes, ma'am.
And around those properties. Why would we not charge for that? I just don't understand that. So, especially the utilities again. So, whether I'm here or not, I would really like to see if we can get a consensus to have staff put this on the horizon to discuss for the methodology in 22 or whenever you have it done.
Okay.
I'm good.
Commissioner Hanks?
Yes.
Commissioner Carrison?
Sure.
Commissioner Emmerich?
Yeah.
Thank you. So 2022
Duly noted.
or
Yes, ma'am.
21, whenever it starts, just make sure that this is included in it.
Included as a discussion
Because,
item.
again, my
No, you're
phrase,
right.
y'all have your phrases, I've got a phrase. We're leaving money on the table.
Okay. That's a good one.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, does anybody else have anything on this? All right, seeing nothing, we'll just go ahead and move on to the next item, and that is now the Sidewalk Capital Improvement Project.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to ask Julie Valia, Public Works, to address this agenda item. Thank you.
For the record, Juliana Balia, Public Works Director. In 2017, the Northport Police Department had requested that Public Works extend the sidewalk along East Price from Atwater to Northport, Barcelona. Police officers had noticed a significant number of middle school and high school students standing in the road near the bus stops, especially during the rainy season when the swales were saturated. Additionally, many of the neighboring elementary school students walk along Price Boulevard to attend Atwater Elementary. The design of the sidewalk has since been completed in-house by our engineering division of Public Works. During the June 18th, 2020 Commission Budget Workshop, there was a consensus by Commission to have a conversation at the July Road and Drainage District meeting regarding the need for funding of a sidewalk at Price Boulevard and Atwater. And we were requested to check with Sarasota County School Board to determine if school buses still in fact stop at this location. We did contact the Sarasota County School Board District, and they did confirm there are 2 bus stops within the limits of Price Boulevard between Atwater and North Barcelona. Location of the bus stops along the segment are intersections of North McDuff Street and also North San Mateo Boulevard. And we have provided, we have an email from the school board confirming that conversation, and we have a location map where we showed where the sidewalk would begin and end if we were to proceed as a capital improvement project to build this sidewalk. Are there any questions?
We don't have that in the current budget, do we?
Yes, we do.
But it's not funded?
It is.
I
believe so. It is
Yeah, I
funded.
believe it is. The
How
question was, do we really need to construct it if there are no bus stops on Price?
But there are 2 on Price.
At that time, we didn't know that.
We didn't know. We were, we were asked to please check that, and we did.
Yeah, at the time we had the CIP
We
discussions,
didn't know for
we did
sure if
not
the bus
know.
stops were still in those locations, because they change sometimes annually. They go through, determine if there's still the ridership of the students in certain areas of bus stops. They may delete some, they may add some. So every year, right about now, we're going to be, the school board will supply us with a bus stop location map. We haven't received it yet, but we will be.
I'm good with moving forward. You've got surtax given to it. It's in the budget. It needs to be done for the protection of the children. I'm a go.
Is this enough money to do the entire project, or is this just the design part of it?
Yes, ma'am, we have enough funding and
So this is
budgeted.
design and construction?
We designed it in-house, so it'd just be for construction.
Thank
Yes,
you very
ma'am.
much. Anybody else need anything? I think you're already proceeding if we tell, regardless, so.
Okay, thank you very
Excellent.
much.
All right. We are moving on. Sign toppers for neighborhoods.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Mayor, thank you again. Again, I'm going to have asked Julie Belia, Public Works Director, to address this agenda item.
For the record, Juliana Belia, Public Works Director. We had come before commission through the neighborhood revitalization plans, and neighborhoods were identified and signage for those neighborhoods. The last time we were before commission, we received authorization to construct a monument sign in Highland Ridge. We are in the procurement process to purchase that sign and have that installed, and then we will provide the landscaping around that sign. We have 4 remaining neighborhoods in fiscal year 2020, the Biscayne Garden, Fabian, Hyde Park, and Spearman neighborhoods. What we have done is we have gone through and we prepared a map to show exactly the specific locations that we would propose signage. And basically, we would, we don't feel the subdivisions are really large enough to warrant the monument sign. We would recommend that each neighborhood have a standalone sign, and then sporadically, and we've gone through and actually located in each neighborhood, we would have the little topper signs on top of the street signs. That way we would have also enough funding to provide signage throughout the neighborhoods on all 4 of the remaining this budget year. Are there any questions?
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
So the monument sign for, where do you live, Pete?
Highland Ridge.
Highland Ridge. That's the only sign that we're putting into Highland Ridge at this point?
Yes, ma'am. Just the
And
monument sign.
that is in the budget?
Yes,
I
ma'am.
believe
That
this
is
year's
budgeted.
budget. So
Fiscal
that's
20.
taken care of.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Looking through this, it looks like you've given yourself a budget of $50,000.
Yes, ma'am.
I added up the 4 parks, and it comes to $59,338.25.
Right.
So that exceeds it already.
What we would do, Vice Mayor, is we located every single, like street sign. We'd have to scale back. We're not going to be able to put it on every single one in all 4 of these neighborhoods, but every single neighborhood will have a standalone sign, and we'll just have to kind of go in and use judgment to stay within that $50,000 range.
Yeah, because you're gonna have to cut off about $10,000
Right.
as it is right now.
Mhm.
And the one that just really sticks out is Hyde Park. That's $22,000 of it, and then the remaining is Biscayne Gardens, only 10,000, Spearman's 11, and Fabian is 15 and a half. So by far, Hyde Park has far more money going into that one. So would
Right.
you carve that
We
nearly
would
10,000 from that one?
Yes, ma'am. The way Mr. Speak did it when he went through and determined where the signs would be located, there's a lot of access points to the Hyde Park neighborhood. So we would definitely scale that one down. Although it's a smaller area than some of the others, they have a lot more access points. So we would definitely scale that down. Rather than have a sign topper at each end of the street, we might only have it on one end of the street. So we'll be able to do it within budget. We'll just have to scale back a little bit. That was just we wanted just to give you an overview of the maximum signage for the neighborhoods. But we don't have to have that many.
All right, on your maps, because I'm not completely familiar with all of those neighborhoods, the boundaries of them anyhow. On Spearman neighborhood, number 7, it shows a drainage right-of-way. Does that extend all the way down? Or is it just on that one leg of the? Because on anything that's drainage, you don't, in my opinion, you don't need a sign.
Yes, ma'am. The drainage right of way is outlined in the red.
So that is all drainage, where it says 7.2 up at the top?
No, the drainage right of way is going to be below lot 1.
Okay, and it only goes over to lot 8? Or does it go all the way down?
It goes from lot 1 through lot 8, and then it goes lot 15 to lot 6, and then it bumps over kind of parallel with Coniston Terrace, and then it goes through to Hob Hill. You know where it's behind the San Pedro Church in that area back there.
Right. Between lot 1 and 15 up there in that right corner?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Is there a street coming in to it there? Because you have it marked
Yes,
for
ma'am.
a sign.
That's Gallatin Lane, and then it intersects with Almonte. So you know where
Okay, so there is an
yeah, there is. Yep.
Okay.
But we will definitely scale back to stay within budget. We were just trying to show you if we were to put a topper on every single street sign, just kind of give you an overall picture of that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Emmerich?
Yeah, the one question, I guess, maybe a couple. I'll use Fabian as an example.
Okay.
Your main access going into Fabian is off of Northport Boulevard, and then the exit is off of Biscayne?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said you're gonna use a standalone sign?
Yes.
Okay, now would you be using one at Northport, at both entrances there?
No, we're only going to have one per neighborhood, a standalone.
Okay, so where do you choose where that one's gonna go? And the only reason I'm asking is, would it be more feasible for this neighborhood if you had a standalone at Biscayne and a standalone at Northport Boulevard and don't do the
And not have,
toppers?
we can certainly do that. Yes, sir.
I'm just asking because price-wise, you wouldn't have to do every street sign in there, but you got your entrance.
You would have it covered.
You would have it covered going in and coming out, and you're still identifying the neighborhood, just not using all the street toppers. And I'm just wondering if any of these other areas would benefit the same, because then you would not
have to have one on every single street sign.
Right,
Yes,
I
sir.
mean, if you do your entrances and now you said there's some that have major access points coming in and out, that's a different story, but I
Right.
just use that one because there's only two.
There's only two, that's true.
And I haven't researched the other ones, but you may end up saving a lot of money doing that.
Okay.
And when the last time we talked about this, we did talk about just maybe major thoroughfares with the street toppers, because if you do get into an area, and let's say you got 5 streets coming out, and you got this one main road, you're gonna have topper, 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 topper. I mean, that's a little redundant,
No, I agree.
you know, and I think you could go
We're gonna have
back.
to use good judgment on it, and for example, that's a perfect example you gave, because it's not a very big neighborhood.
Right.
And it's probably more beneficial to have the 2 standalones rather than have every single street sign have a topper.
Yeah, I think it would look better and be cleaner.
Okay.
You know, that's just my opinion. I don't know how the board feels, but, you know, just looking at it that way, it's a little bit more distinctive too.
I think the standalones going in on the main entrances is important, not just, not every little sideway. I mean, I live in Jockey Club, and every main entrance into the club has a standalone. There's a monument on the outside, like
By Biscayne.
Highland. But as you're going in from the other main areas, not all the little side ones, but in the main roads, you've got that standalone. You were talking about Fabian. This sheet that I'm looking at says you have 10 standalones and 19 toppers in the proposal.
In the proposal, you mean for the
neighborhood sign
The
cost.
neighborhood sign cost.
Oh, for the
it's a-
costs.
Yeah, it's a sheet. It says you've got 10 of the standalones within Fabian. And so, I don't know which one, Mr. Emmerich would know more, which are the main corridors going into that neighborhood, but that would cut down on your costs if you cut down on some of those standalones.
Well, I think on Fabian itself, it comes out on Biscayne, and then it also comes out on Northport Boulevard. You may have some side streets back in there, but they're off of Fabian. They're not on Fabian anymore, so.
They already
those-
know
tho-
where they're going.
Right, those entrances and those exits would be, you wouldn't pick one over the other because Northport Boulevard's a major thoroughfare, so is Biscayne. So if you covered both of them, you've got that whole area covered because that's the Fabian neighborhood.
Well, I would still like to see some toppers throughout it, I really would. But the most costly is that standalone. I mean, they're
Something
$935.
each.
So you're talking a whole lot of money when you're talking about putting 10 of them
No,
in
no, I
there.
wasn't talking 10, I was talking 2 because.
Right, that, I'm
That's
agreeing,
eight-
I'm agreeing
right.
with you.
That's
Get those
1,800
main ones.
compared to that number of 10,000 that you had said. So that's what I was looking at. If you did the standalones, just that, that's the only one I'm thinking of right now. I don't know all of these areas, but that one should be complete with just that type of design. That's all I was getting at.
I would still put, some of the toppers in it. They were looking at 19 toppers, even if you cut it down to 10 toppers and 2 standalones.
Yes.
You got that one covered.
Right, and that's fine depending on where the offshoots of those roads are going. Like I said, going back further
And there's
into the neighborhood.
And this is a perfect example, there's a lot of short streets in here too.
Right.
So
And
you
you
may
don't wanna
necessarily, no, it might be an overkill to have
Right.
too many toppers.
And it's,
But it's good to have a little bit of an even mix.
absolutely, and I don't mind that. I'm just trying to cut the cost down a little bit
Absolutely.
to where if it was proposed at 10,000 and you can get it done for 5,000
Right. Oh, no,
and
absolutely.
achieve the goal of the recognition,
Mm-hmm.
I just hate to see it overdone because then it starts to look silly out there.
Right.
That's all.
I see about that now.
Anybody else want to weigh in? I just got a question.
665.
Because I don't have my budget book in front of me. What's the account number 3060605? What's paying for this?
That is Surtax, 306, Surtax.
You're using Surtax money to put sign toppers up?
Well, that was in this current budget.
I know.
Right, yeah.
Y'all approved that.
Yes,
Right.
that was,
No, we
that
haven't
was,
approved it yet.
that,
No,
okay,
this is
no.
current year is supposed to be being done. We approved that last year.
that was, yes.
Last year.
And
Right.
the objective was, it was all a part of the neighborhood
Exactly.
revitalization plan.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, that's how they did it.
And we already know that Debbie was not on board with this, and Debbie is still not on board with this,
Okay.
and Debbie will never be on board with
Okay.
this. I can think of a lot of other things to do with surtax money for $50,000 than to put on stupid sign toppers. So I said my piece
Okay.
for the 15th millionth time, and I will continue to do that as long as I am able.
And I'm on the other side. I think this revitalization for these older communities, we had somebody speak to it, one of our citizens, you know, that we don't pay attention to these older communities. And this is following through on that, that consultant and everything that we paid for, trying to enhance these, so.
There's a lot of other,
I'm fine with doing that instead of spending taxpayer dollars on, and the reason we did it that way is because you don't want somebody out on the other side of town paying for, you know, a development on this other side, so that's why surtax was being used.
yeah, the only thing is I think that there's other ways we can help with revitalization of that area than putting on sign toppers. There's a lot of greater need for revitalizing those neighborhoods than to be putting on sign toppers. You will never convince me otherwise of that, especially when there's drainage problems and culvert problems and citizens having problems with all sorts of other things that we had talked about during that consultant coming in
Yes,
and
ma'am.
talking about revitalizing and helping with the blight of those neighborhoods. So do you need any direction from us?
No, ma'am.
You need to know what sign to get. There was 3 different options, A, B, and C for the standalone signs.
If you like, I can, we have it in the recommendation to have a combination of signs, and I'll try to limit the number of signs, not have an overkill. We just showed you the maximum. We don't have to have a topper on every single street sign. And as Commissioner Emmerich recommended, you know, like if it makes more sense to have 2 standalones at either end and not have a topper, we'll try to just use best judgment and be mindful of our dollars also. Not just spend the money, just, you know, to use it all up.
The standalone signs, you had 3 different varieties of the
Colors.
standalone signs. Some were colored, some were multi, you know. Do you need direction on which sign to use? They
No.
had A, B, and C.
No, what we're going to do, Mayor, it was just examples we got.
I'm sorry, it was D, E, and F.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. We just, that was just some examples we gave, but we're going to have, it will be the same for all of them. Like whatever, you know, the color scheme and all that. We're not going to use different colors for different neighborhoods and different styles.
We're hoping you're going to let
It'll be
staff have
standardized.
It's gonna depend on land mass and how much is available out there too, because you wanna make an average size that'll fit in there.
Yes, sir. Similar to how we did the Country Club Ridge sign, we're going to have a standardized type of monument. It'll be the same thing for the standalone and the toppers.
Right.
Yes,
And-
sir.
And that's what I would expect,
Yes, sir.
absolutely. The
And if it's-
same
and it-
uniformity throughout.
Right, and if it's okay, and if it's to the will of the commission, we'll just use our best discretion. We'll be mindful of the size of the subdivision. If it makes better sense just to use the standalones at either end, rather than a topper on every single street sign, we'll do that.
And I thought we gave direction to use the monument signs that we have already approved for like Country Club Ridge and Highland
Yes,
Ridge
yes, ma'am, that-
as the signs for these neighborhoods too.
No, ma'am. That
They're
was
different.
just, the monument signs were for the larger subdivisions. And we don't need to put those larger monument signs here. We're good.
Gotcha.
For now, until we get to the different neighborhoods.
Have fun with that. Anything else, guys, on this one? Commissioner Carrison, are you still with us? Okay.
Yeah.
So there's nothing else on road and drainage. Do we have any further public comment that may have come in? All right, so now it's time for commission communications regarding road and drainage. Vice Mayor's already wanting to speak. Go ahead.
If Miss Julie will stay there, please. Sure. Quite a while ago, several months ago, property maintenance removed the plants in front of City Hall, and I thought there was going to be bushes. And I thought the bushes were going to be put back in right away, but it's still barren there. So I was wondering when that was coming up on the list.
I don't know, but I will check. I will find out and provide a memo to the city managers to schedule.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
The other thing, if you don't mind passing those down to her, please. City manager, if you'll pass them to Julie. I was riding bicycle quite a bit over the weekend and found the parking lot over at our senior center, and it's a beautiful parking lot. Absolutely love, as you're coming down the sidewalk, you know, those bumps where they put it, you know, for the blind people and stuff.
ADA compliant.
Exactly. But instead of those plastic things put down, it was tile pavers with the bumps. So it's not going to get destroyed.
Okay, instead of the plastic.
Excellent construction. But what you're looking at, and I don't know if you want to bring it up on the screen, we talked about having a sidewalk going from the parking lot to the Salvation Army room. And there's not one there. And I know Salvation Army is redoing, you're going to be moving and stuff, but that Salvation Army spot would be excellent clothing closet when things get changed around with that too. Still puts it on this end of town, and I mean, we could take clothing closet in. But when a senior citizen gets out of their car on that side of the building, they have to actually walk up the driveway and then down to where they drop the seniors off in the drive to get up where they can cross over to a sidewalk. So I took pictures of each of the areas where I believe the
There should be
sidewalk is
sidewalk?
missing.
Okay.
Especially in one area, it has curbs.
Yes.
And wheelchair or, yes, ma'am, wheelchair that would not be able to go up over the curb.
I
They'd
see
have
what you're
to
saying. The
run
connectivity
down.
to the driveway.
Exactly.
Okay.
And I would recommend actually a sidewalk going from the main sidewalk on Pan American over to that Salvation Army entrance also. You have a sidewalk that goes to the front door of the building, or the Churchill building, but they don't open that door.
Oh, okay.
They go to the back. So somebody wanting to come in from the sidewalk on Pan American would have to go to the driveway and go in on the driveway instead of going, you know, a sidewalk up there. So in my opinion, there needs to be 3 access points that take somebody to that sidewalk in front of the Salvation Army side of the building. Now, I don't know, I mean, we discussed that sidewalk previously, and it was told that, yes, a sidewalk could be put in when we did the remodeling of it. So I don't know how we bring those projects forward, but I don't like having our senior citizens walking out into the pathway of oncoming cars in order to get to a sidewalk. If they have a cane or a walker, they can't go through the grass, or we've defeated the, you know, our purpose of paving it. So how can we address this? I mean, does this need to be an agenda item to come before us, or how do you add sidewalks to something?
Well, this is part of a project, so the first thing I'll do is I will find out if we have funds left over from that parking lot, that maybe if there's a way, if it's still open, to do a change order. That's one option.
But we also need to get consensus.
Oh, yeah,
Right.
first.
Right.
Yeah.
If that's the desire of the commission for that to happen.
I would have to just defer to Vice Mayor. Obviously, I don't know what pictures you have and what she's speaking about, because when I went over and looked at it, I was just in awe of how beautiful it was. I didn't work out the logistics of somebody who is elderly and trying to navigate it. So I just would defer to Vice Mayor and see what would have to come back to us, because we'd have to have financing and probably another budget, I'm sorry, not budget, an agenda item.
Agenda item. Yes,
To
ma'am.
talk about and get more detail.
Okay.
So could I get a consensus from the commission that staff look into supplying more sidewalks to that project, and then they bring it back to us?
Hang on one second before we get that consensus, Commissioner Armitage.
Well, yeah, I'm a yes in the consensus anyways, but I agree with Vice Mayor, maintaining that property for many years. They did only have that one sidewalk coming off of the Pan Am, and it went to the front door that they keep locked. So yes, they were going in the driveway, going around, or cutting across the grass to get into the Salvation Army. And yes, you need to have one coming across there, either to the Salvation Army or straight through and hooked to the sidewalk that goes to the back of the building. And both of those are very feasible and easy to do. So yeah, I'm a yes on the consensus too. That's all I had. I just.
Thank you. So to get a consensus to create an agenda item to bring back possible ways to finance sidewalks, connectivity at the senior center. Okay. Vice Mayor?
Yes.
Commissioner Hicks? I'm a yes. Commissioner Emmerich?
Yes.
Commissioner Carrison?
Yes.
Thank you. Anything else, Vice Mayor?
No, ma'am.
I don't know if this is facilities maintenance or if it's parks maintenance. I'm not sure. I'm going to throw it out there.
Okay.
The sidewalks right here along City Hall, the big ferns, I think they're ferns.
That's us.
They are really encroaching on the sidewalk, and they are really encroaching on the visibility coming out of the parking lots.
We can
To
get those
see
trimmed.
the cars coming or obviously you see scaffolds, but it's encroaching on the roadway's visibility, and that may cause problems at some point for somebody.
I can get those trimmed.
So I just wanted to throw that out there. Anything else for road and drainage for commission comments? Administrative comments, anybody? All right, it is now 6:44, and road and drainage is, hold on. Road and drainage is done. We still got to go back to commission because we have to do commission comments, public comment, and administrative comments for the commission meeting. We didn't get those done. I'm sorry. No, we did, we didn't
thought,
officially pause it.
I thought it was being brought to this meeting for us to do anything at the end of this
Okay.
one, is what I thought.
Well, then I've got, we didn't do any official adjournment of that meeting. No, we didn't continue it either. So.
That was all I had.
That's
All right.
all I had. I was done.
So, because we didn't officially adjourn the commission meeting, and we officially didn't continue it to after the district meetings, help me out here, guys.
I thought we.
I thought it was an adjournment as well.
I thought it was too. I thought we
Okay.
adjourned.
All right, so I guess we're adjourned, and I'll save my other comments until later. All righty.
Ms. Heather, I need you for like 2 seconds.
Again, and I know y'all are very